The Apex Exemption. Chapter 1. The Parasite Classification. High Inquisitor Vex stood in the observation gallery of the Sanctum Processing Station, 17,000 kilometers above Earth's northern hemisphere, and watched his contamination meter climb into the yellow band. The planet below churned with moisture and unregulated biomass, all of it registering on his sensors as a low-grade biological hazard. The air filtration system in his biosuit hummed, a steady mechanical whisper at the edge of his hearing. 47 worlds he'd integrated into the Federation, and not one had made his tertiary stomach clench like this from orbit alone. Display resource allocation analysis, he said. The holographic interface materialized in the sterile blue glow of the processing chamber, data streaming past in neat columns. Agricultural output acceptable. Industrial capacity within parameters. Population density manageable. Then the line item that had been flagging his attention algorithms for 3 cycles. Caloric expenditure on non-sapient organisms, 47% of total food production. Vex stared at the number. Ran the query again, certain the translation matrix had corrupted. The figure held. These humans were feeding nearly half their agricultural output to creatures that provided no labor, no consumable mass, no documented function. He expanded the data set, his haptic gloves trembling slightly inside the biosuit. Canines, felines. Hundreds of genetic variations, each maintained at grotesque resource cost. The scanner telemetry showed massive quadrupeds cohabiting human dwellings, consuming protein sufficient to sustain 3 adult humanoids. He pulled up a live thermal feed from the orbital drone network. The imaging painted it clearly, humans sharing their sleeping chambers with these organisms. Not segregated, not contained, sleeping in direct physical contact. His contamination meter ticked higher. The intimacy of it violated every principle of rational cohabitation he understood. Subject them to neurological analysis, he muttered, fingers moving across the interface. The drones began targeting individual specimens for detailed scanning. If this was parasitism, the mechanism had to be biochemical, pheromone dependency, neurotoxin secretion. Some evolutionary trap that hijacked the host's resource allocation at a fundamental level. He'd encountered similar scenarios in the xenobiology archives, cautionary files about species that lost autonomy to their own biology. The first scan results began populating his display. Threat assessment algorithms firing alerts across the data stream. 2,300 kilometers below, Vance knelt in the dirt, working a blackberry root out of the tomato bed. The soil was cool and damp from last week's rain, smelling like cedar mulch and wet earth. His knees ached. He kept digging. On the porch, Atlas sprawled in the shade, 75 pounds of Belgian Malinois looking like he'd never worked a day in his life. Tongue out, eyes closed, dead asleep, dead. The whine started high-pitched and electronic, dropping in frequency as the drone descended into the garden. Vance sat back on his heels and watched it come down, dirt still caked under his fingernails. Spherical, 3 feet across, sensor arrays pulsing soft blue light across its surface. It rotated slowly, methodical, sweeping the porch where Atlas slept. The dog's ear twitched. The drone's surface display lit up, alien script scrolling too fast to read. Vance pulled the toothpick from the corner of his mouth and chewed it, watching. The drone's light shifted from blue to yellow, then orange. The script accelerated. The drone backed up 3 feet, rotors climbing in pitch. Atlas's head came up. Just that. Eyes open, locking onto the floating object with the kind of focus Vance had seen 1,000 times. The dog's body language shifted in half a second, muscles bunching, weight redistributing forward, ears pinned flat. "Leave it," Vance said. Flat tone, no volume. Atlas's ears swiveled back toward the command, but his eyes stayed fixed on the drone. 2 seconds. 3. The dog exhaled hard through his nose and lowered his head back to the boards, still watching. The drone's display cycled through new screens. Vance couldn't read the language, but he watched the visual data populate. A wireframe diagram of Atlas's skeleton appeared, highlighting the skull structure and jaw assembly. Numbers scrolled past in red text. The screen shifted. New diagram, this time showing bone density mapping in thermal gradient colors. More red text. The behavioral analysis screen held for 5 seconds, a graph showing what looked like sensory range estimations across multiple spectrums. Then the final screen, all red borders, large text that stayed visible, teeth, lethal. The text cycled, jaw, crushing, another cycle. Behavior, dormant. A final icon appeared, a hazard symbol Vance recognized from 20 years of military service. Vermin, schedule for removal. The drone tagged Atlas with a holographic marker, a red label floating 2 feet above the dog's head. It held position for 3 more seconds, rotors whining at max RPM, then shot straight up and disappeared into the cloud layer. Atlas tracked it until it vanished, then sneezed once and closed his eyes. Vance looked at the empty air where the drone had been, then down at his dirt-caked hands. He went back to digging. The root came free after another minute of work. He tossed it in the compost bin and brushed the soil off his knees. Vex reviewed the compiled scan data in his private chamber, surrounded by the mechanical hum of air filtration systems keeping his environment at precisely 7% humidity. 237,000 individual organism scans, all processed, all flagged. Every single canine specimen returned identical threat classifications. Bite force sufficient to puncture standard hull plating. Bone density consistent with combat-grade skeletal reinforcement. Sensory organs optimized for predatory tracking across thermal, olfactory, and auditory ranges. These weren't parasites. These were weapons. Living biological weapon systems, and the humans were keeping them in their homes, allowing them proximity to their young, sleeping beside them. The cultural database offered minimal explanation. One survey entry, filed by the initial contact team. Canines and felines appear to serve as emotional regulation devices for human population. Exact mechanism unknown. Recommend further study. Emotional regulation. Vex turned the phrase over, trying to parse it into something that made sense. His species regulated emotional states through meditation chambers, chemical supplementation, neural feedback conditioning, not through proximity to organisms capable of crushing bone with their jaws. Unless his contamination meter beeped softly as his stress hormones elevated. Unless human biology was so fundamentally unstable, so inherently violent, that they required constant exposure to lethal threat just to maintain baseline psychological function. Self-medication through predator exposure. It would explain the resource allocation. It would explain the intimate cohabitation. The humans weren't enslaved. They were volunteers in a dependency cycle so deeply rooted in their neural architecture that they couldn't function without it. They were breeding and maintaining biological weapons as emotional crutches. Vex pulled up the Federation medical protocols for dependency intervention. Severe neurological dependency required gradual reduction to prevent systemic collapse. Immediate removal could trigger cascade failures in the host psychology. The humans would need pharmaceutical support, therapeutic oversight, possibly sedation during acute withdrawal phases. He began drafting the preliminary framework, each step carefully structured. Phase 1, comprehensive population assessment to establish baseline dependency metrics. Phase 2, medical infrastructure deployment to support intervention. Phase 3, gradual organism removal beginning in urban centers where support density was highest. Phase 4, psychological rehabilitation and integration into civilized standards. The timeline stretched across his display, 5 cycles minimum, possibly 8 if the dependency ran as deep as the caloric data suggested. The humans would resist. Dependency always resisted intervention. They would grieve for their parasites the way any addict mourned the loss of their substance. But it had to be done. No species could join the Federation while maintaining such a grotesque symbiosis. He saved the framework to his personal files, labeled it Humanitarian Assessment, Earth Integration, Phase 2. The title felt appropriate. This was mercy work, compassionate intervention for a species trapped by its own evolutionary programming. The Federation had performed similar liberations dozens of times across dozens of worlds. Species enslaved by their own biology, freed through patient application of rational process. Vex leaned back in his chair, feeling his secondary lungs engaged to manage the slight elevation in his cardiovascular rhythm. The contamination meter on his desk pulsed its steady amber glow, a reminder of the biological chaos waiting below. He would save these humans from themselves. They would resist, certainly. They would suffer during the transition. But eventually, once they experienced life with properly regulated emotional states, once they understood the freedom of rational thought uncorrupted by biological dependency, they would recognize the gift they'd been given. Every liberated species eventually did. The humans would be no different. Vex began drafting his personal log entry, documenting what he was certain would be remembered as one of the most successful humanitarian interventions in Federation history. The words came easily, each sentence reinforcing his certainty that he was performing an act of profound mercy. In Portland, Vance came inside as the light started failing. He washed his hands at the kitchen sink, scrubbing the dirt out from under his nails. Atlas followed him in and sat by the back door, waiting. Vance pulled the dog's bowl from the cabinet, measured out the kibble, set it down in the same spot as always. Atlas ate in under a minute, licked the bowl clean, sat again. Vance opened the treat jar on the counter, pulled one out. Atlas caught it in midair, chewed twice, swallowed. The dog sat and looked at him, waiting for the next command that wasn't coming. After 10 seconds, Atlas lay down by the door. Vance made dinner for himself, rice and beans, ate standing at the counter while the news played on the TV mounted under the cabinets. Local coverage, nothing important. A water main break on the east side, construction delays on the interstate. He turned it off halfway through and finished eating in silence. Washed the bowl, dried it, put it back in the cabinet. The house settled into evening quiet, just the sound of Atlas breathing and the distant hum of highway traffic. Vance sat on the couch. Atlas moved to the living room floor and lay down, already half asleep. The dog's ribs rose and fell in the deep rhythm that meant he was done for the night. Vance watched him for a moment, then got up and turned off the lights. Went to bed. Atlas didn't move from the living room floor. 17,000 kilometers up, High Inquisitor Vex sat in his sterile chamber and reviewed the preliminary framework one final time before filing it. The plan was sound, logical, compassionate. He thought about the humans sleeping beside their predators, trapped in a dependency they couldn't recognize, consuming resources they couldn't afford to waste. He thought about the children playing with organisms that could crush their bones. He thought about the 47%, all of it fixable, all of it solvable through patient application of rational process. The contamination meter pulsed its steady amber rhythm, and Vex felt the deep satisfaction of knowing he was going to help them. All of them, whether they understood it yet or not. Chapter 2. The Leash Law. The weapon turn-in station occupied 3 square blocks of the King County Fairgrounds, converted overnight into a Federation processing center. Gray prefab structures in neat rows, each staffed by 2 Sanctum adjutants in biosuits, and a human liaison wearing a Federation armband. Rain came down steady and cold, turning the gravel between stations into mud. Vance stood in line for 40 minutes, service pistol in a lockbox under his arm, watching people shuffle forward in silence. 300 yards of line, maybe more. Everyone wet, everyone quiet. Just boots on gravel, rain on metal roofing, electronic chirps from the scanning stations. The woman ahead of him carried a hunting rifle in a soft case, set it on the examination table without being asked. The adjutant scanned it, gestured to the conveyor belt. The rifle disappeared into the smelting facility. The woman walked past the line without looking at anyone. Vance moved up, set the lockbox on the table, keyed it open. The Sig Sauer P226 inside was 15 years old, carried daily for the last 7. The adjutant's scanning wand swept over it, holographic display populating with technical specs. 3 seconds of review, then a point toward the conveyor. Vance picked up the pistol one more time, checked the empty chamber out of habit, set it on the belt. The mechanism engaged. The weapon slid into the facility and disappeared. He closed the empty lockbox and stepped aside. Atlas waited by the fence line, sitting in the mud, rain soaking his coat. Vance walked over and unclipped the leash from the post. The dog shook once, spraying water, then moved into heel position. Vance opened the truck, pulled the tactical vest from behind the seat. Heavy nylon K9 handler patch still sewn on the chest. Attachment points for gear he didn't carry anymore. He clipped it onto Atlas's harness, checked the fit, closed the buckles. 2 spaces down in the turn-in line, a man in his 30s handed over an AR-15, watched it disappear, then walked to his truck where a Rottweiler waited in the bed. The man pulled a similar vest from the cab, heavy-duty with reinforced panels, and clipped it onto the dog's harness. He leaned close to the dog's ear, voice low. "You're up now." The Rottweiler stood, 120 pounds of muscle under wet fur. The man climbed into the driver's seat and pulled out of the lot, dog still standing in the bed, vest dripping rain. Vance got in his truck. Atlas jumped into the passenger seat and shook again. Vance started the engine and drove home without looking back at the processing center. In the Federation Orbital Station's administrative wing, Director Sarah Halloway sat across from 3 Sanctum legal adjutants and maintained the patient expression she used when opposing counsel was being deliberately obtuse. The meeting was 2 hours in. Her tablet showed 16 items remaining on the agenda. Article 7, Subsection C requires preservation of existing medical infrastructure during integration, Halloway said, stylus tapping precise rhythm on her tablet. Your preliminary assessment flagged therapeutic support systems for removal. That's a violation. Lead Adjutant Cull 4 tilted his head inside his biosuit. The organisms are non-sapient parasites, not medical infrastructure. According to your classification, not ours. Halloway pulled up legal text, projected it into the shared holographic space. Galactic Health Code 774, paragraph 12. Member species retain authority over medical device classification for species-specific conditions. You're familiar with this statute? Kelfor's secondary leaned forward. The statute addresses prosthetic devices and pharmaceuticals, not biological organisms. The statute, Halloway said, highlighting the relevant section, addresses any external apparatus, substance, or system employed in regulation of physiological or psychological dysfunction. I can cite 47 precedent cases, but that'll take us into next week. The third adjutant spoke. This organism is a predator. It has no function. According to Galactic Health Code 774, Halloway said, removing a stress regulation device is a war crime. You want to see a human without stress regulation? She let that hang in the air for 3 seconds. I can cite documented cases of psychological collapse, violent episodes, complete loss of baseline function. You want that liability? Cull 4 made a dismissive gesture. Emotional support is preference, not medical necessity. Medical necessity is defined by the treating physician, not by integration administrators, Halloway said. You want to override every doctor on Earth who's prescribed an emotional support animal? Put that in writing. I'll file it with the ethics committee today. The adjutants conferred in their language, clicks and tonal shifts the translator didn't render. Halloway waited, stylus maintaining its rhythm. Cull 4 turned back. What classification do you propose? Medical support device. Subcategory, emotional regulation apparatus. The organisms maintain current living arrangements and movement freedom. Owners provide medical documentation. Standard prescription protocols. Safety standards. Already exist. Vaccinations, health screenings, behavior certifications. Regulatory framework is a century old. I'll have compliance documentation within 72 hours. Another pause. Cull 4's fingers drummed the table. We require 5 cycles for review. 3, Halloway said. Medical access continuity clause. Clock started when you issued the preliminary assessment. Any longer is a violation. Cull 4 stood. The others followed. 3 cycles. The door hissed shut behind them. Halloway sat alone, looking at Earth through the viewport. She typed a message on her secure comm. Compliance framework approved. Begin documentation processing. Then closed the tablet and moved to the next meeting. In his private chamber, High Inquisitor Vex reviewed integration reports and watched his contamination meter climb. Weapon confiscation was 97% complete in urban zones. Acceptable resistance in rural areas. The humans were adapting to disarmament within expected parameters. Then he reached the Legal Compliance Division report. Medical support device reclassification approved for canine and feline organisms pending documentation review. Vex stared at the text, pulled up the full legal brief. Halloway had used Health Code 774, a statute designed for prosthetic limbs, and applied it to living predators. He queried the legal database for precedent. 47 cases, all involving cybernetic implants or engineered symbiotes. None involving naturally occurring organisms with independent locomotion and predatory capability. He opened a channel to Cull 4. Explain the medical device approval. The human representative presented valid documentation. Denial would have violated 774 and triggered ethics review. These organisms are predators. They meet technical requirements for medical device classification, documented therapeutic benefit, sanitary maintenance, behavioral certification. They have teeth, Vex said. So do surgical instruments. The classification is legally sound. Vex terminated the connection. The humans had just secured legal protection for 200 million predators using bureaucratic procedure. The parasites weren't being removed. They were being reclassified as medical equipment with access to every secure facility in the integration zone. He pulled up the compliance requirements for medical devices. The organisms would now be permitted in government buildings, transportation systems, restricted zones. Any facility that accommodated humans with medical needs would be required to accommodate the predators by his own integration protocols. Vex sat in the hum of his filtration system and understood what had just happened. He'd planned therapeutic removal of parasites. The humans had responded by legally classifying them as wheelchairs. 200 million wheelchairs with teeth and claws and predatory tracking capability. All of them about to be escorted into the most secure locations in Federation space because denying access would constitute medical discrimination. The contamination meter pulsed amber. Vex pulled up his personal files, looking at the humanitarian assessment framework he'd drafted after the initial scan data. 5 cycles of gradual removal, therapeutic intervention, medical support for withdrawal. All of it obsolete before he'd even transmitted it to the Integration Council. He stared at the approval document. The humans had weaponized his own medical ethics codes. They'd turned protection of patient rights into protection of apex predators. And he'd approved it because the alternative was admitting the Federation's integration protocols had a flaw wide enough to drive an entire species through. The screen showed estimated compliance numbers. 60 million canines currently residing with humans, 40 million felines, all of them about to receive legal classification as medical necessities, all of them gaining unrestricted access to spaces designed to be sterile and controlled and safe from biological contamination. Vex thought about the scans. Bite force sufficient to puncture hull plating, sensory tracking across multiple spectrums, behavioral profiles optimized for pack hunting and territorial defense, every single one now legally equivalent to a pacemaker or a prosthetic limb, untouchable, protected, required to be accommodated under medical access laws. He closed the file and sat in silence, feeling his secondary lungs engaged to manage his elevated cardiovascular rhythm. The humans had just won without firing a shot. They'd surrendered their kinetic weapons and kept their biological ones, wrapped in paperwork so perfect that removing them would require the Federation to violate its own foundational principles. The contamination meter pulsed its steady rhythm, amber light reflecting off the sterile walls of his chamber, and Vex understood that he'd just legalized the distribution of living weapons into every corner of the integration zone. Not through conquest, not through resistance. Through a medical device statute and a lawyer with better command of Federation law than he had. Vance pulled into his driveway as the rain picked up. Atlas jumped out of the truck and shook on the porch. Vance unlocked the door, hung his jacket on the hook, put the empty lockbox in the closet. The tactical vest stayed on Atlas. They'd need it tomorrow for the supply run into the city. Federation checkpoints were scanning everyone now. Medical equipment documentation would be required. He fed the dog, same bowl, same spot, same routine. Atlas ate in 45 seconds and sat waiting. Vance tossed a treat. The dog caught it, chewed twice, swallowed. Vance made dinner for himself, rice and beans, ate standing at the counter, washed the bowl, dried it, put it away. The house settled into evening quiet. Atlas sprawled on the living room floor. Vance sat on the couch and turned on the news. Local coverage, water main break, traffic delays. He turned it off after 5 minutes. Outside, the rain came down steady, washing into the storm drains and out to the sound. Overhead, the Federation was processing compliance documentation for medical support devices. Down here, Vance had a dog wearing a tactical vest and an empty lockbox in the closet. He didn't think about what he'd given up or what he'd kept. It wasn't that kind of transaction. You gave them what they asked for, and you kept what they didn't know to ask for. Atlas snored on the floor. The rain kept falling. That was all there was. Chapter 3. Medical Necessity. The Integration Policy Council met in what used to be the top floor of the federal building, converted into a high-security Federation chamber with scanner arrays at every entrance and sanctum guards stationed at 10-foot intervals along the walls. The chamber itself was circular, ringed with holographic displays showing Earth from orbit, population density maps, resource allocation charts. 20 adjudicators sat at a curved table facing the presentation floor where humans made their cases for policy exceptions. Director Holloway stood at the presentation podium reviewing her notes while the previous petitioner finished his statement about mineral rights in the Southwest Territories. Vance sat in the observer section 3 rows back, Atlas lying at his feet under the bench. The dog had been there for 40 minutes, completely still except for the occasional ear twitch when someone's voice rose above the ambient hum of air filtration. The mineral rights petitioner finished. The lead adjudicator, Vex himself presiding today, gestured for the next case. Holloway stepped to the podium. Vance stood and moved to the witness section beside her. Atlas followed, claws clicking on the polished stone floor. Every guard scanner activated simultaneously. Soft beeping filled the chamber. 3 guards moved toward the presentation floor, handheld devices raised. The closest one held up a hand. Halt. Biological signature detected. Holloway didn't look at the guard. She kept her eyes on Vex at the center of the adjudicator table. Medical support device. Documentation is on file with chamber security. The guard scanned Atlas from 3 feet away, reading the data on his device screen. His posture shifted, confused. He scanned again, slower. Classification reads as prosthetic extension, non-biological apparatus. He looked at Atlas, clearly biological, then back at his scanner. System error. No error, Holloway said. Medical device classification supersedes biological signature flags. Health Code 774, Paragraph 9. Prosthetic and support systems are exempt from biological contamination protocols. Vex leaned forward in his seat at the adjudicator table, ceramic fingers steepled. Director Holloway, you are presenting a living organism as non-biological equipment. I'm presenting a prescribed medical device that happens to be organic in construction, Holloway said. The classification was approved by your Legal Compliance Division. The documentation was filed per protocol. The device is here because its user requires its presence to function in high-stress environments. She gestured to Vance, such as formal council proceedings. Vex's contamination meter, visible on his chest panel even from across the chamber, ticked from green into yellow. The organism is a predator. The device is a therapeutic apparatus, Holloway said. We've had this conversation. The classification is settled law. The guards conferred in low voices. The lead guard spoke into his comm, listened to a response, then stepped back. Proceed, but the organism must remain in the observer section. The device must remain with its user, Holloway said. Separation defeats the therapeutic purpose. Another pause, another comm exchange. The guard stepped back further. Proceed. Vance moved to the witness section, a simple chair facing the adjudicator table. Atlas followed and sat beside the chair when Vance stopped. The dog's tactical vest was clearly visible, canine handler patch facing the table. Every adjudicator was looking at Atlas now instead of Holloway. Holloway pulled up her presentation on the chamber's holographic system. We're here regarding provisional agricultural exemptions in the Columbia Basin region. Current Federation water allocation formulas don't account for... Director Holloway. The voice came from the right side of the adjudicator table. Adjudicator Cull 4, the same one who'd approved the medical device classification. Before we proceed with agricultural matters, I must formally object to the presence of a Class 4 biological hazard in this chamber. Holloway turned to face him. You approved the medical device classification personally. Are you now claiming your own approval was in error? I approved a medical classification based on documentation that did not adequately convey the security implications of permitting predatory organisms into high-security zones. The security implications were in the threat assessment data attached to the approval request, Holloway said. Bite force metrics, behavioral analysis, territorial response patterns, all of it was included. You approved it anyway because the classification was legally sound. Kell 4 stood. His biosuit made a soft pneumatic hiss as he moved. Legal technicality does not supersede security protocol. I am invoking emergency authority to order the organism removed from this chamber. Atlas's head came up, his eyes locked onto Kell 4. The dog's body stayed still, but his focus was absolute, tracking every movement the adjudicator made. Vance pulled the toothpick from his mouth and set it on the armrest of his chair. Said nothing. Holloway's stylus tapped twice on her tablet. Adjudicator, you're welcome to invoke emergency authority. But be aware that removing prescribed medical equipment from a patient in a high-stress environment constitutes medical malpractice under Federation law. The liability falls to you personally, not to the Council. Kell 4's posture shifted. He looked at Vex. High Inquisitor, I request your ruling on this matter. Vex stared at Atlas for a long moment. The dog stared back, utterly calm. The classification was approved through proper channels, Vex said finally. Unless you have evidence of immediate threat, the medical device remains. Kell 4's ceramic fingers drummed on the table. The organism's presence is disruptive to Council proceedings. Its very existence in this space creates a hostile environment for adjudicators attempting to perform their duties. Hostile environment. Holloway's voice sharpened. The device is sitting quietly. It hasn't moved. It hasn't made a sound. If your staff feels threatened by the mere presence of medical equipment, that's a personnel issue, not a security issue. Kell 4 stepped away from the table, moving down to the presentation floor. You call it equipment. I call it a weapon disguised as therapy. He walked toward Vance, ceramic boots clicking on stone. Your species has a documented history of deception. You surrendered your kinetic weapons and immediately reclassified biological weapons as medical necessities. He stopped 5 feet from Vance's chair. This is fraud. Atlas's ears pinned flat. A low sound started in his chest, barely audible at first, then building. Not a bark. A growl. Deep frequency, resonating in the air like distant thunder. Every biosuit in the chamber started beeping. Alarm tones, all slightly different pitches, creating a discordant symphony. Kell 4's suit emitted a different sound entirely, a high-pitched warning siren. His chest panel flashed red. Text appeared on his helmet's HUD, visible through the transparent faceplate. Alert. Seismic activity detected. Structural integrity compromised. Recommend immediate evacuation. Kell 4 stumbled backward, his hand going to his chest panel, trying to silence the alarm. What is that? The growl continued. Atlas hadn't moved from his sitting position. His mouth was closed. The sound was coming from somewhere deep in his chest, a subsonic rumble that made the air feel heavier. Vance put his hand on Atlas's vest handle. Didn't pull, just contact. Leave it. The growl stopped. Instant silence except for the slowly fading alarm tones from the biosuits. Kell 4 stared at Atlas, then at his chest panel, which was still showing structural warnings. My systems registered a seismic event, magnitude sufficient to compromise Foundation integrity. That was a growl, Vance said. Flat tone, no emotion. Impossible. Seismic sensors don't register biological sounds. They do when the sound is low enough frequency, Holloway said, pulling up data on her tablet and projecting it to the chamber displays. Canine growls range from 20 to 40 hertz, well within the seismic detection spectrum. Your suits are calibrated to detect Foundation instability. They're reading the growl as an earthquake. Kell 4 looked at his chest panel again, then at the other adjudicators. Half of them had stood up, backing away from the table. Their suits were still beeping, contamination meters climbing into yellow and orange. Vex hadn't moved. His suit was alarming too, but he stayed in his seat, staring at Atlas. The dog had returned to his previous position, head down, completely relaxed, as if nothing had happened. "Adjudicator Cull 4, Vex said quietly. "Return to your station." Cull 4 didn't move. "The organism is a threat." "The device responded to perceived aggression," Holloway said. "You approached its user with hostile intent. The therapeutic function includes threat assessment and protective response. That's documented in the medical certification." "Protective response?" Cull 4's voice rose. "It triggered every seismic alarm in this chamber." "It growled," Holloway said. "If your systems can't distinguish between a dog and an earthquake, that's a flaw in your systems." Cull 4 looked at Vex again. "High Inquisitor, I formally request removal of this organism on grounds of public safety." Vex was silent for 10 seconds. His contamination meter was still pulsing orange. Finally, "Request denied. The medical device has not violated any security protocol. It responded to a threat with a defensive posture, then ceased when commanded. That demonstrates control, not danger." He looked at Cull 4. "Return to your station. We will proceed with agricultural policy discussion." Cull 4 stood there for another moment, then walked back to the adjudicator table. His movements were stiff, mechanical. He sat down but kept his distance from the table edge, as far from the presentation floor as his chair allowed. Holloway turned back to her presentation. "As I was saying, current water allocation formulas don't account for seasonal variation in the Columbia Basin. We're requesting provisional exemptions for..." She continued with the agricultural policy presentation. The adjudicators listened, asked questions, debated among themselves. The whole time, Atlas sat beside Vance's chair, not moving, not making a sound. But every adjudicator kept glancing at him. Every guard's scanner stayed active, beeping softly every few seconds as it reconfirmed the biological signature that registered as non-biological equipment. The hearing lasted another hour. The council approved Holloway's request with minor modifications. When it was over, Vance stood. Atlas stood with him. They walked out of the chamber, past guards who stepped aside to let them through, past scanners that beeped their prosthetic classification warnings, past adjudicators who watched them leave in silence. Vex sat alone in the chamber after everyone else had departed. He pulled up the security footage, rewound to the growl moment, played it again, enhanced the audio. The waveform showed clear subsonic frequencies, 22 Hz at peak, low enough to trigger seismic sensors, low enough to resonate in bone structure. His own bones had felt it during the live event, a vibration that went deeper than hearing. He opened a new analysis file, titled it Acoustic Vulnerability Assessment. The humans had just demonstrated a biological capability the Federation didn't have defenses against: sound, basic, primitive acoustic pressure. The biosuits were designed to protect against chemical contamination, radiation, biological pathogens, not sound, especially not sound in frequencies below normal vocal range. Vex pulled up the canine behavioral database, cross-referenced vocalization capabilities, standard bark, 110 decibels, sufficient to cause permanent hearing damage in unprotected humanoids, more than sufficient to overload sanctum audio receptors, which were calibrated for their own species' quiet, controlled communication patterns. He thought about 200 million canines, all of them capable of producing sounds that would register as seismic events or acoustic weapons. All of them classified as medical equipment with guaranteed access to every Federation facility. All of them controlled by humans who could command them to vocalize on cue. The contamination meter pulsed amber on his desk. Vex stared at the frozen image of Atlas sitting calmly beside Vance's chair. The dog looked harmless in the still frame. Just an animal. Just a medical device. Just a prosthetic extension of its user's psychological needs. But the audio waveform told a different story. The seismic alerts told a different story. Cull 4's structural warnings told a different story. Vex closed the file and sat in the hum of his air filtration system. The humans had found another vulnerability. Not through weapons, not through violence, through a sound that their medical devices made naturally when threatened. A sound the Federation's own safety systems interpreted as catastrophic structural failure. He couldn't ban the devices. They were legally protected. He couldn't restrict their access. That would violate medical accommodation laws. He couldn't even require them to be muzzled without proving they were dangerous. And proving they were dangerous would trigger the exact ethical reviews Holloway had threatened from the beginning. The humans had turned victim protection into weapon deployment, and they'd just demonstrated it in the highest security facility on Earth. Vance drove home in afternoon traffic. Atlas rode in the passenger seat with his head out the window, tongue out, watching the city go past. When they got home, Vance fed him. Same routine, same bowl, same spot. Atlas ate and sat waiting. Vance tossed a treat. The dog caught it and lay down. Vance made dinner for himself. Rice and beans. Ate standing at the counter. The house was quiet. Just the sound of rain starting on the roof and Atlas breathing on the floor. The tactical vest stayed on. They'd need it tomorrow. More meetings, more checkpoints, more chambers full of adjudicators who thought they were looking at medical equipment and kept finding weapons instead. Atlas slept on the living room floor. Vance sat on the couch in the quiet. The rain kept falling. That was all there was. Chapter 4. The Cull Order. The algorithm flagged the anomaly at 0300 hours Federation Standard Time. Medical support device behavioral compliance metrics had fallen outside acceptable parameters across 47% of registered units. Aggression indicators elevated. Threat response frequency increased. Seismic alert triggers up 300% in the last cycle. The system processed the data through its threat assessment matrix, compared current metrics against baseline medical device performance standards, found systematic deviation, ran the comparison 3 times. The deviation held. Conclusion: medical support devices experiencing widespread malfunction. Recommended action per Federation Medical Equipment Safety Protocol, mandatory recall for inspection and remediation. The algorithm generated the recall notice and transmitted it to Integration Oversight for approval. High Inquisitor Vex reviewed the recommendation at 0345. His contamination meter pulsed steady green while he read through the analysis. The logic was sound. The devices were exhibiting dangerous behavior patterns, elevated aggression without corresponding threat stimuli, seismic responses in controlled environments. The medical necessity classification had been correct at implementation, but devices required maintenance like any other equipment. When they malfunctioned, they needed recall. He approved the recommendation and transmitted it back to the algorithm for execution. The system would handle collection logistics. His role was simply to authorize the safety protocol. By this time tomorrow, the defective units would be replaced or reconditioned. The integration would proceed more smoothly without constant security alerts from malfunctioning medical equipment. Vex closed the file and moved to the next item on his agenda. The contamination meter stayed green. The notice transmitted to every registered medical support device operator on Earth at 0400. Standard priority alert. Medical device recall, effective immediately. Collection operations beginning at 0600 local time in designated urban zones. Compliance mandatory per Health Code 774 Medical Equipment Safety Protocol. No explanation beyond the technical citation. No appeal process. Just the notice and the collection schedule. At 6:14, the first sanitation truck arrived on Morrison's Street. White, sterile, Federation markings. 2 collection droids stepped out and began processing addresses according to their route optimization algorithm. Vance was 3 blocks away in his truck when he saw it. He'd been awake since the notice hit his phone at 4. Had spent 2 hours sitting in his driveway deciding whether to do anything. Atlas was in the passenger seat wearing the tactical vest. The dog sensed the decision forming before Vance made it. The droids reached Morrison's house at 6:21. Mr. Morrison opened the door when they knocked. One droid showed him the tablet displaying the recall notice. Morrison shook his head and started to close the door. The droid's arm blocked it. Morrison said something. The droid responded with synthesized speech too distant for Vance to hear clearly. Morrison's wife appeared behind him. Then Scout came to the door. 15-year-old beagle, blind in one eye, moving slow on arthritic legs. The droid reached for the dog. Scout's lip curled. Not aggressive, just confused. The droid's scanner registered the response as threat behavior confirming malfunction status. The droid's grip closed on Scout's scruff. The beagle yelped. Morrison grabbed the droid's arm. The second droid activated its stun device and fired. Morrison dropped. His wife screamed and tried to reach Scout. The first droid pulled the dog toward the collection container while Scout struggled and yelped and tried to get back to his people. Then Scout went still. His body went limp in the droid's grip. The droid scanned him. Life signs negative. Stress-induced cardiac event. The device had expired during collection. The droid logged it, placed the body in the retrieval container, closed the door, moved to the next address on the route. Morrison's wife was on her knees beside her husband, trying to wake him from the stun. The droids walked past her. Professional, efficient, following their programming exactly as designed. Vance pulled out his phone, opened the handler group chat he hadn't used in 3 years, typed 4 words. They touched the dogs. He hit send and started his truck. In Seattle, Davies was drinking coffee at her kitchen table when her phone buzzed. She looked at the screen, saw the message, saw who sent it. She stood up and walked to the window overlooking her street. No trucks yet, but they were coming. The recall notice had said urban zones first. Seattle qualified. She picked up her phone and typed 1 word back. When, in Tacoma, Chen saw the message while watching the news coverage of the Morrison incident. Someone had filmed it. The beagle, the cardiac arrest, Morrison on his porch. The footage was already spreading across local networks. Chen looked at his own dog sleeping under the table, looked at his phone, typed the same response Davies had. When? In Spokane, Rodriguez got the notification during his morning run. He stopped, read it, turned around and headed back to his house at a sprint. His shepherd was in the backyard, still there, still safe, for now. He opened the group chat and added to the growing list of responses. When? The group chat showed 7 replies in the first minute, 14 by minute 2. By minute 5, it was 43. All of them the same question. When? Vance didn't answer. He put the phone down and drove home. Atlas sat in the passenger seat watching the streets. The dog was calm, patient, just waiting for the command that would tell him what the job was. When they got home, Vance fed him. Same routine. Same bowl. Then he sat at his kitchen table with his laptop and watched the news coverage multiply. Morrison Street. Another incident in North Portland. One in Beaverton. The sanitation trucks moving through neighborhoods in a systematic pattern. The collection operations proceeding exactly as scheduled. His phone kept buzzing. The group chat expanding. More handlers checking in. More asking when. More waiting for the answer he wasn't giving. Vance looked at Atlas lying on the floor, looked at the tactical vest still clipped to the dog's harness, looked at his phone showing 63 messages now, all of them asking the same thing. He didn't answer any of them. Just set the phone face down on the table and sat in the quiet of his house listening to the rain start up again on the roof. In his orbital station chamber, High Inquisitor Vex reviewed the first cycle collection reports at 0800. Compliance rate, 61% in processed zones. Below projections but acceptable for initial implementation. The remaining addresses had been flagged for secondary enforcement with heavier collection units. He noted the Morrison incident. Device expiration during collection. Unfortunate but not unexpected. Older devices often failed under stress. The incident would be logged as equipment malfunction rather than collection error. The process was functioning as designed. Vex approved the secondary enforcement deployment and moved to his next agenda item. The contamination meter pulsed green. Everything proceeding according to plan. By 0900, the handler group chat showed 217 active participants. By 1000, it was 412. The same question repeating. When? Vance sat at his table and didn't answer. Atlas slept on the floor. The rain kept falling. The trucks kept moving through neighborhoods. The collection operations continued. And somewhere in the network of handlers watching their phones and checking their streets and waiting for the answer to the question they'd all asked, the silence was louder than any command Vance could have given. They touched the dogs. That was all that needed to be said. The rest would happen when it happened. Chapter 5. Command. Release. The secondary enforcement deployment launched at 1200 hours exactly. Heavier collection units, Reinforced chassis droids equipped with kinetic shields rated to deflect small arms fire. Authorization for forced property entry. Target list. 47,000 addresses flagged for non-compliance during primary collection operations. The first enforcement team arrived in Northeast Portland at 12:14. 6 droids, 2 with shields. The rest with stun capacity increased to handle resistant operators. The truck stopped at the first flagged address and the droids deployed in formation. Vance was 2 blocks away when he got the alert from Davies. Heavy units on her street, shields active, moving door to door. He pulled up the tactical feed on his phone. Other handlers reporting the same thing across the metro area. The pattern was clear. The Federation wasn't asking anymore. He looked at Atlas in the passenger seat. The dog was watching him, waiting. "Work time," Vance said. Atlas's posture shifted immediately. Ears forward, body tense. The vest meant work, but the tone meant something different. Something the dog recognized from years ago, before retirement, before the quiet. Vance drove toward Davies's position. His phone buzzed. Her message, "They're at my door." Then, "I'm not giving him up." Vance typed back, "Hold position. 2 minutes out." He turned the corner onto Davies's street and saw the enforcement team at her house. 2 droids with shields forming a barrier while a third one knocked. Davies opened the door. Titan was beside her, German Shepherd in full tactical vest, 75 pounds of controlled aggression waiting for the command. The lead droid showed her the tablet. Davies shook her head. The droid stepped forward. The shield-equipped units moved closer, forming a wall between Davies and any potential escape route. Professional, coordinated, designed to contain and extract with minimal resistance. Davies put her hand on Titan's vest handle. Last chance to leave. The droid reached for Titan. Davies's grip tightened on the handle. "Titan, Vorus!" The German Shepherd exploded forward, not at the reaching droid, at the shield wall, low, fast. 80 pounds of muscle and momentum hitting the droid's legs below the shield line. The kinetic barrier was rated for torso-level impacts. It didn't extend below the knee joint. Titan's jaws closed on hydraulic cabling. The droid stumbled. Its shield flickered. The Shepherd released and darted sideways as the droid tried to grab him, already moving to the next target. The second shield droid tried to adjust its position, but Titan was faster, hitting it from an angle the shield couldn't cover. More hydraulics torn, more fluid spraying. The unshielded droids moved in with stun devices. Davies threw a hammer from her porch tool rack, connected with one droid's sensor array. It staggered. Titan used the distraction to hit its leg joint. The droid went down. Vance pulled up and got out of his truck. Atlas jumped out after him. Vance assessed the situation in 2 seconds. 3 droids still operational, 2 shields compromised but still partially functional. Davies exposed on her porch. Titan moving too fast for the droids to target but burning energy at an unsustainable rate. "Atlas, with me." Vance moved toward the nearest functional shield droid. The droid turned to address the new threat. Its shield oriented toward Vance's center mass, standard defensive posture. Vance dropped to one knee. "Atlas ankle." The Malinois went low, below the shield, below the droid's sensor targeting. Jaws found the joint at the back of the droid's leg. Atlas pulled and twisted. The droid's leg buckled. As it fell forward, its shield dropped. Vance was already moving, grabbing a piece of rebar from Davies's construction debris pile. He swung it at the droid's exposed neck assembly. Sparks. The droid powered down. The remaining droids were trying to regroup. One still had partial shield function. The others were attempting to surround Titan, who was circling them, staying just out of reach, forcing them to turn and adjust and waste processing time on targeting solutions they couldn't execute. Titan, out. Davies's command cut through the chaos. The Shepherd broke contact immediately and returned to her side. She grabbed his vest and pulled him behind the porch railing. The droids advanced on her position. Vance moved to flank them. Atlas stayed at his heel, silent, waiting. The droids were focused on Davies. Standard protocol, neutralize the primary operator first. They didn't register Vance as immediate threat because he wasn't between them and their target. Atlas, free. The word released the dog from heel position. Atlas went for the nearest droid. Not the legs this time, the sensor array at head level. The droid turned too slow. Atlas hit it at speed, jaws closing on the visual processor cluster. The droid's arms came up, but Atlas had already dropped and moved. The droid's sensors were damaged. Its targeting degraded. It fired its stun device at the space where Atlas had been 2 seconds ago. The last functional droid with partial shield capability turned toward Vance. Shield up. Stun device charging. Vance stood his ground. Waited. The droid stepped forward. Its shield-covered torso and head. Its legs were exposed for the half-second it took to complete the step. Atlas. Ankle. Now. The Malinois hit the exposed leg joint at the exact moment the droid's weight shifted forward. Physics did the rest. The droid crashed forward. Its shield deactivated on impact with the ground. Vance swung the rebar at its power core. The droid went still. Silence. 6 droids disabled. Davies still on her porch. Titan panting but uninjured. Atlas sitting at Vance's heel waiting for the next command that wasn't coming. Vance looked at the disabled enforcement team. The shields had been a good idea. They just hadn't accounted for targets that fought at ground level instead of standing upright like civilized combatants. The droids were designed to fight humans. Humans stood up and shot at center mass. Dogs went low and tore at ankles and didn't care about shields that protected everything above the knees. His phone buzzed. Rodriguez reporting similar engagement in his sector. Chen saying shields weren't working against dogs that knew to go low. Miller asking for confirmation of the ankle targeting tactic. The pattern was repeating across the enforcement zones. The handlers were figuring it out independently because the solution was obvious once you watched a dog work. Davies came down from her porch, Titan at her side. They'll send more. Yeah, Vance said. He looked at his phone. The tactical feed showed enforcement teams pulling back across multiple sectors, regrouping, reassessing. The Federation had just learned that their shield technology had a flaw. A low-altitude flaw that every dog instinctively exploited because that's where dogs fought. Close to the ground, fast, targeting joints and weak points that bipedal combatants put at ankle height. What's the play? Davies asked. Vance watched the enforcement trucks retreating on the tactical feed. Watched the pattern spread across the city. Watched the Federation's second attempt fail the same way the first one had, but for different reasons. They kept trying to apply their combat doctrine to an enemy that didn't follow their assumptions about how fights worked. They'll adapt, Vance said. Longer shields, ground-level coverage. We've got maybe one more engagement before they figure it out. Then what? Then we figure out the next thing they didn't account for. He pulled out his phone and opened the handler network. Typed a message to the group. Ankle targeting confirmed effective against shield units. Exploit while available. Expect adaptation. 40 responses in 30 seconds. Confirmation codes. Position updates. The network processing the tactical information and integrating it without anyone needing to explain the broader strategy. Handlers knew how dogs fought. They just needed confirmation that the Federation's equipment had the same vulnerabilities everything else had when you attacked it from the ground up. Vance got back in his truck. Atlas jumped into the passenger seat and immediately started panting, tongue out, adrenaline burning off. The dog had been in work mode for less than 3 minutes, but those minutes had been total focus. Now the job was done, and Atlas was back to being a dog who'd just done some running. Good boy, Vance said. Atlas's tail wagged once. Vance started the truck and pulled away from Davies's street. In the rearview mirror, he could see her standing in her driveway looking at the 6 disabled droids scattered across her lawn. She'd have to move. The Federation would mark her address as high-priority enforcement. But for now, she still had Titan and the droids didn't have her. That was the win. His phone buzzed. More engagements across the city. More shield units getting taken apart by dogs that went low and fast and didn't fight the way the Federation expected opponents to fight. The ankle targeting tactic was spreading through the handler network faster than the Federation could adapt to it. Vance drove home and fed Atlas. Same routine despite the adrenaline. The dog needed to understand that work mode ended when work ended. That the violence was compartmentalized and controlled. That coming home meant coming back to the quiet. Atlas ate and settled on the floor like nothing had happened. To him, nothing unusual had happened. Man gave command. Dog executed command. Job done. back to waiting for the next job. That was the entire scope of the dog's concern. Vance sat at his table and watched the tactical feed update. The enforcement operations were suspended across all urban zones. The Federation was pulling back to reassess. They'd be back, but they'd be different next time. Better shields, different tactics. The question was whether the handlers would adapt faster than the Federation could deploy new solutions. His phone showed 87 active handler positions now. More checking in every hour, the network expanding as word spread. The Federation had touched the dogs, and the handlers had responded by demonstrating what happened when you tried to take something that knew how to fight back. In his orbital station chamber, High Inquisitor Vex reviewed the enforcement operation failure reports and watched his contamination meter climb into orange. Shield-equipped units disabled. Multiple sectors reporting identical tactical patterns. The organisms were targeting joints below shield coverage, coordinating through their operators, exploiting a vulnerability in Federation defensive technology that hadn't been relevant until now because no previous integration had involved biological weapons that fought from ground level. He pulled up security footage from the Davies engagement, watched the German Shepherd hit the shield droid's legs with surgical precision, watched it release and move before the droid could adjust, watched it repeat the tactic against multiple targets without hesitation. The organism wasn't just aggressive, it was trained. Specifically trained to disable armored opponents by targeting structural weak points. Vex replayed the footage at half speed. The timing was perfect. The targeting was precise. The dog waited for the exact moment when the droid's weight shifted forward and its leg was most vulnerable, then struck, then disengaged before retaliation was possible. It wasn't animal instinct. It was tactical doctrine executed at animal speed. He pulled up the historical files on the devices, found the documentation on K9 units used by human law enforcement and military forces, found training protocols for bite work and apprehension tactics, found videos of dogs taking down humans wearing protective gear by targeting legs and arms and maintaining holds until the human submitted or lost the ability to resist. The medical devices weren't medical. They were military assets reclassified as therapeutic equipment. The humans had taken their combat animals and called them emotional support, and the Federation had approved it because the paperwork was perfect and the legal classification was technically accurate, and now those combat animals were systematically destroying enforcement operations using tactics they'd been trained to execute for decades. Vex opened a comm channel to his Tactical Analysis Division. Revise shield specifications. Extend coverage to ground level. Minimum threshold, 30 centimeters above surface. Prioritize deployment to enforcement units. The response came back immediately. Revised shields will increase power consumption by 40%. Battery life reduced to 90 minutes continuous operation. Acceptable, Vex said. Deploy as available. He closed the channel and pulled up the footage again. Watched the Malinois execute the ankle strike. Watched Vance coordinate the attack with verbal commands and hand signals. Watched Davies control her shepherd with single words that triggered complex behavioral sequences. The humans weren't just defending their devices. They were operating them as weapon systems, with the kind of precision that came from professional training and years of practice. The contamination meter pulsed orange. Vex stared at the frozen frame of Atlas sitting calmly at Vance's heel after the engagement. Tongue out. Waiting. Just a dog. Just medical equipment. Just a biological weapon that had been operating in human society for thousands of years, training against armored opponents, perfecting the tactics that the Federation's droids had just learned about the hard way. The devices weren't malfunctioning. They were working exactly as designed. The malfunction was in the Federation's understanding of what they were designed to do. Vance sat on his couch in the evening quiet. Atlas on the floor. The rain starting again outside. His phone showed the network still active, still expanding, still processing the day's tactical lessons and preparing for the next engagement that would come when the Federation deployed their adapted equipment. They'd figure out the shields eventually, would extend them lower, would cover the ankles, and the handlers would find the next vulnerability, the next tactic the Federation didn't expect, because that's what the network did, adapted, learned, shared information faster than bureaucracy could respond to it. The vest stayed on Atlas. It would stay on until the Federation learned to stop trying to take the dogs, or until they learned and tried anyway and discovered what the next adaptation looked like. Either way, the handlers were ready, the dogs were ready, and the Federation was still trying to fight a war using equipment designed for opponents who stood up straight and followed rules about how combat was supposed to work. Atlas shifted on the floor, found a more comfortable position, went back to sleep. Just a dog having a quiet evening at home. Just medical equipment in standby mode. Just a weapon waiting for the next time someone tried to take it away from the person who'd decided it wasn't going anywhere. Chapter 6. The Pack Dynamic. The revised enforcement protocols deployed at 1400 hours. Extended shield coverage. Ground level protection rated to 15 centimeters above surface. Battery capacity reduced but deemed acceptable for urban operations. Target list updated. Resistant addresses from secondary enforcement failure, cross-referenced with neighborhoods showing organized defensive patterns. The first revised unit arrived in the Hawthorne district at 1423. 4 droids with extended shields, 2 support units with crowd dispersal equipment. Standard urban pacification formation designed to contain and suppress resistance through overwhelming presence and superior defensive technology. They reached the first barricaded street at 1429 and stopped. The barricade wasn't sophisticated. Trash bins. Parked cars repositioned across the intersection. Wooden pallets stacked 3 high. The kind of improvised obstacle that droids could clear in under 2 minutes. Behind the barricade, 17 people, 12 dogs. No uniforms, no tactical vests, no professional equipment. Just civilians who'd gotten the recall notice and decided that compliance wasn't happening in their neighborhood. The lead droid broadcast the standard dispersal warning. Citizens are in violation of enforcement protocols. Disperse immediately or face prosecution for obstruction of Federation operations. This is your only warning. Nobody moved. The droid advanced on the barricade, its extended shield active, covering torso, legs, feet. The shield touched the ground now. No ankle vulnerability, no low approach. The humans had exploited that weakness once. The Federation had adapted. The droid reached the barricade and began removing obstacles. Methodical, efficient. The crowd behind the barricade shifted but held position. The dogs were sitting, waiting. No aggression, no barking, just watching the droid's work. One of the civilians, a woman in her 40s holding a golden retriever's leash, pulled something from her pocket. A laser pointer. The cheap kind people used for presentations. She aimed it at the lead droid's sensor array and clicked the button. A red dot appeared on the droid's faceplate. 5 dogs locked onto the dot immediately. Their heads tracked it in perfect synchronization. The woman moved the dot. The dog's focus followed. She moved it again. They followed again. Their entire attention fixed on that small red circle of light like it was the only thing in the universe that mattered. The woman moved the dot to the droid's leg joint. The place where the shield's lower edge met the ground. A gap. Maybe 5 centimeters. Barely enough clearance for the shield to maintain ground contact while the droid moved. She held the dot there. 5 dogs surged forward as one. Not attacking randomly, not fighting independently. All of them targeting the exact same point. The gap, the red dot, the weak spot their pack leader had marked for them. The first dog hit the joint. Jaws found the gap between shield and ground. The second dog hit from a different angle. Same target. Same 5 centimeter vulnerability. The third, fourth, fifth. All of them piling onto a single structural point with combined force that no individual dog could generate alone. The droid's leg buckled. The shield lost ground contact. The gap widened. More dogs poured through, targeting the now exposed hydraulics, targeting the joints, targeting everything the shield had been protecting when it was properly positioned. The droid went down in under 6 seconds. The woman with the laser pointer was already moving the dot to the next droid. The pack disengaged from the first target and locked onto the second. Same coordination, same synchronized attack, same result. The support droids tried to deploy crowd dispersal, but the civilians had already scattered to pre-positioned cover points. The dogs stayed mobile, circling, waiting for the next red dot, the next target. The next command from the woman who wasn't a handler and had never trained a police dog in her life, but understood something fundamental about how pack animals operated. If you showed them where to bite, they bit there. All of them. At once. With the kind of coordinated focus that turned individual animals into a single distributed weapon system. 3 droids down, 1 retreating, the enforcement team pulling back to regroup, the barricade still standing, the civilians still behind it, the dogs sitting again, calm, waiting, just pets doing what their person told them to do with the help of a $5 laser pointer. Vance watched the footage on his phone from 2 miles away. Someone had live-streamed it. The feed was spreading through the neighborhood networks faster than the Federation could suppress it. He watched the laser pointer tactic, watched civilians coordinate multiple dogs with 0 professional training, watched them exploit a vulnerability in the extended shields that he hadn't even identified yet. His phone buzzed. Davies, did you see the laser pointer thing? Vance typed back. Spread it. Every neighborhood. The tactic went viral in under an hour. By 1500 hours, there were reports of laser pointer coordination in 6 different districts. By 1600, it was 23. Civilians who'd never worked with dogs learning that you didn't need formal commands or hand signals. You just needed to show them where you wanted them to focus. The dogs did the rest. The Federation tried to adapt, deployed optical countermeasures, strobe lights designed to overwhelm the dog's visual tracking. It worked for about 40 minutes until someone figured out that green laser pointers worked better in bright light. Then someone else figured out that you could use multiple pointers to create decoy dots that split the droid's defensive attention, while the real attack came from the unmarked angle. The tactics evolved faster than the Federation could process them, because the tactics weren't coming from a command structure. They were coming from hundreds of independent problem solvers sharing information through neighborhood chat groups and social media and word of mouth. Every successful variation got copied and modified and tested and shared again before the Federation's Tactical Analysis Division even finished reviewing the footage from the previous engagement. By 1700 hours, the Hawthorne District was effectively a no-go zone for enforcement operations. By 1800, it was 4 more districts. By 1900, the Federation had suspended all ground-level collection efforts pending comprehensive tactical review. Vance sat in his kitchen watching the network feeds multiply. The handler group chat had gone quiet. The professionals weren't needed anymore. The civilians had figured it out. Take any dog, give it a target. Let the pack instinct do the work. The dogs didn't care if their person had formal training. They cared about the focus, the target. The thing their person was showing them mattered. His phone buzzed. Unknown number. Text. This is Chen, the guy from the neighborhood chat. I've got 42 people in my subdivision with dogs. We're organizing defensive positions. You got any advice? Vance looked at the message, looked at Atlas sleeping on the floor, looked back at the message. He typed, keep them fed, keep them calm between engagements, don't let them burn out. The dogs will do the work if you show them where. Chen replied, that's it? Just point and let them go. Vance, that's it. They've been doing this for 30,000 years. You're just giving them permission. He put the phone down and pulled up the tactical map. Red zones spreading across the city where enforcement had been repelled. No pattern to it. No central coordination. Just neighborhoods deciding independently that they weren't giving up their dogs and figuring out how to make that decision stick. The Federation was trying to fight a network that had no head to cut off, no leadership to negotiate with, no command structure to disrupt. Just 400,000 people with dogs who'd learned that a laser pointer and pack dynamics could defeat military-grade enforcement droids. In his orbital station chamber, High Inquisitor Vex reviewed the tactical analysis reports and felt his contamination meter spike into red for the first time since arriving at Earth. Enforcement operations suspended. Ground-level collection deemed unfeasible pending new tactical doctrine. Estimated casualty rate for continued operations. Unacceptable. He pulled up the Hawthorne engagement footage, watched the woman with the laser pointer coordinate 5 dogs against a single droid, watched the pack attack with synchronized precision, watched the droid go down under combined assault that no individual dog could have executed alone. The analyst's report identified the coordination mechanism: commercial laser pointer, retail cost, 4 Federation credits, effectiveness against military-grade enforcement units, complete. Countermeasures, under development. Estimated deployment time frame, unknown. Vex opened a comm channel to his tactical division. Explain how civilians with commercial laser pointers defeated our enforcement capabilities. The response came back after a 10-second delay. The organisms respond to visual stimuli with pack coordination behavior. The laser pointer provides a focus point. Multiple organisms converge on the focus point simultaneously. Combined force exceeds individual defensive capabilities. Countermeasures? Optical jamming degraded effectiveness by approximately 30%. Organisms adapted to alternative visual wavelengths within minutes. Current assessment. Laser pointer coordination represents distributed tactical doctrine with rapid iteration capability. No central command structure identified, no predictable pattern to suppress. Vex closed the channel. He pulled up the population statistics. 400,000 registered medical support devices in the metropolitan area. Even assuming only 10% active resistance, that was 40,000 biological weapons distributed across the entire urban zone. No concentration of force, no logistics chain, no command hierarchy. Just individual civilians with pets deciding independently to resist and sharing effective tactics through communication networks faster than the Federation could monitor. He thought about the woman with the golden retriever. Watched the footage again. She wasn't military, wasn't law enforcement. She was just someone who owned a dog and had figured out that dogs pay attention to laser pointers because dogs have been bred for 30,000 years to pay attention to what their humans think is important. Point at something and the dog looks at it. Point at it with a laser, and the dog focuses on it like a missile locks onto a target. The Federation had tried to confiscate military assets disguised as pets. The humans had responded by turning pets into military assets using $5 laser pointers and pack behavior that predated human civilization. And the tactics were spreading faster than the Federation could adapt, because there was no command structure to disrupt. Just hundreds of thousands of people independently arriving at the same solution, and sharing it through networks the Federation couldn't suppress without shutting down Earth's entire communication infrastructure. Vex pulled up the integration timeline. Revised projections showed collection operations infeasible without unacceptable force application. Alternative approaches under analysis. Expected resolution time frame. Pending. The contamination meter pulsed red. Vex stared at it for a long moment, then manually reset it to amber. The system was telling him what he already knew. The integration was failing. Not because the humans were stronger, because they were distributed, adaptable, connected through networks that had no center to collapse. You couldn't negotiate with 400,000 independent decision-makers. You couldn't intimidate them because there was no leadership to threaten. You couldn't predict them because the tactics came from the bottom up, tested in real time, iterated faster than bureaucracy could respond. The humans had weaponized decentralization, had turned their pets into a distributed military capability using commercial laser pointers and communication networks. And the Federation had no doctrine for fighting an enemy that looked like 400,000 separate problems instead of one unified threat. Vance's phone buzzed at 2100. Chen again. We held our street. 6 droids disabled, no casualties. Dogs are tired, but okay. What's next? Vance typed back. Rest them. Federation will try something different tomorrow. Be ready. Chen. Will you coordinate? Vance looked at the question, looked at the tactical map showing red zones expanding, looked at his phone showing 300 unread messages from civilians asking for guidance, looked at Atlas sleeping peacefully because to him today had been no different than any other day. Man gave commands. Dog followed them. Work done. Rest now. He typed, you don't need coordination, you need communication. Share what works, copy what works, adapt faster than they do. That's all it takes. Chen didn't respond for 30 seconds. Then, that's all you've been doing, isn't it? Just sharing what works. Vance didn't reply. He put the phone down and looked out the window at the neighborhood. Lights on in every house, dogs in most of them. All of those houses now part of a distributed network that had no rank structure and no chain of command and no central authority, but still operated with coordinated effectiveness because the coordination came from shared information rather than shared orders. The Federation kept trying to find the leadership, kept trying to identify the command structure, kept analyzing the network, looking for the nodes to target. They didn't understand that the network was the weapon, that every house with a dog was a node, that every civilian who figured out the laser pointer tactic and shared it was exercising command authority. That leadership was just whoever had the best idea in the moment, and leadership changed every time someone came up with something better. Atlas shifted on the floor, found a new position, went back to sleep. Just a dog, just a pet, just one of 400,000 biological weapons distributed across a city where the Federation was learning that you couldn't defeat an enemy that had no head to cut off because the head was everywhere and nowhere and adapting faster than institutional doctrine could respond. Vance turned off the lights and sat in the dark listening to the rain. Tomorrow the Federation would try something new, and tomorrow the network would adapt to it, and the cycle would continue until one side figured out something the other side couldn't counter. But tonight the dogs were home, the neighborhoods were holding, and the Federation was learning what humans had always known, that the most dangerous thing about dogs wasn't their teeth or their speed or their strength, it was their pack behavior. And when you tried to take one dog, you were really trying to take the pack. And the pack didn't surrender. It adapted, and it fought, and it did both faster than you could plan for them. Chapter 7. Toxoplasmosis Protocol. The energy weapon deployment authorization came through at 0800 hours. Non-lethal suppression systems cleared for urban pacification operations. Directed energy capable of incapacitating targets through thermal shock without permanent tissue damage. Designed for crowd control against bipedal organisms massing 60 to 90 kilograms. The first deployment team arrived in northeast Portland at 0930, carrying the new equipment. Compact units, shoulder-mounted. Effective range, 50 meters. Power sufficient to drop a human-sized target with a 2-second exposure. Federation tactical doctrine classified it as humane force escalation. Disable the operator, and the organisms would cease coordinated resistance. Vance got the alert at 0945. Davies reporting energy weapons in her sector. New Federation tactic. Attempting to incapacitate handlers rather than engage dogs directly. He pulled up the tactical feed, watched the first engagement unfold through someone's phone camera. The enforcement team approached a barricaded intersection. 4 droids with energy projectors. Standard formation. They targeted the handler coordinating the defensive position. A man in his 50s with a Rottweiler at his side. The beam hit him center mass. He dropped. The Rottweiler surged forward. The droid shifted aim to the dog. 2-second exposure. The Rottweiler's fur smoked where the beam hit. The dog staggered, shook itself, kept coming. The droid increased power. 4-second exposure. The fur scorched darker. The dog's forward momentum slowed but didn't stop. 6 seconds. The Rottweiler closed to contact range and hit the droid at the legs. Jaws found hydraulics. The droid went down. Vance watched the footage loop 3 times. The energy weapon should have dropped the dog in 2 seconds. It had taken 6, and even then the dog had stayed functional long enough to disable the target. He pulled up the handler network and typed, "Energy weapons less effective against large breeds. Mass and fur density dissipating thermal load. Exploit while they adapt." His phone buzzed immediately. "Chen, how large are we talking?" "Vance, 100 pounds minimum. Rottweilers, Mastiffs. Anything bred for size and coat density." The responses came back fast. Rodriguez had 2 bull mastiffs. Davies knew a guy with Tibetan mastiffs. Miller's neighborhood had a Great Pyrenees that massed 160 pounds. The network started cataloging large breeds, started positioning them at defensive points where energy weapons were being deployed. By 1100 hours, the pattern was clear. Energy weapons worked as designed against handlers, dropped humans in under 3 seconds. But against large dogs, the effectiveness degraded proportional to body mass and coat thickness. A 70-pound German Shepherd went down in 4 seconds. A 120-pound Rottweiler took 8. A 160-pound Mastiff took 12 and stayed conscious enough to complete an attack run before the thermal shock caught up. The Federation adapted. Increased beam duration. 15-second sustained exposure. But 15 seconds gave the dogs time to close distance. And once a dog was inside 10 meters, the droid had to choose between maintaining the beam or defending against the attack. Most chose defense. The dog got through. The droid went down. Vance watched the tactical feed expand, watched large breeds moving to forward positions, watched the energy weapons fail to stop them fast enough. The Federation's calculations had been based on human physiology. Thin skin, limited thermal mass, no insulating coat. The weapons worked perfectly against those targets. Against a 150-pound animal with 3 inches of dense fur and muscle mass distributed for power rather than speed, the weapons needed exposure times that eliminated their tactical advantage. His phone buzzed. Unknown number. This is Marcus Webb. Got a Caucasian Shepherd, 180 pounds. You need him somewhere specific? Vance looked at the tactical map, identified the zone with heaviest energy weapon deployment, typed back grid coordinates, then added, keep him moving. Don't let them get sustained exposure. Webb. He doesn't stop moving until the threat stops moving. That's what he's bred for. More messages, more large breeds checking in. Anatolian Shepherds, Kangals, Central Asian Shepherds. Breeds that had been developed over centuries to fight wolves and bears and anything else that threatened livestock. Breeds selected for size and aggression and the ability to take damage and keep fighting. The Federation had brought energy weapons designed for crowd control. The handlers responded by bringing dogs designed for war. By 1300 hours, the energy weapon casualty reports started coming in. Handler incapacitation rate, 87%. Organism neutralization rate, 41%. Mission effectiveness, degraded. The weapons worked, just not fast enough against targets they weren't designed to stop. Davies sent video of a Tibetan Mastiff taking a 15-second exposure and still making it to contact range. The dog's coat was smoking. Its forward momentum had slowed to a walk, but it walked straight into the droid and locked jaws on the weapon mount. Held on until the handler recovered from incapacitation and disabled the droid with a breaker bar. The dog collapsed after, thermal shock finally catching up, but it had done the job. Had absorbed enough energy to let the handler recover. Had stayed functional long enough to complete the mission. That's what the breed had been designed to do. Take punishment. Keep fighting. Protect the pack. Vance added a note to the network. Large breeds can tank energy weapons, but they're not immune. Thermal damage accumulates. Get them to cover after engagement. Cool them down. Don't burn them out. The responses acknowledged. The handlers understood. The dogs were tough, but not invincible. Every energy weapon exposure did damage. The dogs just had enough mass and insulation to delay the effect long enough to matter tactically. By 1500 hours, the Federation pulled the energy weapon teams back for reassessment. The handlers had adapted faster than the weapons could be recalibrated, had brought forward the exact breeds that negated the tactical advantage, had turned the energy weapons into a problem that required longer exposure times, which created vulnerability windows the dogs exploited. Vance sat at his table reviewing the engagement reports. Atlas was on the floor. 75 pounds, fast, smart, effective against shields and droids, but not built to absorb energy weapons. Atlas was a precision tool. The Mastiffs and Shepherds were blunt instruments, different roles, different capabilities, both necessary. His phone buzzed. Webb again. My dog's got burns across his shoulders and back. Vet says he'll be fine, but he needs rest. How long until they bring the weapons back? Vance. Unknown. They'll modify the output, make them stronger, get him healed. We'll need him again. Webb. He'll be ready. That's what he does. Vance put the phone down. Looked at the tactical map showing red zones where large breeds had blunted the energy weapon deployment. The Federation kept trying to find the weapons system that worked. The handlers kept finding the dogs that didn't care. In his orbital station chamber, High Inquisitor Vex reviewed the energy weapon performance analysis and watched his contamination meter tick into orange. The weapons had performed within specifications. 2-second incapacitation against human targets. 4 to 6 against standard canine masses. But the humans had deployed organisms outside standard parameters. Breeds massing up to 180 pounds with fur density that provided thermal insulation. The weapons weren't calibrated to penetrate efficiently. He pulled up the biological database, searched for the breeds reported in engagement logs: Caucasian Shepherd, Tibetan Mastiff, Kangal, Anatolian. all of them ancient breeds, all developed in regions with large predators, all selected over centuries for size and protective capability and pain tolerance. The humans hadn't just domesticated wolves. They'd bred them, selected for traits, created variants optimized for specific functions. And when the Federation deployed energy weapons, the humans had simply selected the variants best suited to absorb that specific threat. Vex opened the weapons development channel. Increase energy weapon output to compensate for thermal mass up to 200 kilograms and fur density coefficient of... He paused. Checked the data. Point 7. Sustained exposure requirements not to exceed 8 seconds for tactical viability. The response came back in 90 seconds. Revised specifications will require 40% increase in power consumption. Battery capacity reduces operational time to 45 minutes. Deployment timeline, 6 days pending field testing. Approved, Vex said. He closed the channel and looked at the engagement footage again. Watched a Mastiff walk through a 15-second beam exposure and still complete its attack. Watched it collapse after. Watched the handler drag it to cover and pour water over its scorched fur. Watched it stand up 10 minutes later and return to defensive position. The organisms weren't invulnerable. The energy weapons worked. They just worked too slowly against breeds the humans had specifically developed to absorb punishment and keep fighting. And by the time the Federation deployed weapons strong enough to drop those breeds in tactically relevant time frames, the humans would have adapted again, brought forward different breeds, different tactics, different solutions to whatever the Federation tried next. The contamination meter pulsed orange. Vex reset it. It climbed back immediately. The suit was degrading. The filters were clogging. Earth's environment was slowly overwhelming every system the Federation had designed to keep it out. Just like the large breeds were overwhelming the energy weapons. Just like the laser pointers had overwhelmed the shields. Just like everything else the Federation tried kept running into human adaptation that happened faster than institutional doctrine could respond. Vance's phone buzzed at 1900. Chen. They pulled back. Energy weapons suspended pending upgrades. Davies. How long do we have? Vance. Week at most. They'll come back with stronger weapons. We'll need different dogs. Rodriguez. What kind? Vance looked at Atlas sleeping on the floor. Looked at the messages from handlers with mastiffs recovering from thermal burns. Looked at the tactical map showing zones the Federation had abandoned because the energy weapons hadn't worked fast enough. He typed, smaller, faster, for what comes next. The big dogs bought us time. Now we use it. The network went quiet for 30 seconds. Then confirmations started coming in. The handlers understood. The large breeds had done their job. Had absorbed the energy weapons long enough to force another Federation adaptation. Now it was time for different tactics, different breeds, different solutions. Atlas shifted on the floor. Vance watched him settle into a new position. 75 pounds of speed and precision and tactical capability that hadn't been needed today but would be needed soon. Because the Federation would adapt, and the handlers would adapt. And the cycle would continue until one side ran out of adaptations or gave up trying. But not tonight. Tonight the large breeds had held, had taken the hits and kept coming, had proven that size and fur and centuries of selective breeding for protective aggression could defeat energy weapons designed for crowd control against humans. Vance turned off the lights, sat in the dark, listening to rain and Atlas breathing. The Federation was learning that Earth had been breeding weapons for 10,000 years. They'd just called them dogs, and every breed was optimized for something different. And the humans had all of them, ready, waiting, cataloged by capability, and deployed when the tactical situation required that specific set of traits. The energy weapons would come back stronger, and the handlers would respond with something the stronger weapons weren't designed to stop. Because that's what the network did, adapted. Faster than the Federation could plan for. Using tools that had been developing for millennia while the Federation's doctrine had been static for cycles. The rain kept falling. Atlas kept breathing. And somewhere the Federation was designing weapons to stop dogs they'd finally started to understand weren't just pets. They were the culmination of humanity's oldest partnership. Refined, specialized, ready to deploy against any threat that tried to take them away. Chapter 8. The Ankles of Giants. The contamination meter on High Inquisitor Vex's chest pulsed amber. It had not returned to green in 47 hours. He stood in the observation deck of the Federation frigate Ascendant Virtue, watching the tactical display with the careful attention of a virologist studying a mutation. The shield modifications deployed after the residential grid engagement had stabilized ground operations. Extended coverage to 15 centimeters above ground level. Reinforced ankle plating on heavy troopers. Thermal scatter coatings to dissipate canine bite friction. The human pack coordination via improvised optical guidance had been neutralized through distributed shield overlap and jamming frequencies targeting commercial laser wavelengths. The numbers supported cautious optimism. Containment teams were achieving 73% recovery efficiency in cleared sectors. Biological asset removal was proceeding within acceptable deviation from projected timelines. Vex allowed himself a manual contamination meter reset. The amber held for 6 seconds before flickering back. He made a notation on his tablet regarding the unit's declining calibration accuracy. The alert came at 0447 local time. Sector 7 maintenance access, subsurface. Vex pulled the feed to the main display. The infrared overlay showed 3 heavy troopers in a sewer junction, their thermal signatures bright against the cold concrete. Standard patrol. The extended shields glowed faintly in the visible spectrum, projecting a continuous barrier from torso to ground. Behind them, 2 collector units waited with the restraint cages, their servos humming in the enclosed space. The lead trooper's helmet cam showed a corridor stretching 60 meters into darkness. Water trickled along the curved walls. The audio feed carried the steady drip echo of condensation and the mechanical breathing of the team's atmospheric processors. Vex noted the timestamp. He would review this patrol as part of the daily efficiency assessment. The movement registered on thermal before visual. Small signatures, low to the ground, approaching at velocity inconsistent with human locomotion. The lead trooper raised his energy rifle. Vex leaned closer to the display. The signatures were too small for the registered canine breeds in the asset database. German Shepherds ranged 65 to 90 pounds. Rottweilers, 85 to 130. These signatures massed perhaps 12 to 18 pounds. The first terrier cleared the darkness at 19 meters. The helmet cam captured it for exactly 1.3 seconds before it crossed the 15-centimeter shield threshold and impacted the trooper's ankle joint. A Jack Russell. Vex identified from the archived Earth fauna files. Tan and white coat, erect ears, body length approximately 30 centimeters. The dog's jaws locked onto the hydraulic coupling just above the boot seal. The trooper stumbled. His rifle discharged into the ceiling, superheating a patch of concrete that spalled and rained fragments. 3 more terriers materialized from the darkness. No pack coordination, no laser guidance. They simply ran, their stride frequency exceeding anything Vex had observed in the larger breeds. A rat terrier hit the second trooper's left ankle. A cairn terrier took the right. The heavy trooper's shielding flared as he pivoted, trying to track targets moving at knee level in a 360-degree radius around his position. The energy weapon's targeting system was calibrated for bipedal heat signatures at 1.5 to 2 meters elevation. The rifle's muzzle swept empty air while the terriers worked the ankle joints with mechanical precision. Vex watched the third trooper activate his suit's proximity alarm. The audio emitter shrieked at 140 decibels, a frequency calculated to disorient mammalian neural systems. The terriers ignored it. One released its grip on a hydraulic line, repositioned, and bit through the atmospheric seal on the boot. The trooper's contamination alarm screamed. Vex could see the terror in the bio readings even before the trooper vocalized it. The first heavy trooper went down at 41 seconds into the engagement. His ankle joint severed completely, hydraulic fluid mixing with the sewer water in an iridescent slick. He landed hard on his shield generator, which overloaded and died in a cascade of sparks. The Jack Russell released, repositioned to the trooper's now exposed neck seal, and held, waiting. The second trooper attempted retreat. He made it 4 steps before the rat terrier severed the Achilles sensor cluster. The suit registered catastrophic mobility failure and locked the joints to prevent further damage. The trooper became a statue, still upright, while the terriers circled and probed for additional vulnerabilities. Vex noted their behavior. No kill strikes. They were disabling, not destroying. Precisely the tactic that had proven effective against the shield modifications. The third trooper fired blind. The energy discharge caught the Cairn Terrier's center mass. The dog convulsed and collapsed, its fur smoking. Vex felt a flicker of something he classified as relief. The weapon systems remained effective against the smaller bioforms. But the relief died as 7 more terriers poured from the junction corridor. They did not pause at their fallen pack member. They accelerated. The feed cut to static at 96 seconds total engagement time. Vex switched to the external sensors. The sewer access point showed no thermal signatures above ground. The heavy trooper's life signs had flatlined or entered medical distress. The collector units had retreated to the surface, their programming prioritizing self-preservation over asset recovery. Logical. The contamination meter on Vex's chest flickered orange. He pulled the sector map. 37 sewer access points within the current containment zone. Average corridor width, 1.2 meters. Ceiling height, 2 meters. His heavy troopers stood 2.1 meters in full gear, massed 160 kilograms with equipment. The extended shields required lateral clearance to maintain barrier integrity. In the confined space, the shields overlapped walls and created choke points that restricted movement. The humans had adapted their tactics to the terrain. No, Vex corrected himself. The humans had selected the terrain to nullify adaptations. Director Holloway's transmission arrived 4 minutes after the engagement ended. Audio only, no visual. Her voice carried the flat precision of a legal filing. Hi, Inquisitor. We've received reports of Federation personnel entering municipal infrastructure without proper permits. Public Works Code requires 72 hours advance notice for subsurface operations. I'm forwarding the citation now. Vex's contamination meter spiked to red. He manually reset it twice. The color persisted. Director, your assets attacked a lawful patrol conducting humanitarian removal operations. My client's property was trespassing in designated utility corridors, Holloway replied. The sound of stylus on tablet carried clearly through the connection. The animals responded to perceived threats in their den space, natural territorial behavior. If your personnel had filed the proper permits, Public Works would have issued the standard wildlife alert. We have urban coyotes, you understand, and rats. The terriers are registered as pest control equipment. Vex pulled the database. She was correct. Earth municipal codes classified terriers as working animals, exempt from the leisure pet categories that dominated the canine population. They were rodent elimination tools, legally indistinct from traps or poison. The Federation had approved the exemption during initial audit as a sensible public health measure. He had approved it himself 72 hours ago. The animals killed 3 heavy troopers. The equipment malfunctioned in an unpermitted workspace, Holloway said. I've also forwarded the medical device registration for all terriers in the subsurface grid. They're classified as anxiety reduction apparatus for residents with basement apartments. Health Code 774. You'll need to submit a variance request if you want to continue removal operations in occupied residential zones. The connection terminated. Vex stood motionless, watching the tactical display update with new data. Intelligence analysis flagged 42 terrier breeds in the Earth Canine database. Jack Russell, Rat Terrier, Cairn, Border, Fox, Patterdale, Bull, Scottish, Yorkshire. Breeds selected over centuries for a single function. Pursue prey into confined spaces and kill it. Mass ranging 8 to 25 pounds. Jaw pressure exceeding 200 pounds per square inch. Bred for tenacity so absolute that handlers historically struggled to call them off kills. The Federation had cataloged them as toy breeds, decorative. The database images showed them in domestic settings, on furniture, in laps. Vex had personally flagged them as low-priority removal due to their minimal resource consumption. He pulled the current asset inventory. 7,400 registered terriers in the containment zone. The number felt suddenly, irrationally large. His tablet chimed with an update from the Cultural Dynamics team. They had completed analysis of the human linguistic database, searching for threat indicators the initial audit had missed. The report included a section on terrier nomenclature. Vex read it twice. Rat Terrier. Developed for rat baiting competitions. Recorded kill counts exceeding 200 rodents in single sessions. Jack Russell. Breed standard explicitly requires workable size to go to ground and fearless temperament. Patterdale, described in source material as the most determined and stubborn dogs ever bred. One archived human quote stood out. "A terrier is a dog that doesn't know when to quit. That's not a bug. It's the whole point." Vex authorized emergency procurement of ankle-specific shielding for all ground units. The engineering team estimated 72 hours for fabrication and deployment. He authorized overtime production. Then he opened the communications channel to the Ascendant Virtues Strategic Planning Division. Reassess all subsurface operations. Implement new doctrine. No personnel below grade without full environmental sealing and overhead support. The planning officer's response came with audible hesitation. "Sir, that will reduce our operational range by approximately 60%. Most asset recovery in urban centers requires basement access, parking structures, maintenance corridors. If we abandon subsurface operations, the humans will relocate all biological assets below ground." "Noted," Vex said. His contamination meter pulsed. "Implement the restriction." He closed the channel and pulled up the original audit data. The terrier population distribution map showed clustering in urban centers, precisely the high-density zones where the Federation had concentrated removal efforts. The breeds favored by rural populations, the livestock guardians and working dogs, averaged 80 to 150 pounds. The urban breeds averaged 12 to 35. Vex had read the numbers as confirmation of efficient resource allocation. Humans with limited space selected smaller, less resource-intensive animals. Logical. But the tactical reports told a different story. The large breeds had proven vulnerable to energy weapons. Exposure times of 12 to 15 seconds achieved incapacitation. The small breeds moved too quickly for standard targeting systems. Their low thermal signatures blended with background radiation in enclosed spaces, and their bite force concentrated on joints and seals, precisely the vulnerable points that armor prioritized protecting at torso and head level. The humans had not selected small dogs because of space constraints. They had bred them for exactly this tactical profile. Vex made a notation in his personal log. Hypothesis: human breeding programs for canine subspecies represent long-term preparation for asymmetric warfare against technologically superior adversaries. Terrier phenotypes suggest centuries of optimization for anti-armor operations in confined environments. Recommend immediate escalation to Biological Warfare Division for threat reassessment. His tablet chimed again. Warrant Officer Vance requesting a diplomatic channel. Vex accepted. The human appeared on screen, seated in what the database identified as a residential garage. Behind him, Vex could see mechanical equipment, storage containers, and a small brown and white terrier sleeping in a canvas bed. The dog's legs twitched. Vance was chewing a toothpick. "Inquisitor," Vance said. His tone carried no hostility, no smugness, just the flat acknowledgement of a man stating facts. "Got word your people had trouble in the tunnels. Your assets killed 3 Federation personnel," Vex said. The contamination meter on his chest flickered amber to orange. He ignored it. "Equipment malfunction," Vance replied. He shifted the toothpick to the other side of his mouth. "Terriers don't do well with strangers in tight spaces. Breeding. Can't fight a few thousand years of genetics." Vex studied the human's face. No deception registered in the micro-expressions. Vance believed what he was saying, or had trained himself to present as if he believed it. "You deployed them deliberately. The subsurface environment was selected to maximize their effectiveness." "Deployed?" Vance's expression did not change. "Inquisitor, terriers live in basements. Always have. They hunt rats. That's their job. Your people went where the terriers work. The terriers worked." The sleeping dog behind Vance shifted. Its ear rotated toward the audio pickup, tracking Vex's voice through the speakers. The movement was minute, precise. Vance did not react to it. Vex noted the observation. The human maintained situational awareness of the animal's behavior without visual confirmation. The bond operated on sensory channels the Federation had not adequately mapped. "I am restricting all subsurface operations," Vex said. "Your terriers will not encounter Federation personnel again." Appreciate that, Vance said. He stood, moving toward the garage entrance. The terrier's eyes opened. It rose, stretched, and followed. Vance paused at the threshold. One thing, Inquisitor. The big dogs, the ones you modified your shields for, they're slow, strong but slow. The little ones, though. He glanced down at the terrier, which had positioned itself at his left heel without command. They don't stop. Breeding. You can calibrate sensors all you want. Won't change what they are. The connection terminated. Vex stood alone in the observation deck, watching the tactical map update with new patrol routes. Red zones marked the subsurface grid. Yellow zones marked the residential sectors where terrier registration exceeded 50% of households. Green zones were vanishing. He authorized a status report to High Command, flagging the tactical adaptation and requesting guidance on revised removal protocols. The contamination meter on his chest flashed red. He reset it manually. The color held for 18 seconds before returning. Progress, he told himself. Quantifiable progress. On the display, new alerts appeared. Reports from 3 additional sectors: heavy troopers retreating from parking structures, maintenance tunnels, basement apartment complexes. The pattern was identical: small thermal signatures, high-speed approach, ankle-level attacks, equipment malfunctions. Vex queried the database for terrier-specific deterrents. The results offered chemical repellents, sonic emitters, and electromagnetic barriers, all marked as unreliable, with effectiveness ratings below 40%. The analysis noted, terriers were historically bred to ignore pain, fear, and self-preservation instincts during prey pursuit. Standard deterrent methods ineffective. He authorized deployment of the deterrents anyway. Procedure required exhausting conventional options before escalating to lethal countermeasures. The engineering team acknowledged the order with projected implementation in 48 hours. Vex made another notation in his log. Terriers represent a distinct tactical profile from larger canine subspecies. Recommend immediate revision of biological asset threat matrix. Current classifications inadequate. The contamination meter pulsed. Vex checked the time. 73 hours since it had last registered green. He scheduled a maintenance appointment for the unit and returned his attention to the tactical display. Somewhere below the city, in the dark warren of pipes and concrete, 7,400 terriers were sleeping, eating, playing, waiting. Vex wondered if the humans were breeding more. Chapter 9. The Microbiome Bomb. The contamination meter on High Inquisitor Vex's chest flickered amber as he entered the Regional Administration Complex. The facility had been operational for 17 days, processing integration paperwork for the Northern Containment Zone. 6 floors of offices, conference rooms, and data processing centers. The Federation had selected the building for its structural soundness and proximity to transport infrastructure. Human construction, but adequately maintained. The environmental systems had been upgraded to Federation standards. Positive pressure airlocks, ultraviolet sterilization in high-traffic corridors, atmospheric processors rated for Class 5 containment. Vex reviewed the daily operational report on his tablet as he walked. Processing efficiency was running at 84% of projected capacity. Acceptable. The human liaison staff had adapted to Federation administrative protocols faster than cultural dynamics had predicted. 17 humans worked in the complex alongside 43 Federation personnel, handling document translation, local regulatory interpretation, and cultural consultation. The humans entered through dedicated airlocks, underwent decontamination, and worked in segregated office sections. Standard integration procedure. The medical alert came through at 11:47 hours. Senior Administrator Cull 9 reporting to Medical Bay with respiratory distress and localized infection. Vex diverted to the medical facility on the 3rd floor. The attending physician met him outside the isolation ward, her biosuit's chest meter showing steady green. High Inquisitor. Administrator Cull 9 presented with acute inflammation of the right hand, progressing to systemic sepsis within 2 hours of initial symptoms. We've isolated the bacterial strain. It's not in our pathogen database. Vex accessed the medical file. Cull 9 lay on the diagnostic bed behind the transparent barrier, his biosuit removed and placed in the decontamination chamber. His right hand was swollen to twice normal size, the skin mottled purple and black. The infection had spread up his forearm despite aggressive antibiotic intervention. The medical overlay showed cascading organ failure, projected survival, 12 hours without advanced intervention. How did he contract an unknown pathogen in a Class 5 facility? The physician pulled up the bacterial analysis. The strain matches Earth commensal flora, specifically oral bacteria from Canis familiaris, Pastorella, Capnocytophaga, Streptococcus, common components of canine saliva. The concentration suggests direct contact with contaminated surfaces. Vex's contamination meter pulsed. He reset it manually. The amber persisted. Administrator Cull 9 has not had contact with canine assets. Review his access logs. The physician transmitted the data. Cull 9's movements over the past 72 hours showed standard administrative patterns. Office, conference rooms, cafeteria, medical bay for routine checkup. No contact with human liaison staff in their segregated sections. No breach of contamination protocols. Vex studied the timeline. Cull 9 had attended a cross-cultural briefing in conference room 7B at 0830 hours, 2 days prior. Present at the briefing: 3 Federation administrators, 2 human liaisons, and 1 registered emotional support animal. Vex pulled the ESA registry. Golden Retriever, 6 years old, 68 pounds. Registered to Human Liaison Marcus Okonkwo under Health Code 774 Medical Device Exemption. The dog had full access to secure areas as necessary medical equipment. Vex reviewed the security footage from Conference Room 7B. The briefing had lasted 47 minutes. The dog had remained on the floor near Okonkwo's chair, inactive except for occasional position shifts. At minute 32, the dog had stood, walked to the water dispenser in the corner, and licked condensation from the drainage tray. At minute 39, Administrator Cull 9 had refilled his water container from the same dispenser. Vex magnified the footage. The dog's tongue had made contact with the dispenser's surface for approximately 4 seconds. Saliva transfer. The liquid had dried on the metal surface, invisible to visual inspection. Cull 9 had touched the same surface 17 minutes later. Standard contact. He had been wearing gloves, but biosuit gloves were permeable at the molecular level, designed for dexterity and sensitivity, not biological warfare. The bacteria had transferred through the material and entered Cull 9's system through a minor abrasion on his palm. Routine dermal damage from equipment handling. Vex authorized a facility-wide inspection. Environmental teams swept every surface in Conference Room 7B with bacterial culture swabs. The results came back in 6 hours. Positive hits on the water dispenser, 3 door handles, 2 chair armrests, and the conference table edge. All locations showed bacterial concentrations consistent with canine oral flora. The dog had moved through the room during the briefing, sniffing, investigating, marking territory through contact. Normal animal behavior. Each contact point had become a contamination vector. The medical bay received 2 additional admissions by 1800 hours, both administrators from the same briefing. Same infection profile. Bacteria from canine saliva entering minor skin abrasions. The treatment protocols were failing. Federation medical systems were optimized for sterile environment pathogens. The databases contained comprehensive information on viral strains, fungal infections, and pure bacterial cultures. But Earth's commensal bacteria had evolved in partnership with mammalian immune systems. The strains were aggressive, adaptable, and resistant to standard broad-spectrum antibiotics. The Federation physicians were treating infections their species had never encountered. Vex stood in the isolation ward, watching 3 administrators deteriorate despite intervention. The medical projections were updating in real time. Cull 9, 4 hours to system failure. The other 2, 8 and 11 hours respectively. The infections were consuming them from within. He opened a channel to Director Holloway. She answered from her office, the golden retriever visible in the background, sleeping on its cushion. Hi, Inquisitor. I hope the integration is proceeding smoothly. Director, 3 of my personnel are dying from bacterial infections transmitted by your asset. The animal contaminated surfaces in a secure facility. Holloway's stylus paused mid-tap. Which asset? Registered emotional support animal, golden retriever. Registry designation ESA 7743. Mr. Okonkwo's dog, Holloway said. She pulled files on her tablet. The animal is certified medical equipment under Health Code 774. It's permitted in all areas where Mr. Okonkwo requires emotional regulation support. If the dog engaged in normal exploratory behavior, that's within operational parameters for medical devices. Vex's contamination meter shifted to orange. The animal's saliva contains lethal bacteria. All dogs carry oral bacteria, Holloway replied. Her tone remained clinical. It's part of their natural microbiome. The bacteria are harmless to humans. We co-evolved with them. Our immune systems recognize canine oral flora as non-threatening. If your personnel are experiencing adverse reactions, that indicates biological incompatibility, not deliberate contamination. You will implement muzzle requirements for all canine assets in Federation facilities. Holloway set down her stylus. That would constitute modification of medical equipment, which requires variance approval from the Galactic Health Board. I can submit the request, but the review process takes approximately 90 days. In the interim, muzzles would interfere with the animal's thermoregulation. Dogs cool themselves through panting. Restricting that function creates heat stress, which triggers anxiety, which defeats the purpose of emotional support. I'd need to file a countervariance for medical necessity. Vex terminated the connection. He authorized emergency sterilization protocols for all high-traffic surfaces in the regional administration complex. Environmental teams deployed with chemical disinfectants, ultraviolet emitters, and plasma sterilizers. They worked through the night, treating every surface that might have been contacted by the ESA dog or its handler. The bacterial cultures showed reduction, but not elimination. The persistence was remarkable. Even after aggressive chemical treatment, residual bacteria remained in microscopic surface imperfections. The first administrator died at 23:40 hours. Systemic sepsis, multiple organ failure. Kel 9 followed at 302 hours. The third survived into the following day, but required full biological support systems. Vex filed the incident reports and forwarded them to High Command with medical analysis attachments. 3 fatalities from surface contamination in a secure facility. The cause, an animal licking a water dispenser. He authorized new protocols. All ESA animals restricted to ground floor liaison areas. No access to upper administrative levels. All human liaison staff required to use dedicated equipment and facilities with no shared surfaces with Federation personnel. The protocols created operational inefficiency. Translation and consultation now required digital intermediation rather than direct collaboration. Processing times increased by 37%. The second incident occurred 6 days later. Junior analyst Vex 4 admitted to medical bay with identical infection profile. The investigation showed he had used a data tablet in the liaison section to review translated documents. The tablet had been handled by a human liaison. The liaison's personal records showed household pet ownership. 2 dogs, 1 cat. The liaison had brought the tablet from home, used it during work hours, and returned it to the shared equipment pool. The screen surface showed bacterial contamination consistent with canine and feline oral flora. Vex stood in the equipment depot, watching environmental teams process every data tablet, stylus, and portable terminal. The chemical sterilization cycle took 4 hours per batch. The complex had 347 pieces of shared equipment. Full sterilization would require 6 days of continuous processing. During that period, all translation and consultation work would halt. He authorized the shutdown and filed the operational impact report. Director Holloway's transmission arrived while the sterilization was underway. High Inquisitor, I'm receiving complaints from my liaison staff about equipment access restrictions. They need their personal tablets to perform translation work. The specialized terminology databases are on those devices. Your equipment is contaminated with bacteria from household pets, Vex said. His contamination meter showed steady orange. Federation personnel are dying from contact with surfaces your staff handle. The liaison staff can disinfect their personal equipment before bringing it to the facility, Holloway offered. Standard practice, we use antibacterial wipes. Takes about 30 seconds. Vex pulled the bacterial persistence data. Surface disinfection with commercial antibacterial products achieved approximately 85% reduction in bacterial load. The remaining 15% persisted in microscopic gaps and surface irregularities. A single contact point could transfer sufficient bacteria to cause infection if the recipient had compromised dermal barriers. Insufficient. All personal equipment from households containing canine or feline assets is prohibited from Federation facilities. That's going to be a problem, Holloway said. Her stylus resumed tapping. Approximately 63% of my liaison staff have pets. You're effectively requiring them to maintain duplicate equipment sets. That's a financial burden. I'll need to file for hazard pay compensation. Vex terminated the connection. He authorized procurement of Federation-issued equipment for all human liaison staff. The tablets would remain in the facility, undergo daily sterilization, and never leave the complex. The procurement request went to Supply Logistics with priority coding. Estimated delivery, 3 weeks. In the interim, liaison operations would continue at reduced capacity using the sterilized equipment pool. The bacterial cultures from the deceased administrators went to the Xenobiology Research Division. The analysis came back with detailed breakdowns. Pasteurella multicida, gram-negative bacteria, present in 90% of canine oral cavities, capable of causing rapid-onset sepsis in immunocompromised hosts. Capnocytophaga canamorsis, slow-growing bacteria, transmitted through saliva, associated with severe infection in individuals without prior exposure. The research division flagged both strains as high risk for Federation personnel. Recommendation: treat all contact with canine saliva as level 4 biological hazard. Vex updated the facility protocols. All surfaces in areas accessed by ESA animals required hourly sterilization. All Federation personnel required enhanced glove protection with triple-layer molecular barriers. All ESA animal movements within the facility required real-time tracking and immediate sterilization of contacted surfaces. The protocols were comprehensive. They were also unsustainable. The environmental teams could not maintain hourly sterilization across 6 floors. The enhanced gloves reduced manual dexterity by 40%, impacting data processing efficiency. He pulled the ESA registry for the entire containment zone. 473 registered emotional support animals, dogs, cats, and 3 miniature horses, all permitted in secure facilities under Health Code 774. All potential contamination vectors. The bacteria they carried were harmless to humans, who had evolved alongside these animals for thousands of years. But Federation personnel had no immunity, no recognition. Their immune systems treated canine oral bacteria as foreign invaders and mounted catastrophic responses. Vex authorized a formal request to the Galactic Health Board for emergency suspension of Health Code 774 in Federation-controlled facilities. The request cited 3 fatalities, multiple severe infections, and ongoing operational degradation. He attached medical analyses, bacterial culture data, and facility impact assessments. The submission went through priority channels. Estimated review time, 45 days. Warrant Officer Vance's transmission came that evening, audio only, background quiet. Inquisitor, heard you lost some people. Sorry about that. Vex stood in his private office looking out at the city through the reinforced viewport. The sunset painted the buildings orange and red. Your animals are biological weapons. Their saliva contains lethal bacteria. It's just dog spit, Vance said. No hostility in his tone, just flat statement. Dogs lick things. That's what they do. The bacteria are normal. We've been living with it for 30,000 years. Our kids crawl on floors where dogs walk. They put everything in their mouths. We build immunity young. My personnel have no immunity. Contact with contaminated surfaces is fatal. Yeah. Vance was silent for a moment. That's the problem with being too clean. You don't build resistance. Our immune systems know dog bacteria. Yours don't. Not much we can do about evolution. Vex's contamination meter pulsed. Orange, steady. You will implement saliva containment measures, muzzles, behavioral restrictions, surface contact prevention. Can't muzzle medical devices, Inquisitor. That's modification of certified equipment. Holloway already explained the legal issues. And you can't train a dog not to lick. That's like training them not to breathe. It's how they explore their environment. How they communicate. You muzzle them, they get stressed. Stress defeats the medical purpose. Then Federation facilities will prohibit all ESA animals. Health Code 774. Vance's voice carried no satisfaction, just information. You can't deny medical equipment access without proving the individual can function without it. That requires medical evaluation by certified physicians. For each case, individually, you've got 473 ESA registrations in your zone. That's 473 medical evaluations. Figure 90 days each for thorough assessment. You're looking at years of processing. The connection terminated. Vex stood in the silence, watching the sun disappear behind the buildings. The city's lights began to glow. Thousands of windows, millions of people, hundreds of thousands of dogs and cats, each one carrying bacteria in their saliva, on their fur, under their claws. The bacteria were everywhere. In the air, on surfaces, in the water. Invisible, persistent, lethal to anyone who had not evolved beside them. He pulled up the facility operational data. The regional administration complex was running at 61% efficiency. Personnel were avoiding shared equipment, maintaining maximum distance from liaison areas, and spending minimal time in common spaces. The enhanced sterilization protocols were consuming 40% of environmental team capacity. 3 additional infection cases had been reported, caught early, and treated successfully. The treatments required intensive medical intervention and extended recovery periods. Vex made a notation in his log. Human-animal bacterial symbiosis creates persistent contamination environment incompatible with Federation biological safety requirements. Standard sterilization protocols insufficient against evolved commensal bacteria. ESA exemption permits contamination vectors in all secure facilities. No viable mitigation strategy identified within current regulatory framework. He closed the file and looked at his contamination meter. Orange. It had been orange for 6 days. The color no longer fluctuated. He had stopped resetting it. The reading was accurate. The facility atmosphere contained bacterial aerosols from canine and feline sources. The concentration was low, below threshold for respiratory infection, but high enough to trigger the meter. High enough to remind him that the building itself had become contaminated at a biological level that sterilization could not fully address. The medical bay transmitted a status update. The third administrator from the initial incident had stabilized. Projected recovery time, 4 to 6 weeks. Permanent immune system damage probable. Recommendation: medical discharge from Earth assignment. Vex approved the discharge and authorized replacement personnel requisition. He pulled the broader operational reports. Similar incidents were being flagged across all Federation facilities in the containment zone. Bacterial infections from surface contamination, ESA animals in secure areas, liaison staff bringing household bacteria on personal equipment. The pattern was systemic. Health Code 774 had created openings in every facility, and the bacteria were infiltrating through those openings with mathematical inevitability. Vex drafted a priority communication to High Command. Request immediate policy review for Health Code 774 implementation in Earth integration zones. Current exemption framework permits biological contamination vectors in all secure facilities. Mitigation protocols ineffective against evolved commensal bacteria. Recommend emergency suspension pending development of compatible sterilization technology. Alternative proposal: complete segregation of human liaison operations to dedicated facilities with no shared infrastructure. The communication went through encrypted channels. He estimated 72 hours for High Command review. In the interim, the bacteria would continue spreading. The dogs would continue licking. The infections would continue developing. And the contamination meters would continue pulsing orange and red across every Federation facility in the zone. Vex looked out at the city one final time before leaving his office. Somewhere out there, 473 dogs were sleeping in their homes, their saliva rich with bacteria that had co-evolved with humans for millennia. The bacteria that protected human mouths from more dangerous infections. The bacteria that human immune systems ignored as harmless background flora. The bacteria that Federation immune systems recognized as existential threats. He wondered how many more administrators would die before High Command authorized the policy change. The numbers felt uncertain. Everything felt uncertain except the contamination meter on his chest, pulsing its steady orange warning. The bacteria were here. The bacteria were everywhere, and no amount of sterilization could make them leave. Chapter 10. The Zoo Break. The contamination meter on High Inquisitor Vex's chest pulsed red as he reviewed the tactical progress report from Northern Containment Operations. Muzzle mandate enforcement had achieved 73% compliance across registered canine assets in urban sectors. Surface contamination incidents from bacterial transfer had declined by 41%. Energy weapon modifications continued to prove effective against standard breed profiles, achieving incapacitation within 8 to 12 seconds for targets massing 65 to 90 pounds. The enhanced shield coverage negated ankle-level attacks from terrier subspecies. Patrol efficiency had improved by 22% over the previous 14 days. Vex authorized expansion of the muzzle mandate to suburban and rural zones. The directive went through standard channels with enforcement beginning at 0600 hours the following day. He made a notation approving the tactical progress and closed the file. The contamination meter pulsed. He no longer reset it. The red was persistent, accurate. The first incident report came from Sector 18 at 11:47 hours. Rural patrol encountering compliance resistance. Vex pulled the feed to his display. The helmet camera showed a farmstead, 50 acres of pasture bordered by stone walls and wire fencing. 300 sheep grazed in the near field. A farmhouse sat on a rise, white clapboard with a wraparound porch. Standard Earth agricultural operation. The patrol consisted of 4 heavy troopers in standard formation, approaching the residence to serve muzzle compliance documentation. The dog emerged from behind the barn at 30 meters distance. The helmet camera captured it clearly. Anatolian Shepherd. The database identified the breed automatically. Mass 147 pounds. Height at shoulder 32 inches. Coat thick, cream-colored, bred for outdoor work in harsh climates. The dog did not bark. It simply positioned itself between the patrol and the farmhouse, body lowered slightly, head level with its spine. The posture registered in the threat assessment overlay as defensive territorial behavior. The lead trooper activated the external speaker. Citizen, Galactic Health Code requires muzzle compliance for all canine assets over 15 pounds. Present your animal for equipment installation. The farmhouse door opened. A human emerged, female, approximately 60 years Earth standard. She carried a tablet and walked with the measured pace of someone accustomed to outdoor labor. The Anatolian shifted position, maintaining itself between the woman and the patrol. You have a warrant for entry onto private property? Her voice carried clearly across the distance. This is a compliance inspection. Warrant requirements do not apply to health code enforcement. The woman stopped at the porch railing. My dog is registered livestock guardian equipment. Agricultural exemption under Health Code 774, subsection D. Muzzles interfere with predator deterrent functionality. You'll need to file a variance with the Department of Agriculture. Vex watched the trooper consult his database. The query returned confirmation. Agricultural working dogs maintained separate classification from companion animals. The exemption existed. The trooper keyed his comm. Command, we have a compliance dispute. Subject claims agricultural exemption, requesting guidance. The response came through Vex's oversight channel. He opened a link to Director Holloway's office. She answered immediately, her workspace visible behind her. No dog in frame this time. High Inquisitor, I'm receiving field queries about agricultural exemptions. The statute is clear. Working livestock guardian dogs are classified as farm equipment, not pets. Muzzling them defeats their predator protection function. Your animals are required to wear muzzles under Emergency Health Directive. For companion animals, Holloway corrected. Her stylus tapped against the tablet. Guardian dogs are working equipment, different regulatory framework. Agricultural exemptions predate your health directive by 193 years. You'll need to submit variance requests through the Department of Agriculture. Standard processing time is 60 to 90 days. Vex's contamination meter pulsed. How many guardian dogs operate in the containment zone? Holloway pulled data. Approximately 4,000 registered livestock guardians. Anatolian Shepherds, Kangals, Great Pyrenees, Tibetan Mastiffs, Maremas. They protect sheep, goats, cattle, and poultry from predators. Coyotes, primarily. Some areas have wolf populations. The dogs are essential agricultural infrastructure. Vex terminated the connection. He returned his attention to the Sector 18 feed. The patrol had not advanced. The Anatolian remained in position, unmoving. The sheep grazed behind the stone wall, indifferent to the standoff. The trooper made another attempt at compliance instruction. The farmer cited the agricultural statute again. The patrol logged the interaction as compliance resistance and withdrew. 3 similar incidents occurred within the next 6 hours. Rural properties, livestock operations, guardian dogs positioned between patrols and agricultural assets. All interactions ended in withdrawal after agricultural exemption citation. Vex queried the database for guardian dog distribution. The map showed concentration in rural zones, particularly areas with active livestock farming. 4,173 registered animals. Average mass 120 to 180 pounds. Bred specifically for independent decision-making and territorial protection. He drafted a priority request to the Department of Agriculture for emergency variants on guardian dog muzzle requirements. The request cited public safety concerns and operational necessity. The automated response acknowledged receipt and provided a reference number. Estimated processing time, 84 days. Vex made a notation in the operational log and authorized patrols to avoid direct engagement with guardian dogs pending variance approval. The second incident occurred at 0340 hours the following morning. Sector 12, Suburban Rural Transition Zone. Night patrol conducting standard sweep through a residential area bordering agricultural land. The helmet camera showed a 2-lane road, houses spaced widely on large lots. The thermal overlay detected a signature ahead, stationary, massed approximately 160 pounds. The patrol adjusted course to investigate. The Kangal stood in the middle of the road. The database identified it from thermal profile and movement pattern. Mass 163 pounds. Bred in Turkey for livestock protection against wolves and bears. The dog's coat was thick, dark brindle over tan. It did not move as the patrol approached. The lead trooper activated the sonic deterrent. The emitter shrieked at 140 decibels. The Kangal's ears flattened against its skull. The dog held position. The trooper raised his energy rifle. Targeting solution locked. The dog's thermal signature showed elevated heart rate, but no flight response. The trooper advanced to 20 meters. The Kangal's posture shifted minutely. Weight redistributed to the hindquarters. The threat assessment overlay flagged imminent charge behavior. The trooper fired. The energy discharge struck the dog's center mass. The Kangal's thermal signature flared. The animal staggered, muscles convulsing from the electrical disruption. 12 seconds of continuous exposure. The dog remained upright. At 14 seconds, the Kangal charged. The helmet camera registered the acceleration, 0 to 40 kilometers per hour in 3 strides. The dog closed the distance in 2.7 seconds. It did not target the trooper's ankles. It targeted center mass, using its body as a battering ram. 163 pounds of muscle and bone impacted the trooper's shield at velocity. The shield held. The trooper did not. The kinetic force transferred through the shield's mounting points, destabilizing his stance. He went down hard, shoulder impacting pavement. The Kangal repositioned, placing itself on top of the fallen trooper's torso. No bite attempts. The dog simply held position, 163 pounds of weight distributed across the trooper's chest. The biosuit's pressure sensors flashed warnings, restricted breathing. The trooper's companions fired. Energy discharges struck the Kangal from 2 angles. The dog's body convulsed but maintained position. 18 seconds of exposure. 20. 22. At 24 seconds, the Kangal's muscles unlocked. The animal collapsed across the trooper's body, unconscious. Vex watched the medical response. The trooper suffered 3 fractured ribs from the initial impact and mild hypoxia from the weight compression. Recovery time estimated at 6 weeks. The Kangal was transported to a veterinary facility for treatment of electrical trauma. Prognosis: full recovery expected. No permanent damage. He pulled the energy weapon effectiveness data. Standard exposure times for canine incapacitation ranged from 4 to 8 seconds for breeds massing 65 to 90 pounds. The larger guardian breeds showed resistance extending to 15 to 24 seconds. The extended exposure requirement created tactical vulnerabilities. A dog that could absorb 20 seconds of continuous fire could close significant distance before incapacitation. The Kangal had covered 20 meters in under 3 seconds while actively being engaged. Director Holloway's transmission arrived 6 hours later. Hi, Inquisitor. I'm receiving reports of Federation personnel discharging energy weapons at livestock guardian dogs. These animals are protected agricultural equipment. Destruction or damage constitutes criminal mischief and destruction of farm property. I'm forwarding the relevant agricultural statutes and filing damage claims for the injured Kangal. Vex's contamination meter pulsed. The animal attacked a patrol. The dog defended its territory against perceived threats. That's exactly what it was bred to do. Livestock guardians are selected for courage and protective instinct. They don't run from predators. They engage. Your patrol entered the dog's territory at night, which triggered defensive response. The animal required 24 seconds of continuous energy weapon exposure to achieve incapacitation. That is 4 times standard protocol duration. Guardian breeds mass 120 to 180 pounds, Holloway replied. They have dense double coats and high pain tolerance. They're built to fight wolves and bears. Your weapons are calibrated for smaller animals. If you're going to engage guardian dogs, you'll need more firepower. Or you could avoid their territories. I can provide maps of properties with registered livestock guardians. Vex terminated the connection. He pulled the tactical assessment data and ran simulations. Engaging a Kangal or Anatolian required sustained fire of 20 to 24 seconds. During that exposure window, the animal could close 20 to 30 meters. Standard patrol formation maintained 10-meter spacing. A charging guardian could reach a trooper before incapacitation, even with immediate firing response. The kinetic impact force ranged from 200 to 400 pounds depending on the dog's mass and velocity, sufficient to destabilize armored personnel and cause injury through blunt force trauma. He authorized procurement of enhanced energy weapons with higher output capacity. The request went to supply logistics. Estimated delivery, 6 weeks. In the interim, patrols would operate under revised engagement protocols, maintain 50-meter minimum distance from known guardian dog territories, engage only if directly threatened, prioritize withdrawal over confrontation. The third incident occurred 9 days later. Sector 7, rural farmland. The patrol had maintained proper distance from a registered guardian dog property. The Tibetan Mastiff had other priorities. The database identified the breed from the helmet camera footage. Mass 171 pounds. Coat thick, black with tan markings. Bred in the Himalayas for monastery and livestock protection. The dog crossed 300 meters of open pasture at sustained running speed to intercept the patrol. The troopers detected the approach on thermal sensors. They established defensive formation and prepared firing solutions. The Mastiff did not slow. It charged directly into the energy weapon fire. The first discharge struck at 40 meters. The dog's gait stuttered but continued. Second discharge at 30 meters, third at 20. The animal was absorbing fire from 3 rifles simultaneously. At 10 meters, the Mastiff's legs buckled. Momentum carried the unconscious body forward in a tumbling slide that stopped 3 meters from the patrol formation. Vex reviewed the incident analysis. Cumulative exposure time, 31 seconds across 3 weapons. The Tibetan Mastiff had required triple the energy input of a standard German Shepherd to achieve incapacitation. The dog had not been attacking. Analysis of the property records showed a flock of sheep in the adjacent field. The Mastiff had perceived the patrol as a threat to livestock and engaged accordingly. Standard protective behavior for the breed. He pulled the veterinary report. The Mastiff had suffered electrical trauma to cardiac and neural systems. Treatment required intensive intervention. Recovery time, 4 to 6 weeks. The owner had filed formal complaints with local authorities in the Department of Agriculture. Holloway had forwarded citations for improper discharge of weapons in agricultural zones and interference with working animal operations. Vex stood in his office, looking out at the rural landscape visible beyond the containment zone's urban center. Fields and farms stretched to the horizon. Livestock operations dotted the terrain. 4,000 guardian dogs distributed across those properties. Each one bred for courage, territorial protection, and engagement with large predators. each one legally classified as agricultural equipment, each one capable of absorbing 20 to 30 seconds of energy weapon fire while maintaining attack posture. He pulled the operational maps. The rural zones showed extensive coverage: food production areas, livestock operations, agricultural infrastructure. Federation patrols needed access to those areas for comprehensive containment enforcement. But the Guardian dogs made access operationally costly. Every engagement required multiple weapons firing in sustained coordination. The energy drain was significant. Patrol duration decreased by 40% when operating in Guardian dog territories due to power conservation requirements. Warrant Officer Vance's transmission came that evening, audio only, background carrying the low sounds of livestock and distant barking. Inquisitor, heard you've been having trouble with the working dogs. Vex's contamination meter pulsed. Red, constant. Your agricultural animals require excessive force to neutralize. They create unacceptable risk to patrol personnel. They're doing their job, Vance said. His tone remained flat. Guardian dogs are bred to protect livestock from wolves and bears. A bear masses 400 pounds and has claws. Your people mass 160 pounds and have shields. The dogs don't see much difference. Threat is threat. The animals attack without provocation. They defend their territory. That's not aggression. That's function. Vance paused. The background barking grew louder briefly, then faded. You're operating in their space. The farms, the ranches. That's where the Guardians work. They've been doing it for 3,000 years. You want to avoid them. Stay out of agricultural zones. Agricultural zones constitute 47% of the containment zone's land area. Yeah. Vance was silent for a moment. That's where the food comes from. The Guardians protect the food. You shut down the Guardians, you lose the livestock to predators. You lose the livestock, you lose the food supply. Probably want to factor that into your operational planning. Vex terminated the connection. He pulled the food production data. The containment zone's agricultural output fed 3 million civilians. Livestock operations represented 62% of protein production. Guardian dogs protected approximately 87% of livestock operations from predation losses. Removing the dogs would result in estimated 12 to 18% livestock loss to coyotes, wolves, and other predators. The economic impact would be severe. The political consequences of food supply disruption would be worse. He drafted an updated tactical assessment. Guardian breed canines demonstrate enhanced resistance to energy weapon incapacitation. Mass advantage and protective instinct create engagement profiles requiring 3 to 4 times standard neutralization duration. Current weapons insufficient for safe engagement. Recommend procurement of enhanced firepower rated for large animal control. Alternative recommendation: operational restriction from agricultural zones pending development of Guardian-specific countermeasures. The assessment went to High Command with supporting incident data. He attached the agricultural exemption statutes and the food supply impact analysis. The conclusion was procedural, but the implications were clear. Engaging Guardian dogs required firepower equivalent to large predator control. Avoiding Guardian dogs meant abandoning 47% of the containment zone's territory. Neither option was operationally acceptable. The enhanced weapons arrived 4 weeks later. The supply delivery included tactical guidance documentation. The weapons were rated for megafauna control, designed for engagement with hostile wildlife on frontier worlds. Energy output capacity 3 times standard patrol rifles. Estimated incapacitation time for targets up to 250 pounds, 6 to 8 seconds. The documentation included warnings about collateral damage potential and facility penetration risks. The weapons were not designed for use in populated areas. Vex authorized limited deployment to rural patrol units. The weapons were distributed with strict engagement protocols. Use only when directly threatened. Minimum safe distance 50 meters. No discharge within 100 meters of civilian structures. The protocols were comprehensive. They were also acknowledgement that the Federation had escalated to anti-megafauna weapons to address farm dogs. The first deployment report came 3 days later. Sector 20, rural patrol encountering a Great Pyrenees. Mass 134 pounds. White coat, bred for mountain sheep protection. The dog had charged from 70 meters. The patrol engaged with enhanced weapons. The Pyrenees was incapacitated in 7 seconds. The animal survived with minor electrical trauma. Recovery time, 2 weeks. No patrol casualties. Vex reviewed the success report. Then he reviewed the political fallout. Local media had obtained footage of Federation personnel deploying megafauna-rated weapons against a farm dog. The imagery was being distributed widely. Commentary focused on disproportionate force and agricultural equipment destruction. Director Holloway filed formal protests citing excessive use of force and damage to protected working animals. The Department of Agriculture initiated investigation into weapons discharge in agricultural zones. He stood at his office viewport, watching the sunset paint the rural landscape in shades of amber and gold. Somewhere in those fields, 4,000 guardian dogs were settling into their evening routines, patrolling fence lines, checking livestock, marking territories, doing exactly what they had been bred to do for 3,000 years, protecting what humans had designated as valuable, engaging threats with the courage and determination that made them effective against wolves and bears. The contamination meter on his chest pulsed. Vex looked down at it. Red. Persistent. The reading included trace bacteria from close-quarter engagements, dogs that closed to within meters before incapacitation. Close enough that their breath, their saliva spray, their shed fur had entered the patrol's operational space. The guardian breeds did not maintain distance. They closed. They engaged. They used their mass and their courage as weapons, even when energy weapons were burning their neural systems. He made a notation in his personal log. Guardian breed canines represent distinct tactical profile from urban companion breeds. Enhanced mass, extended weapon resistance, territorial aggression optimized for large predator engagement. Current countermeasures require firepower escalation to megafauna control levels. Political sustainability of enhanced weapons deployment questionable. Agricultural zones remain operationally contested. The notation felt inadequate. The assessment felt incomplete. He closed the file and returned his attention to the landscape. A dog's bark carried across the distance, deep and resonant. Probably an Anatolian, given the pitch and duration. Warning bark. Something had entered its territory. The bark repeated, steady, confident, the sound of an animal that did not retreat from threats. Vex wondered what the guardian dogs understood about the patrols. Probably nothing. They simply perceived movement in their territories and responded according to 3,000 years of breeding. Engage the threat, protect the flock, hold the line. The biological data suggested they had no concept of Federation authority or galactic integration. They simply knew what they had always known. This ground belongs to the flock. Threats do not enter this ground. The numbers felt very large. 4,000 guardians, 47% of the zone's territory, 20 to 30 seconds of weapons fire per engagement. Enhanced firepower creating political backlash. Agricultural exemptions blocking muzzle compliance. The tactical situation was degrading through escalation. Every adaptation the Federation made was met with a biological countermeasure that humans had bred into the dog centuries before first contact. Vex closed the tactical files and prepared to depart for his quarters. The contamination meter pulsed against his chest. Red, constant, accurate. The office atmosphere contained bacterial aerosols from personnel returning from rural patrols, close engagements with guardian dogs, the animals' saliva, their breath, their physical presence introducing microbiological material that standard decontamination could not fully eliminate. He wondered how much larger the dogs could get. The database showed the Tibetan Mastiff as one of the heaviest recognized breeds at 171 pounds. But the agricultural exemptions did not specify mass limits, only function. If humans decided to breed heavier guardians, there was no regulatory mechanism to prevent it. The thought felt simultaneously absurd and inevitable. Everything about this integration felt that way. Absurd. Inevitable. Already decided by choices made thousands of years before his species arrived. The sunset faded. Vex left the office and walked through corridors that smelled faintly of chemical decontaminant and something organic underneath. The smell of earth, of dogs, of the biological reality that no amount of sterilization could fully eliminate. The contamination meter pulsed. He no longer looked down at it. The red was constant, accurate, expected. Chapter 11. Farm Strength. The contamination meter on High Inquisitor Vex's chest pulsed red as he reviewed the rural deployment authorization. Heavy Infantry Battalion 7 had been assigned to Sector 23, agricultural region designated for comprehensive asset removal operations. The battalion consisted of 48 heavy troopers equipped with enhanced armor plating, megafauna-rated energy weapons, and extended power cells. The armor added 32 kilograms to standard loadout, but provided protection against kinetic impacts up to 400 pounds force. Designed for engagement with large predators on frontier worlds. Deployed to address farm dogs. Vex authorized the operation and monitored the deployment feed. The battalion inserted via ground transport at 0620 hours, establishing a perimeter around a cluster of 6 farm properties totaling 900 acres. Livestock operations: sheep, cattle, goats. 4 registered livestock guardian dogs per the agricultural database. The mission parameters were specific: serve muzzle compliance orders, remove non-compliant animals to holding facilities, proceed to next property cluster. Standard enforcement operation scaled for guardian breed resistance. The first farm was a sheep operation, 400 acres of rolling pasture bordered by stone walls. The farmhouse sat on a rise, 2-story construction, white paint weathered by decades of sun and wind. A barn occupied the lower ground, red paint faded to rust brown. 300 sheep grazed in the near pasture. The troopers approached in standard formation, weapons ready, armor servos humming as they moved up the gravel drive. The farmer emerged from the barn. Male, approximately 72 years Earth Standard. He wore canvas work pants, a flannel shirt, and boots caked with mud. His hands showed the calluses and scars of outdoor labor. He carried a tablet and walked with the deliberate pace of someone who had worked this land for half a century. 3 Kangals emerged from the barn behind him. The dogs positioned themselves in a loose triangle formation, 1 at the farmer's left heel, 2 flanking at 10 meters. Mass averaging 160 pounds each. Brindle coats, dark masks, ears alert. The dogs did not bark. They simply moved into position and held. The lead trooper activated his external speaker. "Citizen, present your livestock guardian animals for muzzle compliance installation per Emergency Health Directive 4712. The farmer stopped 20 meters from the formation. He consulted his tablet. "You're trespassing on private agricultural land. State law requires a warrant for entry onto working farm property during active livestock operations. Health code enforcement supersedes local property law. Present your animals or face seizure action." The farmer looked up from his tablet. His expression was neutral, weathered face showing no particular emotion. "My dogs are registered working equipment under Agricultural Statute 18-C. Muzzle requirements don't apply to active livestock protection. You want to change that? File a variance with the Department of Agriculture. I'll wait." The lead trooper consulted his command feed. The variance requests filed 6 weeks prior remained in processing. No approvals issued. The agricultural exemption held. "Sir, the animals pose a public safety hazard. We're authorized to remove hazardous equipment pending compliance review." "Then I guess you better start removing." The farmer's tone remained flat. He tapped his tablet screen. "Fair warning, though. The dogs won't let you near the sheep. That's their job. And I've got farm equipment running. Combines processing the north field. You'll want to watch for that." The trooper advanced. The Kangals shifted position, moving to intercept. Their movement was coordinated without visible signals. The leftmost dog angled to cut off the trooper's approach vector. The other 2 widened their spacing, creating overlapping coverage zones. The formation was tactical, practiced. The dogs had worked together for years, defending this land against coyotes and the occasional wolf. They recognized threat approach patterns and responded according to breeding and training. The trooper raised his enhanced weapon. The targeting solution locked on the nearest Kangal at 30 meters. He fired. The energy discharge was brighter than standard rifles, the ionization trail wider. The Kangal's thermal signature flared. The dog staggered, muscles convulsing. 8 seconds of exposure. The animal dropped to one knee. At 10 seconds, it began to rise. The trooper maintained fire. 12 seconds. 14. At 16 seconds, the Kangol's legs folded and it collapsed unconscious. The other two Kangals charged. They did not vocalize. They simply accelerated from standing position to 40 kilometers per hour in 4 strides. The heavy armor slowed the troopers' response time. The servos required additional power to move the enhanced plating. By the time the second trooper acquired firing solution, the dogs had closed 20 meters. The energy discharges struck both animals simultaneously. The Kangals continued their charge through the electrical disruption. Mass and momentum carried them forward even as their neural systems began shutting down. The first dog impacted a trooper at 18 seconds of exposure. 163 pounds moving at 35 kilometers per hour. The enhanced armor absorbed the kinetic energy better than standard plating. The trooper remained upright. The impact still transferred enough force to drive him back 3 steps. The dog collapsed at his feet. The second Kangal veered, targeting a different trooper. 20 seconds of fire. The animal's charge faltered at 5 meters, legs buckling. Momentum carried the unconscious body forward in a tumbling slide that stopped 2 meters from the patrol line. Vex watched the engagement metrics. 3 Guardian dogs neutralized in 48 seconds total engagement time. No patrol casualties. Enhanced weapons performing within specifications. The battalion continued advancing toward the farmhouse. The sheep in the near pasture scattered, bleeding in distress. The farmer had not moved from his position. He was watching something beyond the trooper's immediate field of view. The sound registered before the visual, a deep mechanical rumble, growing louder. The troopers turned. The combine harvester emerged from behind the barn, moving at 15 kilometers per hour across the pasture. The machine was massive, 8 meters wide, harvesting mechanism extending forward like industrial mandibles. The operator was visible in the enclosed cabin, the farmer from the initial confrontation. He had crossed the distance to the equipment while the troopers engaged his dogs. The battalion commander issued retreat orders. The troopers began backing toward their transport vehicles. The combine did not slow. It crossed the pasture in a direct line toward the formation, crushing fence posts and cutting through irrigation lines. The harvesting drum at the front of the machine was designed to process grain stalks. It rotated at 400 revolutions per minute. Anything that entered that mechanism would be reduced to component parts in seconds. The troopers fired. Energy discharges struck the combine's hull plating. The steel absorbed the thermal load and dissipated it across the machine's mass. No critical systems exposed, no vulnerable points accessible to energy weapons. The combine was built for agricultural work in harsh conditions. Durability was engineered into every component. The machine continued advancing. At 50 meters, the battalion commander authorized retreat to transports. The troopers disengaged, moving at best speed in enhanced armor. The servos strained under the load. Maximum sustainable speed, 12 kilometers per hour. The combine was maintaining 15. The gap closed. At 30 meters, the first trooper reached the transport. At 20 meters, half the battalion had boarded. At 10 meters, the combine's harvesting drum was close enough that the sound overwhelmed the audio pickups. The last trooper boarded at 4 meters separation. The transport accelerated, pulling away from the combine. The farmer brought the machine to a halt at the property line, the harvesting drum still rotating. He sat in the cabin, visible through the reinforced glass, watching the transports retreat down the rural road. The 3 Kangals were beginning to regain consciousness in the pasture behind him. The sheep had settled, resuming grazing as if nothing had occurred. Vex reviewed the incident analysis. Battalion 7 had successfully neutralized the Guardian dogs but retreated under pressure from agricultural equipment. No casualties. Mission objective not achieved. Property not secured. Animals not removed. The combine harvester had functioned as an area denial weapon using nothing more than its standard operational configuration. A machine designed to harvest grain had routed a heavy infantry battalion. Director Halloway's transmission arrived within the hour. Hi, Inquisitor. I'm receiving reports of Federation military forces discharging weapons on private farm property and damaging registered livestock Guardian equipment. 3 Kangals are being treated for electrical trauma. The property owner is filing charges for trespassing, weapons discharge in agricultural zones, and destruction of working animals. I'm also forwarding a citation for interference with active harvest operations. The combine was processing a contracted crop. Your forces disrupted commercial agricultural activity. Vex's contamination meter pulsed. The farmer deployed farm equipment as a weapon against Federation personnel. The farmer was harvesting his north field. Your personnel were in the harvesting path. Operating a combine on your own property isn't a hostile act. It's agriculture. Holloway's stylus tapped steadily. You want to avoid combines during harvest season? I can provide agricultural calendars. Harvest runs June through September for most crops. You'll need to schedule rural operations around that. That eliminates 4 months of rural enforcement capability. Environmental compliance, Holloway said. Disrupting harvest operations affects food supply. I'm sure your command structure understands the importance of maintaining agricultural productivity during integration. Vex terminated the connection. He pulled the agricultural calendar data. Harvest season overlapped with livestock breeding cycles, planting schedules, and maintenance periods for farm equipment. The operational windows for rural enforcement were narrowing to unsustainable levels. He authorized a comprehensive review of rural engagement protocols and forwarded the combine incident to tactical planning. The second incident occurred 4 days later. Sector 18, cattle operation spanning 1,200 acres. Battalion 7 approached with revised protocols. No direct property entry, perimeter establishment only, long-range visual confirmation of muzzle compliance. The revised approach was designed to minimize contact with guardian dogs and avoid agricultural equipment confrontation. The operation failed at the perimeter establishment phase. The property bordered open-range land. The boundary was marked by barbed wire fencing and survey stakes, not physical barriers. The troopers established position along the fence line and began sensor sweeps of the property. The cattle grazed in the middle distance, black and red bodies against green pasture. 4 livestock guardian dogs were visible moving among the herd. Great Pyrenees, white coats, mass averaging 130 pounds. The dogs were aware of the troopers but maintained position with the cattle. The rancher appeared 15 minutes into the sensor sweep. Female, approximately 68 years Earth Standard. She rode a 4-wheel all-terrain vehicle across the pasture, 3 Kangals running alongside. She stopped at the fence line, 50 meters from the nearest trooper. The Kangals positioned themselves between the ATV and the fence, facing the battalion formation. The rancher remained on the vehicle, engine idling. "You're on the property line," she called across the distance. "That's still my land. Easement runs 20 meters beyond the fence for equipment access. You're standing in it." The battalion commander checked the survey data. She was correct. The property easement extended beyond the visible fence line. The troopers were technically on private land. "Ma'am, we're conducting health compliance verification. We need visual confirmation of muzzle installation on your guardian dogs. Dogs are working livestock protection. Agricultural exemption applies. You want to verify compliance? File a request with the Department of Agriculture. They'll send an inspector in 6 to 8 weeks." The commander attempted negotiation. The rancher responded with statute citations and procedural requirements. The exchange continued for 40 minutes. No resolution. The rancher remained on her ATV, engine running, 3 Kangals holding position between her and the troopers. The Great Pyrenees maintained their position with the cattle herd, visible but distant. The stalemate was absolute. At 47 minutes, the rancher started moving. She drove the ATV in a wide circle around the trooper formation, maintaining 50-meter distance. The Kangals moved with her, positioning themselves between the ATV and the troopers throughout the maneuver. The formation was disciplined, practiced. The dogs responded to no visible commands. They simply maintained defensive geometry as the rancher completed her circuit and returned to her starting position. "I'm checking fence line integrity," she announced. "Daily maintenance. If you're still in the easement when I come around again, you're interfering with agricultural operations. That's a state violation. I'll have to call the sheriff." The battalion commander ordered withdrawal. The troopers retreated to public road boundaries. The rancher completed her fence check, the Kangals maintaining formation throughout. The mission logged as compliance verification unsuccessful. Property not secured. Animals not verified. No enforcement action taken. Vex reviewed the tactical summary. Rural operations were achieving 0% success rate against coordinated farmer-guardian defense. The farmers understood property law, agricultural statutes, and enforcement procedures better than the battalion commanders. They used that knowledge to create legal barriers that prevented Federation access. The guardian dogs provided physical deterrence. The farmers provided legal deterrence. Together, they made rural enforcement operationally impossible. He pulled the rural property data. The containment zone included 4,700 agricultural operations, family farms, ranches, livestock operations, owned and operated by individuals with generational knowledge of the land and the law. Average age of primary operators, 63 years. Average time on property, 37 years. These were not civilians who would yield to authority. These were landowners defending property they had worked for decades. Warrant Officer Vance's transmission came that evening, audio only, background carrying the sound of livestock and the distant rumble of a tractor. Inquisitor, heard your people had trouble with old man Peterson and his combine. Vex stood at his office viewport, looking out at the darkening rural landscape. Farmhouse lights were beginning to glow across the fields. Your civilians are deploying agricultural equipment as weapons. Peterson was harvesting his wheat. Your people were in his field. Vance's tone remained flat. Combine doesn't turn on a dime. You see one coming, you move. Simple. The farmer deliberately drove toward my personnel. He was following his harvest line. Probably been running that same pattern for 40 years. You want to avoid the combines, stay off the fields during harvest. The farmers aren't going to change their schedules for compliance checks. Vex's contamination meter pulsed. Red, constant. The rural population is systematically obstructing enforcement operations. They're doing their work, farming, ranching, maintaining their land. The guardians protect the livestock. The equipment processes the crops. That's how agriculture functions. You're trying to enforce compliance in the middle of harvest season. The farmers have deadlines, weather windows, crop maturity schedules. Your regulations don't override biological cycles. You will instruct the rural population to cooperate with Federation authority. Can't do that, Vance said. The tractor sound in the background grew louder briefly, then faded. Property rights are constitutional. The farmers own the land. You want access, you need warrants or consent. They're not giving consent. And judges aren't issuing warrants for health code checks on farm equipment. Vex terminated the connection. He pulled the legal database and reviewed property law precedents. The statutes were clear. Private agricultural land maintained enhanced protections under multiple legal frameworks: environmental law, agricultural preservation statutes, rural development codes. The protections had been established over 2 centuries to prevent urban encroachment and maintain food production capacity. The Federation's integration framework had to operate within those protections or face systematic legal challenges that would delay enforcement by years. He drafted an updated operational assessment. Rural enforcement operations encountering comprehensive legal and tactical resistance. Agricultural exemptions block guardian dog compliance. Property rights prevent facility access. Farm equipment functions as mobile area denial systems. Farmer knowledge of legal procedures creates systematic obstruction. Current protocols insufficient for rural penetration. Recommend suspension of rural operations pending policy revision. The assessment went to High Command with supporting incident data. He attached the property law analysis and the agricultural calendar restrictions. The conclusion was procedural, but the implication was clear. The rural zones were operationally inaccessible without fundamental changes to enforcement doctrine. The farmers and their guardian dogs had created a defensive network that the Federation could not penetrate using current methods. The enhanced armor proved ineffective 3 days later. Sector 11, Mixed Agricultural Zone. Battalion 7 attempted a dawn operation, approaching a ranch property before the farmer could deploy defensive measures. The troopers moved in darkness, thermal imaging tracking the farmhouse and barn structures. 4 Kangals were visible in thermal signature, bedded near the barn. The plan was simple: neutralize the dogs before they could establish defensive positions. The farmer was already awake. The troopers detected him moving in the barn at 05:30 hours. By the time they crossed onto the property at 05:45, He was seated on a tractor pulling a manure spreader. The equipment was operational, engine running, spreader mechanism engaged. The farmer drove the tractor directly toward the advancing formation. The troopers recognized the area denial tactic and began tactical withdrawal. The farmer adjusted course, cutting off their retreat angle. The manure spreader began distributing its load across the pasture in a wide arc that intersected the trooper formation. The Kangals emerged from the barn and positioned themselves behind the spreader, using the equipment as mobile cover. The contamination alarms were immediate. The organic material coating the enhanced armor was registering as biological hazard. The contamination meters spiked to red across the battalion. The material was not toxic. It was simply manure, standard agricultural byproduct used for field fertilization. But the biosuits could not distinguish between dangerous bacteria and agricultural bacteria. The alarm protocols treated all organic contamination as potential threat. The battalion retreated under chemical contamination alarm conditions. The troopers required full decontamination before they could return to base facilities. The decontamination process took 6 hours and consumed the facility's entire reserve of chemical sterilization agent. 3 troopers showed stress markers requiring psychological intervention. The mission was logged as failed due to biological contamination. The farmer had routed a heavy infantry battalion using fertilizer. Vex stood in his office that night, watching the rural darkness. The farm lights were scattered across the landscape like stars, each one representing a family that had worked the land for generations, families that knew every meter of their property, families that understood the equipment, the animals, the law, families that would not yield. He pulled the demographic data. The average rural farmer was 63 years old. The youngest operators were in their 40s, inheriting family land from retired parents. The oldest was 87, still working a cattle operation with help from his grandchildren. These were not people who intimidated easily. They had survived droughts, floods, economic collapses, and technological disruptions. They had maintained their land through everything Earth had thrown at them for decades. A Federation compliance order was just another problem to solve. The guardian dogs were extensions of the farmers, bred and trained over generations to work the land. The equipment was similarly familiar: tractors, combines, spreaders, harvesters. Machines the farmers had operated for so long that the controls were muscle memory. When a farmer climbed into a combine, he did not think about the operation. He simply did it, decades of experience guiding every movement. That experience made the equipment dangerous in ways the Federation could not counter. Vex made a notation in his personal log. Rural population demonstrates systematic resistance through combined application of legal knowledge, agricultural expertise, and livestock guardian coordination. Average operator, age 63 years. Generational land tenure averaging 37 years. Population possesses comprehensive understanding of property rights, agricultural statutes, and equipment operation. Guardian dogs function as force multipliers for defensive operations. Farm equipment functions as mobile area denial systems. Assessment: rural zones operationally inaccessible using current enforcement protocols. The notation felt accurate. The assessment felt incomplete. He closed the file and returned his attention to the darkness beyond the viewport. Somewhere in those fields, 4,000 guardian dogs were settling into their night routines, patrolling fence lines, checking livestock, working the land they had been bred to protect. And somewhere in those farmhouses, thousands of farmers were preparing for the next day's work, harvesting crops, maintaining equipment, defending property. The contamination meter on his chest pulsed. Vex looked down at it. Red. Constant. The reading included trace bacteria from the manure spreader incident, organic material that had entered the facility despite decontamination protocols. The smell lingered in the processing areas, faint but persistent. The smell of agriculture, of work, of land that belonged to people who would not leave. He wondered what the farmers thought when they saw the Federation patrols. Probably very little. They had work to do, crops to harvest, animals to tend, land to maintain. The patrols were just another obstacle to work around, like weather, like equipment breakdowns, like market fluctuations. The farmers had dealt with obstacles all their lives. They simply adapted and continued working. The numbers felt very large. 4,700 agricultural operations, 63 years average age, 37 years average tenure, 4,000 guardian dogs, thousands of pieces of heavy equipment, harvest season running 4 months, breeding season overlapping with planting season. The rural calendar was dense with operational constraints that had nothing to do with Federation authority and everything to do with biological cycles and economic necessity. Vex closed the operational files and prepared to depart for his quarters. The contamination meter pulsed against his chest. Red. Constant. Accurate. The office atmosphere contained particles he could not identify. Dust from the fields, probably. Or pollen. Or bacteria from agricultural operations that standard filtration could not eliminate. The building itself was contaminated at a level that existed independently of Federation sterilization efforts. He wondered if the farmers would still be working the land after the integration completed. The thought felt simultaneously absurd and inevitable. Everything about this integration felt that way. The farmers would keep farming. The guardian dogs would keep guarding. The land would keep demanding work. And the Federation would keep encountering resistance that could not be classified as rebellion because it was simply people doing what they had always done. The sunset had long faded. Vex left the office and walked through corridors that smelled faintly of chemical decontaminant and something organic underneath. The smell of manure, still present despite 6 hours of aggressive sterilization. The contamination meter pulsed. He did not look down. The red was expected. Permanent, the new baseline for operations in agricultural zones. The rural darkness felt very large. Chapter 12. The Guidance System. The contamination meter on High Inquisitor Vex's chest pulsed red as he reviewed the urban tactical revision. Rural operations had been suspended pending policy review. The containment strategy now focused on high-density urban sectors where property boundaries were clearly defined and agricultural exemptions did not apply. Command had authorized deployment of Battalion 3 to Sector 4, Metropolitan Core, population density 8,000 per square kilometer. The mission parameters were straightforward. Establish patrol presence in commercial districts, enforce muzzle compliance in public spaces, demonstrate Federation authority in areas with minimal guardian dog population. Vex authorized the deployment and monitored the insertion. Battalion 3 consisted of 36 heavy troopers equipped with standard urban patrol loadout. Enhanced shields, standard energy weapons, full sensor packages. The battalion deployed at 08:15 hours, establishing patrol routes through the financial district. Clean streets, tall buildings, minimal vegetation, optimal environment for Federation operations. The contamination in urban air was lower than rural zones. The bacterial load from agricultural operations did not penetrate this far into the city center. The first incident occurred at 09:47 hours. Patrol Alpha reported optical interference. The helmet cameras showed standard urban environment, office buildings, pedestrian walkways, vehicle traffic. Then a red dot appeared on the pavement 3 meters ahead of the lead trooper. Circular, approximately 2 centimeters diameter, bright against the gray concrete. The dot moved. It tracked across the pavement in a smooth arc, climbing the wall of the adjacent building, disappearing into shadow, reappearing on a storefront window. The trooper's threat assessment system flagged the light source. Laser designation, commercial grade, wavelength 650 nanometers, power output less than 5 milliwatts, classified as non-threatening. The dot continued moving, tracing patterns on surfaces. The trooper advanced. The dot shifted position, moving away from the patrol at walking speed. Standard evasion behavior for laser-based harassment. The protocol was to ignore civilian interference and maintain patrol route. The Greyhound appeared from an alley at 63 kilometers per hour. The helmet camera captured it for exactly 1.4 seconds before impact. The database identified the breed automatically. Mass 32 kilograms, height at shoulder 71 centimeters, built for sprint pursuit. The dog was not attacking the trooper. It was chasing the red dot. The dot was on the trooper's shield. The impact transferred 420 newtons of force. The trooper maintained stability. The Greyhound rebounded, repositioned in 3 strides, and lunged again. The dog's focus was absolute. Eyes locked on the red dot, body mechanics optimized for pursuit. The trooper raised his energy weapon. The targeting system acquired lock. Before he could fire, the red dot moved. It shifted from his shield to the pavement, tracking away at velocity. The Greyhound disengaged and pursued the dot, accelerating to 45 kilometers per hour in 2 seconds. Vex watched the tactical feed. The red dot led the Greyhound in a wide arc around the patrol formation. The dog followed with mechanical precision, turning where the dot turned, accelerating when the dot moved faster. At 50 meters distance, the dot stopped on the side of a parked vehicle. The Greyhound closed the distance and stood, panting, staring at the motionless red circle. The patrol resumed movement. The red dot appeared again, this time on the rear trooper's back armor. A different Greyhound emerged from a side street and sprinted toward the formation. The pattern repeated for 18 minutes, red dots appearing on trooper armor or nearby surfaces, Greyhounds responding with immediate pursuit. The dogs came from different directions, different alleys, different buildings. Each animal operated independently, responding only to the visual stimulus of the moving red dot. The troopers could not maintain patrol formation while constantly adjusting to avoid canine pursuit. The mission objective degraded from enforcement patrol to evasion exercise. At 1009 hours, the tactical situation changed. Patrol Alpha was attempting to regroup in a plaza when 3 red dots appeared simultaneously, one on each of 3 troopers, spaced across the formation. 3 Greyhounds responded from 3 different approach vectors. The dogs converged on the patrol at speeds exceeding 60 kilometers per hour. The troopers activated shields and prepared to engage. The red dots moved. All 3 shifted to a single target, the patrol commander. The commander's armor was painted with 3 overlapping red circles. 3 Greyhounds hit him simultaneously from different angles. The kinetic impact was distributed but cumulative. The commander went down. His shield generators overloaded from the multiple impact points. The Greyhounds did not bite. They simply rebounded and repositioned, maintaining focus on the red dots that continued dancing across the commander's armor. The patrol attempted to provide covering fire. The energy discharges struck empty pavement. The Greyhounds were already moving, tracking new dot positions with reaction times faster than standard targeting solutions could compensate for. Vex pulled back the tactical overview. The red dots were coming from elevated positions, office buildings, parking structures, rooftops. The laser sources were positioned 300 to 500 meters from the engagement zone, beyond standard visual identification range. Each source was operated by a human with clear line of sight to the patrol. The humans were coordinating. When one Greyhound became exhausted, a new dog was directed into the engagement from a different position. The relay system was maintaining constant pressure without any single animal experiencing overexertion. Director Holloway's transmission came at 10:34 hours. Hi, Inquisitor. I'm receiving reports of Federation patrols harassing civilian pets in the financial district. Greyhounds are registered companion animals. If your personnel are using laser pointers to agitate the dogs, that constitutes animal harassment under municipal code. Vex's contamination meter pulsed. Your civilians are directing canine assets against Federation personnel using laser guidance systems. Commercial laser pointers are legal consumer products. People use them for presentations, educational purposes, and pet exercise. If your personnel are positioned where the laser beams terminate, that's a coincidence. The dog owners can't control where other people point lasers. The dogs are attacking my patrols in coordinated patterns. Greyhounds have high prey drive. They chase moving light sources instinctively. That's genetic behavior, not trained attack. If the animals see red dots, they'll pursue them. It's what sighthounds do. Holloway's stylus tapped steadily. You want to avoid laser-directed dog pursuit. Stay away from areas with high Greyhound ownership. I can provide demographic maps. Vex terminated the connection. He pulled the Greyhound registration data. The urban core contained approximately 2,000 registered Greyhounds, retired racing dogs primarily. The animals had been bred for competitive sprint racing, then adopted as companion animals after their racing careers ended. They maintained their sprint capability. Peak speed 70 kilometers per hour, sustainable for 400 meters, recovery time minimal. A rested greyhound could repeat sprint performance with only brief rest intervals. He authorized tactical analysis. The report came back in 40 minutes. Greyhound sprint speed exceeded Federation ground-level tracking system parameters. The sensor arrays were calibrated for threats moving at 20 to 40 kilometers per hour. Vehicles, infantry, standard military mobility profiles. A target moving at 70 kilometers per hour at ground level created tracking errors. The system classified the signatures as sensor malfunction or calibration drift, not legitimate targets. The second incident occurred the following day. Sector 7, Commercial District, near the transportation hub. Patrol Delta was conducting compliance verification when the laser guidance began. This time the pattern was different. The red dots did not target the patrol directly. They appeared on surfaces 300 meters ahead of the trooper formation, on building facades, vehicle windows, pavement. The greyhounds pursued the dots in straight sprint lines that happened to intersect the patrol's movement corridor. 6 greyhounds running at 65 kilometers per hour created a moving barrier of biological mass. The troopers could not advance without risk of collision. They attempted lateral movement. The red dots adjusted, directing fresh greyhounds into the new approach vectors. The patrol was effectively pinned in a 3-block radius by relay teams of sprinting dogs that never came within weapons range but created persistent movement denial through positioning and velocity. The patrol commander requested air support. The request was denied. Urban flight regulations prohibited low-altitude operations in commercial districts during business hours. The patrol attempted to wait out the harassment. After 70 minutes, they withdrew to base. Mission objective not achieved. No compliance verifications completed. 0 hostile contacts. The patrol had been neutralized by consumer electronics directing retired racing dogs. Vex stood in the Tactical Operations Center, watching feeds from multiple patrols encountering similar patterns. Red dots on surfaces, greyhounds sprinting in response, humans operating laser pointers from elevated positions that patrol sensors could not effectively track. The coordination was remarkable. When one dog tired, another appeared. The relay system maintained pressure without any single animal experiencing exhaustion that would trigger medical concern. He pulled the laser pointer specifications. Commercial units ranged from 1 to 5 milliwatts power output, effective range up to 1 kilometer in low-light conditions. In urban environments with ambient light, effective range dropped to 300 meters. But 300 meters was sufficient. A human on a 6th-floor office window could direct a greyhound against a patrol anywhere in the visible street grid. The buildings provided natural observation posts. The greyhounds provided kinetic response. Warrant Officer Vance's transmission arrived that evening. Audio only, background carrying the distant sound of traffic and the rhythmic panting of a dog. Inquisitor, heard your patrols are having trouble with the racing dogs. Vex's contamination meter pulsed. Red, constant. Your civilians are using laser designation to weaponize greyhounds against Federation operations. People are exercising their dogs. Greyhounds need to run. Sighthounds chase moving targets. It's genetics. Someone shines a laser, the dog runs. Simple. The coordination is deliberate. Multiple operators directing multiple animals in synchronized patterns. Coincidence. Vance's tone remained flat. Lots of people own laser pointers. Lots of people own greyhounds. In a city of 3 million, you're going to see overlap. The dogs are just doing what they're bred to do, chasing things that move. Vex terminated the connection. He authorized procurement of anti-laser countermeasures, reflective coating for armor, optical filters for helmet cameras, signal jammers to disrupt laser wavelengths. The equipment requests went to supply logistics. Estimated delivery, 4 weeks. In the interim, urban patrols would operate under revised protocols. Maintain awareness of elevated positions. Identify and neutralize laser sources before engaging primary objectives. Treat greyhound populations as area denial hazards. The third incident demonstrated the tactical evolution. Sector 12, Administrative District. Patrol Gamma was escorting a high-value target, a regional administrator traveling from secure facility to ground transport. The route had been planned to minimize exposure. 3-block movement corridor, pre-swept, sensors active. Standard VIP protection protocol. The laser guidance began at 100 meters from the transport vehicle. Red dots appeared on the administrator's escort shield. 4 greyhounds responded simultaneously from dispersed positions. The escorts formed defensive barrier. The greyhounds did not attempt to breach. They simply maintained pursuit of the moving red dots, circling the formation at sprint speed. The administrator's movement slowed to accommodate the defensive posture. The 3-block route extended to 15 minutes of exposure time. At minute 7, the red dots shifted. They moved from the escort shields to the administrator's personal armor. 6 more greyhounds joined from new vectors. The formation was now surrounded by 10 dogs running in overlapping sprint patterns, maintained by laser operators positioned in buildings throughout the district. The administrator's shields were impacted repeatedly by animals moving too fast for targeting systems to track effectively. At minute 12, the administrator's contamination meter spiked. 1 greyhound's panting breath had entered the ventilation intake during close pursuit. Bacterial aerosols. The administrator required immediate medical evaluation. The escort mission was aborted. The VIP was transported to medical facility under elevated contamination protocol. The greyhounds dispersed when the red dots disappeared. No dogs were injured. No weapons were fired. The high-value target had been effectively neutralized by consumer electronics and retired racing dogs. Vex reviewed the incident with medical analysis. The bacterial contamination from canine respiratory aerosols was minor, treatable with standard suppression medication, but the psychological impact was significant. The administrator refused to return to ground operations. Request for permanent orbital assignment filed and approved. The greyhounds had achieved operational removal of a senior Federation official without physical contact. He pulled the tactical assessment data and ran projections. 2,000 registered greyhounds in the urban core. If coordinated through laser guidance, those animals could create persistent movement denial across approximately 40 square kilometers of metropolitan area. The dogs did not need to attack. They simply needed to run. Their speed created targeting problems. Their numbers created persistence. Their prey drive made them reliable responders to visual stimulus. The countermeasure equipment arrived 3 weeks later. Reflective coating for armor, designed to scatter laser wavelengths and prevent dot formation on Federation surfaces. The coating was applied to all patrol units. The first deployment showed immediate tactical failure. The laser operators adjusted. Instead of painting dots on trooper armor, they painted dots on the pavement ahead of patrol formations. The greyhounds pursued the ground-level targets, creating the same movement barriers without requiring direct armor designation. Vex authorized secondary countermeasures. Optical filters to block 650 nanometer wavelengths. The filters reduced helmet camera effectiveness in urban environments by 37%. The patrols accepted the degradation. The filters proved partially effective. The laser operators switched to different wavelength pointers. Green lasers at 532 nanometers. Blue lasers at 445 nanometers. The greyhounds responded to all wavelengths with equal enthusiasm. The signal jammers were deployed next. Electromagnetic interference designed to disrupt laser pointer circuitry. The jammers created radio frequency pollution that interfered with Federation communication systems. The patrols had to choose between blocking laser guidance or maintaining command network connectivity. The operators chose connectivity. The laser guidance continued. Vex stood in his office late one evening, watching the city lights. The metropolitan core stretched to the horizon, millions of windows glowing against the darkness. Behind any of those windows, a human could be standing with a laser pointer, ready to direct a greyhound against the next patrol that entered the street grid below. The thought felt absurd. The tactical reality was undeniable. Consumer electronics costing less than 10 credits were neutralizing military patrols equipped with thousands of credits worth of sensors and countermeasures. He pulled the broader operational data. Urban patrol effectiveness had declined by 68% since Greyhound coordination began. Patrols spent more time evading canine pursuit than conducting enforcement operations. High-value transport missions were increasingly aborted due to contamination risk or extended exposure time. No Federation casualties. No dog casualties. Just systematic operational degradation through relay teams of animals chasing light. The contamination meter on his chest pulsed. Vex looked down at it. Read, constant. The reading included bacterial traces from multiple sources now. Guardian dog saliva from rural encounters. Canine respiratory aerosols from greyhound proximity. Agricultural bacteria from manure spreader incidents. The contamination was cumulative. Each engagement added another layer of biological material that decontamination could not fully eliminate. He made a notation in his personal log. Urban operations degraded by coordinated laser guidance of sighthound populations. Greyhound sprint velocity exceeds tracking system parameters. Relay coordination maintains persistent pressure without animal exhaustion. Consumer electronics function as precision targeting system for biological assets. Countermeasures ineffective against adaptive operator tactics. Assessment. Metropolitan zones operationally contested through technological direction of canine prey drive. The notation felt accurate. The assessment felt incomplete. He closed the file and returned his attention to the city lights. Somewhere in those buildings, humans were probably watching patrol routes through windows. Laser pointers ready, greyhounds resting nearby, waiting for the next formation to enter their coverage zone. The coordination did not require central command. It just required line of sight and a $5 piece of consumer electronics. Warrant Officer Vance's final transmission on the subject came 2 days later. Inquisitor, heard your countermeasures aren't working out. Vex's contamination meter pulsed. The laser guidance coordination is systematic. Your civilians are operating with military-grade tactical planning. People are exercising their dogs. Greyhounds need to sprint. It's good for them. Keeps them healthy. The lasers make it easy. Point the light, the dog runs. No training required. It's instinct. The relay system indicates coordinated operation. Greyhounds are social. They like watching each other run. One dog sprints, another dog wants to sprint. Natural behavior. People see it happening. They join in. It's entertainment. Like a sport. Vance paused. The background carried the sound of claws on pavement. The breathing of a running dog. The greyhounds were bred for racing. That's what they do. You put them in a city with lots of straight streets and people with laser pointers, they're going to run. Can't fight 80 years of breeding and 10,000 years of chase instinct. Vex terminated the connection. He pulled the demographic data one final time. 2,000 greyhounds in the urban core. Average sprint speed 63 kilometers per hour. Average recovery time between sprints, 4 minutes. Average laser pointer ownership in metropolitan population, 37%. The numbers created a tactical environment where any patrol could encounter laser-guided canine pursuit at any time from any direction. He drafted an updated operational assessment. Metropolitan enforcement operations encountering systematic resistance through coordinated laser guidance of sighthound populations. Greyhound velocity exceeds sensor tracking parameters. Relay coordination creates persistent operational pressure. Consumer electronic guidance systems function as precision targeting for biological assets. Countermeasure development unable to pace adaptive civilian tactics. Recommends suspension of urban core operations pending development of velocity tracking sensor systems. The assessment went to High Command with supporting tactical data. He attached the medical reports from contamination incidents and the psychological evaluations from personnel requesting orbital reassignment. The conclusion was procedural, but the implication was clear. The urban zones were joining the rural zones in the category of operationally inaccessible territory. The greyhounds and their laser-wielding handlers had created another layer of persistent resistance that standard Federation doctrine could not penetrate. Vex closed the operational files and prepared to depart for his quarters. The contamination meter pulsed against his chest. Read, constant, expected. The office atmosphere contained particles from a dozen different sources now. Dog dander, bacterial aerosols, agricultural dust. The building itself had become a collection point for biological material that existed independently of sterilization efforts. He wondered how fast the dogs could run if they were bred specifically for speed rather than racing. The greyhounds were already pushing 70 kilometers per hour. The biological potential for canine sprint velocity might extend higher. The thought felt absurd. But then, everything about this integration felt absurd. Consumer electronics directing retired racing dogs to neutralize military patrols. farmers routing heavy infantry with harvest equipment, guardian dogs requiring megafauna-rated weapons. Each tactical problem solved only to reveal a new biological or legal or procedural barrier that made the solution irrelevant. The city lights glowed against the darkness. Vex left the office and walked through corridors that smelled faintly of chemical decontaminant and something else underneath. The smell of dogs. Multiple breeds, multiple sources. The contamination was systemic now, permanent, the new baseline for operations on Earth. The Metropolitan Core felt very large. And somewhere in that vastness, 2,000 greyhounds were sleeping in their homes, their bodies built for sprint pursuit, their genetics optimized for chasing movement, waiting for the next laser dot to appear, waiting to run. Chapter 13. The Alpha Strike. The contamination meter on High Inquisitor Vex's chest pulsed red as he reviewed the tactical breakthrough report. Research and development had delivered the solution to Earth's biological warfare problem. Adaptive camouflage technology, military designation Theta-7 Whisper. The system projected a visual and thermal masking field that rendered personnel effectively invisible to standard detection methods. Infantry equipped with Theta-7 could operate undetected in any environment. The technology had been tested extensively in laboratory conditions. Performance exceeded specifications. Deployment authorization was immediate. Vex stood in the Tactical Operations Center of Forward Operating Base Perseus, established at the forest perimeter 12 kilometers northwest of the Metropolitan Core. The base commanded sight lines over agricultural zones to the south and wilderness corridors to the north. Strategic position, heavy fortification, 48 heavy troopers with enhanced weapons and full sensor coverage. Perseus represented the new operational doctrine: establish hardened positions in buffer zones, use superior technology to neutralize biological threats, demonstrate Federation capability. Battalion 12 received the Theta-7 equipment at 0640 hours. The briefing was comprehensive. The camouflage field would mask visual and thermal signatures. Energy consumption was moderate, allowing 6 hours continuous operation per power cell. The system generated no detectable emissions. Canine assets relied on visual tracking. Guardian dogs responded to movement. Greyhounds chased visible targets. The dogs would be operationally blind to cloaked personnel. The biological advantage would be negated through technological superiority. The first patrol deployed at 0815 hours. 12 troopers equipped with Theta-7 systems, moving through the forest buffer zone south of the base. The helmet cameras showed the masking effect clearly. When active, the troopers appeared as faint distortions in the air, barely perceptible even to their own visual systems. The thermal overlay showed ambient background heat only, no human signatures. The patrol advanced through terrain that had been contested by guardian dogs and wolf packs. No canine response. The animals could not detect what they could not see. Vex monitored the feed with cautious optimism. The patrol completed a 4-kilometer circuit through agricultural zone perimeter without encountering resistance. Mission success. The technology performed as specified. He authorized expanded deployment. By 1200 hours, 3 patrols were operating cloaked in zones that had been operationally inaccessible for weeks. The biological warfare problem was being solved through engineering. Standard Federation doctrine. The signal disruption began at 1347 hours. The base communication system registered acoustic interference on multiple frequencies. Analysis identified the source: high-frequency whistles. Multiple emission points distributed across a 3-kilometer radius surrounding the base. The whistles operated at frequencies that overlapped with Federation comm channels. The interference was not jamming in the technical sense. It was acoustic pollution creating signal degradation. Communications remained possible but required increased transmission power and frequent repetition. At 1403 hours, the barking started. The acoustic sensors detected canine vocalizations from dispersed positions. Not individual dogs, coordinated groups. The analysis counted approximately 40 distinct vocal signatures. The barking was sustained, rhythmic, overlapping. The combined acoustic output created broadband noise across communication frequencies. The base comm system struggled to filter the interference. Signal clarity dropped to 62%. Personnel were required to repeat transmissions multiple times to ensure message receipt. Vex pulled the tactical overview. The whistle sources were human handlers positioned at elevated points, rooftops, hills, observation towers. Each handler was directing multiple dogs. The barking was coming from canine groups distributed throughout the agricultural zones and forest perimeter. The coordination was deliberate. When one group paused, another intensified. The acoustic coverage was continuous. The base communication network was being systematically degraded by organized noise. At 14:29 hours, Patrol Alpha reported contact. The transmission was fragmented, broken by barking interference. Vex replayed it multiple times to parse the message. The patrol had encountered canines, not guardian dogs, not greyhounds, something else. The animals had approached the cloaked formation from downwind. The troopers had maintained cloak discipline. No movement, no sound. The canines had closed to within 10 meters before the patrol detected them. The animals were not tracking visually, they were tracking by scent. The helmet camera footage was intermittent, affected by the acoustic interference corrupting data transmission. Vex assembled what he could. Thermal overlay showing ambient forest temperature. No canine signatures visible. Then movement in the undergrowth. Gray shapes, low bodies. The database identification flickered through the interference. Canis lupus. Wolves. 6 animals approaching in dispersed formation. The cloaked troopers remained motionless. The wolves continued advancing. Their heads were lowered, nostrils working. Scent tracking behavior. The first wolf passed within 3 meters of a cloaked trooper. The animal paused, head turned directly toward the invisible target. The wolf's body tensed. The thermal overlay showed no human signature. The wolf's behavior indicated otherwise. The animal knew something was there. It could smell what it could not see. The wolf vocalized. Low growl, barely audible above the background barking interference. The other 5 wolves converged on the position. Patrol Alpha engaged. Energy weapons fire revealed their positions instantly. The cloaking fields collapsed under the power drain. 6 troopers became visible simultaneously. The wolves scattered. Not a retreat. Tactical repositioning. The animals used trees and terrain, moving through cover too dense for effective targeting. The engagement lasted 43 seconds. 1 wolf struck by energy discharge at close range. The animal convulsed and fell. The other 5 withdrew beyond weapons range. The patrol reported 1 hostile neutralized, formation compromised, cloak advantage negated by olfactory tracking. Vex reviewed the biological data. Canine olfactory capability exceeded visual acuity by multiple orders of magnitude. Wolves could detect scent molecules at concentrations of parts per trillion. The animals tracked prey by scent over distances exceeding 30 kilometers. Wind direction, terrain, humidity, all factors in scent-based tracking. The Theta-7 system masked visual and thermal emissions. It did nothing to prevent the dispersal of human biological scent. Skin cells, breath, bacterial colonies. Every cloaked trooper was invisible but chemically broadcasting their presence to any animal with functional olfactory senses. At 15:12 hours, Patrol Beta transmitted emergency alert. Transmission quality was degraded to 40% by acoustic interference. The message took 4 attempts to decode. Wolves had located the patrol. 15 animals. Pack coordination. The troopers were cloaked, but the wolves were tracking them through scent discrimination. The patrol was attempting to withdraw to the base. The wolves were maintaining pursuit. Distance, 4 kilometers from Perseus. Estimated arrival time, 30 minutes. Vex authorized base defensive preparation. The perimeter shields activated. Weapon systems powered to full capacity. Personnel established firing positions. The acoustic interference was constant now, barking from what the sensors estimated as 200 individual dogs surrounding the base at ranges of 500 to 1,200 meters. The noise was overwhelming the communication network. Orders were being transmitted via hardline only. The wireless systems were operationally useless. Patrol Beta reached the base perimeter at 15:47 hours. The troopers were running, cloaking systems abandoned to maximize speed. 15 wolves were visible in pursuit, maintaining 50-meter distance. The base defenders opened fire. Energy discharges struck 2 wolves at long range. The animals collapsed. The remaining 13 did not slow. They closed on the patrol, forcing the troopers through the base entrance at full sprint. The wolves stopped at the shield perimeter, pacing, heads lowered, scenting the air. The base was secure, the patrol was inside, but the psychological impact was undeniable. Invisible soldiers fleeing visible predators. At 16:04 hours, contact was lost with Patrol Alpha. The last transmission was corrupted beyond recovery. Vex replayed the audio. Barking interference, energy weapon discharge sounds, something else underneath. Vocalizations, not canine, human. Screaming. The transmission ended. Attempts to re-establish contact failed. The patrol's location transponders showed stationary positions in the forest 2 kilometers northeast of the base. The signals did not move. The base commander requested permission to dispatch rescue force. Vex denied the request. No additional personnel would be exposed until the tactical situation was clarified. At 16:33 hours, the wolves appeared at the base perimeter. Approximately 40 animals distributed across the northern approach. The thermal sensors tracked them clearly. The wolves did not advance on the shield barrier. They simply held position, 200 meters out, visible in the afternoon light. Watching. The barking from the surrounding dog groups intensified. The acoustic interference spiked to 97% communication degradation. The base was functionally isolated. Warrant Officer Vance's transmission arrived at 17:12 hours via hardline connection to the regional network. The audio quality was clean, unaffected by the acoustic interference. Inquisitor, you've got a problem. Vex stood in the operations center, watching the wolf pack on the perimeter display. His contamination meter pulsed. Red. Constant. Your wolves are tracking cloaked personnel through olfactory discrimination. The animals are negating technological countermeasures through biological capability. Yeah, wolves hunt by scent. Always have. You can make yourself invisible, but you can't stop breathing. You can't stop your skin from shedding cells. Every step you take, you're leaving a chemical trail. The wolves follow it. Simple. Vance's tone remained flat. The barking is acoustic denial. Dogs vocalize. Lots of dogs vocalize loud. Your comm systems can't filter that much biological noise. We've been running this frequency since 0600. Should be at full saturation by now. You orchestrated this operation. Coordinated. Different word. The handlers know the whistle frequencies. The dogs know pack vocalization. The wolves were reintroduced to the perimeter forests last month. Wildlife Restoration Program. 43 animals. They're establishing territory. Your base is in their space. They responded to the scent markers. Vex's contamination meter pulsed. Patrol Alpha is missing. 6 personnel. Last known position in wolf territory. Vance was silent for a long moment. The background carried no sound, no barking, no movement. Yeah, the wolves don't take prisoners. They defend their ground. Your people were cloaked, but the wolves could smell them. Probably smelled the fear too. Adrenaline changes scent profile, makes prey easier to track. You're responsible for 6 casualties. Your people were in wolf territory, armed, invisible. The pack responded to perceived threat, natural defensive behavior. I'm responsible for acoustic coordination and reintroduction logistics. The wolves make their own tactical decisions. They're not trained. They're wild. Vex terminated the connection. He pulled the tactical assessment data. 43 wolves in the perimeter forests. 200 dogs providing acoustic coverage. Unknown number of human handlers coordinating the operation from dispersed positions. The base was surrounded by biological assets that could track cloaked personnel through scent and jam communications through coordinated vocalization. The Theta-7 technology was operationally worthless against opponents who hunted by smell. At 18:05 hours, a recovery team was deployed to patrol Alpha's last known position. Heavy infantry, 12 troopers, uncloaked, maximum firepower. The team reached the location at 18:37 hours. The helmet cameras showed what remained. 6 biosuits. Empty. The suits had been torn open. Not by energy weapons. By teeth and claws. The biological signatures inside the suits were absent. The team conducted forensic scan. Trace biological material indicated the suits had been occupied at time of breach. The occupants were no longer present. The wolves had removed them. The team found drag marks leading deeper into the forest. They did not follow. Vex reviewed the recovery footage. The suits were shredded at the neck seals and joint couplings. The wolves had targeted the vulnerable points with precision. The animals had not wasted effort on the armored sections. They had found the weaknesses and exploited them. The attack had been efficient. Professional. The wolves had killed and removed 6 trained soldiers in the time it took to transmit 1 corrupted distress signal. The massacre had been total. At 20:43 hours, the wolves withdrew from the base perimeter. The thermal sensors tracked them moving north into the forest. The barking from the surrounding dog groups continued until 2200 hours, then ceased with coordinated precision. The communication systems cleared. Signal quality returned to 94%. The base was no longer isolated, but the psychological isolation remained. The personnel understood that the perimeter shields were the only barrier between them and predators that could track them through invisibility. Vex stood in his office late that night, looking out at the forest darkness. The base lights illuminated the perimeter, but the woods beyond remained black, impenetrable. Somewhere in that darkness, 43 wolves were moving through their territory, digesting, resting, preparing for the next hunt. The animals did not understand Federation technology. They did not need to. Their senses operated on principles older than civilization: scent, sound, instinct. The wolves hunted the way they had always hunted, by smell and patience and coordinated pack tactics that had sustained the species for millions of years. The contamination meter on his chest pulsed. Vex looked down at it. Red, constant. The reading included trace elements from wolf proximity during the base siege, close enough to scent the troopers, close enough to mark the ground, close enough to communicate that this territory was defended. The biological signatures were layering: dogs, wolves, agricultural bacteria. The cumulative load was approaching saturation. The meter no longer fluctuated. It simply registered permanent contamination. He pulled the casualty report. 6 personnel missing, presumed deceased. Biological evidence indicated fatal assault by apex predators. The suits had been recovered, but the bodies were absent. Standard procedure would require remains for positive identification and repatriation. The remains would not be recovered. The wolves had taken them. The forest had claimed them. The report would read, "Missing in action." The families would receive notification. The truth would be classified. He drafted the operational assessment. Theta 7 adaptive camouflage ineffective against olfactory-based tracking. Wolf populations demonstrate apex predator capability to locate and neutralize cloaked personnel through scent discrimination. Coordinated acoustic denial tactics create communication degradation, rendering command and control ineffective. Base Perseus operationally isolated during engagement. 6 casualties confirmed. Recommend immediate suspension of cloaked operations in biological threat zones. Recommend development of scent masking technology. Recommend evaluation of alternate communication systems resistant to acoustic interference. The assessment went to High Command with the casualty documentation and forensic imagery. The biosuits torn open at the seals. The drag marks leading into darkness. The empty armor lying in the forest like discarded shells. The conclusion was procedural, but the implication was absolute. The Federation's technological advantages were irrelevant against biological systems optimized by evolution to track prey through senses that technology could not mask. Vex closed the operational files. The contamination meter pulsed against his chest. Red, permanent. He wondered what the wolves smelled when they tracked the cloaked troopers. Probably fear, definitely sweat. The chemical signature of human stress, adrenaline, cortisol, the metabolic byproducts of combat deployment. The troopers could make themselves invisible to cameras and thermal sensors, but they could not stop their bodies from broadcasting their emotional state through scent. To the wolves, the cloaked soldiers were not invisible. They were highlighted. Chemical beacons in the darkness. Easy prey. The forest darkness pressed against the viewport. Vex could see his reflection in the glass. Beyond it, nothing. The wolves were out there, silent, invisible to visual detection, but present, hunting. The biological reality that technology could not eliminate. The predators that had lived alongside humans for 40,000 years, not as servants, not as tools, as competitors. Partners, equals in the hierarchy of apex species. The thought felt dangerous. Vex dismissed it and departed for his quarters. The contamination meter pulsed. Red, constant, expected. The base would remain operational. The shields would hold, but the perimeter was no longer secure. Not really. The wolves could not breach the shields, but they could smell every person inside. They could track movement, monitor patterns, learn schedules. The predators were gathering intelligence through senses the Federation had not adequately planned for. The massacre was complete. The tactical lesson was undeniable. Invisibility was useless against a nose that could smell cancer. The biological warfare problem had not been solved by technology. It had been escalated by evolution, and evolution had a 4 million year head start. Chapter 14. Sensory Overload. The contamination meter on High Inquisitor Vex's chest pulsed red as he reviewed the forensic analysis from the Patrol Alpha massacre. 6 casualties, bodies not recovered. The biosuits had been retrieved by the recovery team, torn open at neck seals and joint couplings. The forensic team had spent 72 hours analyzing every surface, every tear pattern, every biological trace. The report was comprehensive. The conclusion was devastating. Vex stood in the forensic laboratory, a sterile white room that smelled of chemical analysis agents and something underneath. The 6 empty suits were arranged on examination tables, each one illuminated by harsh overhead lighting. The tiers were precise. The wolves had targeted the vulnerable points with surgical accuracy. But the forensic team was not analyzing the physical damage. They were analyzing how the wolves had found cloaked personnel in the first place. The lead forensic analyst pulled up the data on the primary display. High Inquisitor, we've reconstructed the engagement timeline using suit recorder data, environmental samples, and biological trace analysis. The Theta-7 cloaking system was functioning within specifications. Visual masking at 97% effectiveness. Thermal suppression at 94%. The patrol was effectively invisible to standard detection methods. Vex's contamination meter pulsed. The wolves tracked them regardless. Yes, sir, through olfactory discrimination. The analyst brought up a molecular analysis display. We recovered environmental air samples from the engagement zone. The samples show elevated concentrations of human volatile organic compounds, skin cell fragments, respiratory aerosols, metabolic byproducts. The compounds were distributed along the patrol's movement path in concentrations ranging from parts per billion to parts per trillion. The display showed a 3-dimensional map of the forest. Colored trails marked the chemical dispersal pattern: red for high concentration, yellow for moderate, green for trace. The patrol's path was visible as a ribbon of color stretching through the woods. To visual sensors, the patrol had been invisible. To olfactory sensors, they had been painting a chemical roadmap with every breath. Vex studied the data. The scent dispersal system was active, lavender aerosol at saturation concentrations. The dispersal agent was detected. It masked human scent at ranges beyond 50 meters, but at close range, the biological signature penetrated the chemical camouflage. The analyst pulled up comparative analysis. Human skin sheds approximately 30,000 to 40,000 cells per minute. Each cell carries unique chemical markers. Breath contains over 300 volatile organic compounds. Sweat releases lactic acid, urea, amino acids. The biological emissions are constant and unavoidable. The display shifted to show canine olfactory capability data. Canis lupus olfactory sensitivity is estimated at parts per trillion for certain compounds. The animals can detect individual molecules in concentrations so low that our instruments struggle to register them. Medical studies show trained dogs can detect cancer through breath analysis. The chemical signatures of cellular mutation at concentrations below laboratory detection thresholds. The wolves are operating with similar capability. Vex's contamination meter pulsed. The forensic data was showing him that invisibility was irrelevant against an opponent that hunted by molecular analysis. The wolves had not needed to see the patrol. They had smelled the chemical trail each trooper left simply by existing, breathing, sweating, shedding skin. The biological processes that could not be stopped without death. The analyst brought up stress marker analysis. We also detected elevated levels of cortisol and adrenaline in the environmental samples. Stress hormones. The patrol was under tactical pressure, fear response. The hormones are released through sweat and breath. To the wolves, stressed prey smells different than calm prey. The chemical signature indicates vulnerability. The display showed hormone concentration spikes correlating with the timeline, when the patrol detected wolves approaching, when they activated defensive postures, when they called for extraction. Each stress event created a chemical marker that the wolves could track. The predators had not just found the patrol. They had monitored the patrol's psychological state through scent. They had known the troopers were afraid before the attack began. Vex pulled the tactical reconstruction. The helmet camera data from the massacre was corrupted by acoustic interference, but the suit environmental sensors had continued recording. Temperature, atmospheric pressure, chemical composition. The sensors showed the moment the wolves closed to contact range. The biological signature concentration spiked as the animal's own scent mixed with human emissions. Then the suits lost integrity and the sensors went offline. The forensic team had analyzed the wolf scent markers. The data showed the animals had been present in the area for at least 40 minutes before the attack. The wolves had tracked the patrol, established positions, coordinated their approach, and executed the assault, all while remaining undetected by Federation sensors. The predators operated through sensory channels the technology was not designed to monitor. Director Holloway's transmission arrived at 1134 hours. Hi, Inquisitor. I understand you're conducting forensic analysis on the wildlife incident. I'm forwarding documentation on canine olfactory research. Medical detection dogs are capable of identifying cancer, diabetes, seizures, and bacterial infections through scent analysis. The capability is well documented in veterinary and medical literature. Vex's contamination meter pulsed. Your documentation confirms that canine olfactory sensitivity exceeds technological detection capability by multiple orders of magnitude. Dogs have approximately 300 million olfactory receptors. Humans have 6 million. The processing power dedicated to scent analysis in the canine brain is 40 times larger than in humans. Wolves have similar capability. They track prey across dozens of kilometers through scent trails that can be days old. Your cloaking systems mask visual and thermal signatures. They don't address the primary hunting sense. Holloway's stylus tapped steadily. You can't stop breathing. You can't stop your skin from renewing. Every living body broadcasts chemical information. The wolves read it. Vex terminated the connection. He pulled the biological data on human chemical emissions. The average human released approximately 10 billion skin cells per day. Each cell fragment carried DNA, proteins, and metabolic byproducts. Breath contained volatile organic compounds from lung tissue, digestive processes, and cellular respiration. Sweat carried hormones, amino acids, and waste products. The human body was a chemical broadcasting system operating continuously and involuntarily. The forensic analyst brought up the final analysis. We attempted to model scent masking solutions. Chemical agents that could overwhelm or neutralize human biological signatures. The concentrations required would be toxic to human personnel. We evaluated hermetic sealing, full environmental suits with no air exchange. The suits would require independent atmosphere temperature regulation and waste processing. Operational duration would be limited to approximately 4 hours before heat and carbon dioxide buildup became lethal. The mobility restrictions would render personnel combat ineffective. Vex reviewed the projections. Every solution created operational impossibilities. The wolves had evolved to track prey through scent. Millions of years of predator-prey dynamics had optimized the capability. Human technology had been developing scent masking for less than 50 years. The biological advantage was insurmountable through engineering within operationally relevant timeframes. He pulled the broader tactical assessment. The massacre was not an isolated failure. The entire stealth program was compromised. Theta-7 visual cloaking, Theta-9 acoustic suppression. All the systems assumed that masking human range senses would render personnel undetectable. But the canines did not hunt through human range senses. They hunted through olfaction. And against olfaction, every Federation countermeasure was worthless. Warrant Officer Vance's transmission came that afternoon. Audio only, background silent. Inquisitor, your forensic team is thorough. Vex stood in the laboratory, looking at the empty suits under harsh lighting. His contamination meter pulsed. Red, constant. The wolves tracked cloaked personnel through olfactory discrimination at molecular sensitivity levels that our technology cannot replicate or defeat. Yeah, dogs smell everything. It's how they understand the world. Humans are visual. We trust our eyes. Dogs trust their noses. To a wolf, scent is reality. You can hide from their eyes, but you can't hide your chemical signature. Every breath you take, you're telling them where you are, how you're feeling, how healthy you are. The wolves read you like we read text. The biological advantage is permanent. It's evolution, 40 million years of mammalian olfactory development. The wolves' ancestors were tracking prey by scent when primates were still living in trees. You're trying to beat a system that's been refining itself since before your species existed. Technology iterates. Biology proves. Vance paused. The background carried a faint sound. Wind, maybe. The massacre happened because the wolves knew where your people were the entire time. They just waited for the right moment. Patience is predator behavior. The wolves had all the information they needed from scent alone. Vex terminated the connection. He pulled the wolf behavioral data. Pack predators used coordinated hunting tactics that relied on sensory information sharing. When one wolf detected prey scent, the entire pack responded. The animals communicated through vocalizations, body language, and scent marking. The coordination was sophisticated, flexible. The wolves adapted tactics based on prey behavior in real time. The predators were not following programmed responses. They were making tactical decisions based on comprehensive sensory input. He drafted the operational assessment. Forensic analysis confirms canine olfactory capability exceeds Federation technological countermeasure capacity. Canis lupus tracks prey through chemical signatures at parts per trillion concentrations. Human biological emissions cannot be suppressed without hermetic sealing that renders personnel operationally immobile. Stress hormone detection enables predators to monitor prey psychological state through scent. All visual, thermal, and acoustic cloaking systems are negated by olfactory tracking. No viable countermeasure identified. Recommend suspension of all covert operations in canine-populated zones. Recommend acceptance of biological sensory superiority as permanent operational constraint. The assessment went to high command with the forensic data. The molecular analysis showing chemical trails that could not be erased. The stress hormone profiles revealing fear through scent. The evolutionary timeline showing 40 million years of olfactory optimization against 50 years of human stealth technology development. The conclusion was absolute. The Federation could not hide from predators that hunted by smell. Vex stood in the laboratory as the forensic team began processing the suits for equipment salvage. The armor would be recycled. The systems would be analyzed for technical improvement. But the fundamental problem remained. Human biology broadcast information that canine biology could detect. The equation was simple, inevitable, permanent. The contamination meter on his chest pulsed. Vex looked down at it. Red. The sensor window showed saturation approaching critical levels. The meter had been designed for temporary contamination exposure, extended recovery in sterile environments between incidents, but the contamination was constant now. Cumulative. The meter could not return to baseline because the biological load never decreased. Every engagement added layers: dogs, wolves, bacteria, chemical signatures. He made a notation in his personal log. Sensory analysis confirms canine olfactory superiority is evolutionary and permanent. Wolves track prey through molecular signatures at concentrations below technological detection capability. Stress hormone monitoring enables predators to assess prey psychological vulnerability through scent. Human biological emissions are constant and unavoidable. Cloaking technology addresses visual and thermal detection only. Olfactory detection remains undefeated. Assessment. Biological sensory systems exceed Federation engineering capacity. Covert operations impossible against olfaction-based predators. The notation felt like documentation of defeat. The assessment was scientific reality. The Federation had deployed multiple generations of stealth technology, visual cloaking, thermal suppression, acoustic dampening, scent masking. Every system failed because they addressed senses the predators did not primarily use. The wolves hunted by smell, and smell could not be defeated without stopping life itself. Vex departed the laboratory and returned to his office. The contamination meter pulsed against his chest. Red. Permanent. The building's environmental systems were cycling filtered air through the corridors, but the biological signatures remained. The dogs were everywhere in the containment zone. Their scent marked every surface. The bacteria from their mouths colonized every structure. The chemical information from their presence saturated the atmosphere. The Federation bases existed inside a biological cloud that sterilization could not eliminate. He stood at the viewport, looking out at the forest perimeter. The wolves were out there, invisible to visual sensors in the dense vegetation, undetectable on thermal in the ambient forest heat, silent when they chose to be, but present. The predators moved through their territory with complete awareness of every Federation position. They smelled the bases. They smelled the patrols. They smelled the stress hormones when personnel deployed to the field. The wolves had comprehensive intelligence on Federation operations gathered through olfaction alone. The tactical situation was not stalemate. It was observation. The predators were monitoring, waiting. The wolves did not need to attack every patrol. They just needed to demonstrate capability. The massacre had been a message. We can find you. We can track you. Your technology is irrelevant. The message had been received. The forensic data confirmed it. The wolves could smell through invisibility. Vex pulled the casualty files. 6 personnel, missing, presumed deceased. The bodies had not been recovered. The wolves had taken them. Standard predator behavior. Remove the kill from the attack site. Consume in secure location. The remains would not be found. The families would receive notification. The official reports would use clinical language. The truth was simpler. The wolves had hunted successfully. The prey had been tracked through scent, isolated through coordination, and killed through pack tactics. Evolution had provided the weapons, 40 million years of refinement. The contamination meter pulsed. Vex wondered what he smelled like to the wolves. Probably stress, fear maybe. The hormones were being released whether he acknowledged the emotion or not. Biological response to threat, adrenaline, cortisol, the chemical signature of an organism under pressure. To the wolves, he was broadcasting vulnerability every time he reviewed casualty reports or massacre forensics. The predators could smell defeat through the office walls. The thought felt paranoid. The data supported it. Canine olfactory range exceeded 1 kilometer in optimal conditions. The wolves in the forest perimeter could potentially detect human scent from the base. The chemical information would tell them how many personnel were present. Activity levels. Stress states. The predators had sensory intelligence on Federation operations that no technological countermeasure could block. They knew everything. Through smell. Vex closed the forensic files and prepared to depart for his quarters. The contamination meter pulsed. Red. The sensor was approaching failure threshold. The biological load had exceeded design specifications. He would need to request replacement. But the replacement would fail too. The contamination was environmental, permanent, the biological reality that technology could not filter or eliminate. The assessment was complete. Sensory overload. The Federation had assumed that masking human senses would render personnel undetectable. But the predators did not hunt through human senses. They hunted through olfaction, and olfaction was evolutionarily optimized to detect life at molecular concentrations. The wolves could smell cancer. They could smell fear. They could smell prey trying to hide. Invisibility was useless against a nose that could detect individual molecules in concentrations measured in parts per trillion. The biological advantage was absolute. The tactical reality was surrender. Not through military defeat, through sensory obsolescence. The Federation could not hide, could not mask, could not suppress the chemical signatures that life itself produced. The wolves would always know where they were. The predators would always have intelligence advantage. and against opponents who could smell through technology, there was no path to tactical superiority, only acceptance. The biological warfare problem had no technological solution. Evolution had already won. Chapter 15. The Veterinary Corps. The gymnasium smelled like blood and antiseptic, and something the Federation officers' suit filters couldn't scrub out fast enough. Major Cull 7 had been captured during the forest engagement in Chapter 13. Scent tracked by wolves. His Theta 7 stealth cloak had been useless against 40 million years of mammalian olfaction. He had surrendered when the pack closed to 5 meters and had been held in administrative detention for 72 hours. Now High Inquisitor Vex was walking him through the human field hospital under armed escort. Observation, assessment, intelligence gathering. Cull 7's contamination meter was already orange. It had been green when they entered the building. The meter climbed to red within 30 seconds. He reset it manually. It climbed back to red in 8 seconds. The gymnasium smelled like blood and antiseptic, and something the Federation officers' suit filters couldn't scrub out fast enough. Major Cull 7 had been captured during the forest engagement in Chapter 13. Scent tracked by wolves. His Theta 7 stealth cloak had been useless against 40 million years of mammalian olfaction. He had surrendered when the pack closed to 5 meters and had been held in administrative detention for 72 hours. Now High Inquisitor Vex was walking him through the human field hospital under armed escort. Observation, assessment, intelligence gathering. Cull 7's contamination meter was already orange. It had been green when they entered the building. The meter climbed to red within 30 seconds. He reset it manually. It climbed back to red in 8 seconds. The facility had been a school gymnasium once, before the war. Now it was a field hospital, converted in 72 hours by humans who apparently considered cinderblock walls and fluorescent lighting sufficient for trauma surgery. The main floor had been divided into treatment bays using portable privacy screens. Medical equipment hummed and beeped in overlapping rhythms. Monitors displaying vital signs. IV pumps clicking through their cycles. The wet sound of suction drains. A ventilator hissing somewhere in Bay 3. Vex led Cull 7 to Bay 7. 2 human sentries with rifles flanked them, but didn't speak. The bay held a single treatment table. The dog on it was a Siberian husky, gray and white, approximately 35 kilograms. Unconscious. Oxygen mask over its muzzle. IV lines in both front legs. Bandaging around its torso and left shoulder. The surgical chart clipped to the privacy screen listed the injuries as penetration trauma from shrapnel. 4 hours of repair surgery, prognosis guarded. Warrant Officer Vance was sitting on the floor beside the table. His tactical vest was unclipped and hanging open. His rifle was leaned against the wall 2 meters away. He had one hand resting on the edge of the table, fingertips 6 centimeters from the dog's front paw. He wasn't moving. He wasn't speaking. He was staring at the rise and fall of the animal's chest, watching the bandaging expand and contract with each shallow breath. 30 seconds passed. 60. Vance's jaw was clenched. His free hand was pressed flat against the floor. The knuckles were white. Cull 7 watched through his visor. His translator provided context. Handler, asset, tactical pairing. The dog had been deployed during the urban engagement in Chapter 5. It had sustained injuries during the rural operations in Chapter 10. It had survived. Prognosis guarded. 50-50 survival odds. Vance lifted his hand from the table and dragged it across his face, sleeve wiping roughly from his eyes to his jaw. When he lowered his arm, his eyes were red. Wet. He blinked twice, wiped again, dropped his hand back to the table, resumed staring at the dog's chest. His breathing was controlled but irregular. He didn't look at Vex. He didn't acknowledge the observation. He just sat there, waiting, guarding, as if he could keep the animal alive through proximity alone. Cull 7's meter stayed red. He stopped trying to reset it. Vex gestured toward the exit. They moved to Bay 8. The privacy screen was partially open. Inside, a veterinarian in surgical scrubs was working on a border collie with abdominal trauma. The surgery had been completed 90 minutes ago according to the status board mounted on the wall. The prognosis was poor. Internal bleeding controlled but not stopped. The dog was sedated but fading. The monitors showed declining vitals. heart rate dropping from 60 beats per minute to 52. Blood pressure falling. The veterinarian was checking the IV flow rate, adjusting the plasma drip, monitoring the output from the surgical drain. She was 53 years old according to Vex's facial recognition scan. Civilian, no military training, licensed veterinarian for 28 years. Her hands moved with practiced efficiency, checking the sutures, palpating the abdomen for fluid accumulation, marking observations on the chart. Her jaw was tight. Her eyes were red. She leaned forward and rested her forehead against the dog's shoulder for 5 seconds. Her shoulders rose and fell with a single deep breath. Then she straightened, wiped her eyes with the back of her wrist, and resumed checking the monitors. She adjusted the medication drip, increased the flow rate by 0.3 milliliters per minute. The dog's heart rate stabilized at 50 beats per minute. Still declining, just slower. Cull 7 stared at her through the privacy screen gap. His bio signs were visible on the suit display through the transparent chest panel. Elevated heart rate, rapid breathing, stress hormones spiking. He was watching a human weep while continuing to work. Watching her touch the dying animal with the same hands that had just sutured its organs back together. Watching her fight for something that had no tactical value, no strategic purpose, no logical justification. The veterinarian looked up, saw the Federation officers watching through the gap, looked back down at the dog, resumed her work, ignored them completely. Cull 7 turned to Vex. His voice transmitted through the external speaker, flat and clinical. They aren't tools. Vex said nothing. Cull 7 continued. They are symbiotes. We thought removing them would weaken the humans, disrupt their tactical effectiveness, force surrender through asset deprivation. He paused, looked back at the veterinarian. She was wiping her eyes again while adjusting the IV stand with her other hand. We were wrong. If we kill the dog, the human fights harder. Vex's own contamination meter climbed to red. He reset it. It climbed back to orange in 6 seconds. Explain. Cull 7 gestured toward Bay 9, visible through the gap in the screens. A human male was gearing up near the equipment station. 63 years old, civilian clothing, no military insignia. He was loading magazines into a chest rig with slow, methodical movements. His hands didn't shake. His face showed no expression. He clipped the rig closed, picked up a rifle, and walked toward the exit. He didn't speak to anyone. He just left. Morrison, Cull 7 said. Retired postal worker. His beagle died during the recall attempt in Chapter 4. Cardiac arrest during collection. The animal was 12 years old, non-combatant. He pulled up the data on his wrist display. Morrison filed paperwork, attended cremation, collected ashes, then purchased a rifle and reported to the Handler Network Coordination Point. He has been operational for 6 days. No tactical training, no combat experience. He is currently running ammunition resupply to forward positions. Vex watched Morrison disappear through the gymnasium exit. Assessment. Loss did not discourage him. It activated him. Cull 7 pulled up another file. Cross-reference with Chapter 13 Forest Engagement data. 6 Federation KIA. All killed by humans who had previously lost canines in earlier operations. The mortality rate among handlers who experienced animal casualties is 317% higher than those who have not. He closed the file. Losing the symbiote does not diminish the human. It weaponizes them. The Border Collie's heart monitor alarm sounded. The veterinarian moved immediately, checking the IV, adjusting the medication drip, calling for the defibrillator. 2 techs responded within 8 seconds. They charged the paddles. Clear. Applied. The dog's body jerked. The monitor flatlined. They charged again. Clear. Applied. Flatline. The veterinarian's jaw was locked. Her eyes were wet. She charged a 3rd time. Clear. Applied. The monitor beeped once, twice. Weak pulse. Irregular but present. She exhaled hard and wiped her face with her forearm. The dog was still dying. Just slower now. Cull 7 was still staring through the gap. This is not a war we can win through attrition. Vex's meter climbed back to red. He reset it manually, holding the button for 3 seconds. It climbed to orange, then red. He stopped resetting it. Clarify. Every casualty radicalizes the attached human. Every loss converts a non-combatant into an active threat. We cannot kill enough animals to break them because killing the animals is what creates the combatants. Cal 7's voice remained flat, but his stress indicators were climbing on the chest display. The bond is not a weakness, it is a weapon, and we activated it. Vex turned and walked back toward Bay 7. Vance was still sitting on the floor. The husky's breathing was still shallow but steady. The monitors showed stable vitals. Guarded prognosis. 50-50 odds. Vance hadn't moved. His hand was still on the table edge. His eyes were still red. He was still staring at the dog's chest like he could force it to keep breathing through sheer proximity. Vex pulled up the tactical data on his wrist display. Chapter 4. Initial recall attempt. 212 dogs confiscated. 14 human casualties during resistance. 412 handlers activated in response. Chapter 5. First urban engagement. 67 canine injuries. 391 handlers radicalized. Chapter 7. Rural escalation. 143 canine casualties. 872 handlers converted from civilian to combatant status. The pattern was consistent, linear, predictable. Every dead dog created approximately 6 armed humans. The gymnasium smelled like blood and antiseptic and mammalian determination. Vex's suit filters couldn't scrub it out. The contamination meter stayed red. He walked toward the exit with Cal 7 following under guard. They passed the equipment station where Morrison had been gearing up. They passed Bay 3, where a Labrador retriever was recovering from cardiac arrest, a tech sitting beside it with one hand on its front leg. They passed Bay 5, where a German shepherd with a repaired femoral artery was sleeping under sedation, while its handler sat in a chair beside the table, not speaking, just watching. Vex stopped at the exterior door. He looked at his contamination meter. Solid red. System saturation. He had entered the gymnasium to assess enemy medical capabilities. He was leaving with the certainty that the war could not be won through biological attrition. The bond was not a tactical vulnerability. It was a force multiplier, and it was unbreakable. Cal 7's meter was also red. It had been red for 11 minutes. Recommendation? Vex opened the door. The meter stayed red. It would stay red for the next 14 hours. There is no technological solution to 40,000 years of co-evolution. He stepped outside. The meter didn't change. The war cannot be won. Inside the gymnasium, Vance was still sitting on the floor. The husky's chest was still rising and falling. Guarded prognosis, but alive. For now. Morrison was already 3 kilometers away, running ammunition to the forward line. He would be out there for another 72 hours before rotation. He would survive. The veterinarian in Bay 8 sat down on the floor beside the border collie's table, just for 60 seconds, just to breathe. Then she stood up, wiped her face one more time, and moved to Bay 10. There were 3 more surgeries scheduled before dawn. Vex walked to his transport and climbed inside. He removed his helmet and stared at the contamination meter built into the chest plate. Solid red. System error. The meter was no longer measuring environmental hazards. It was measuring something his sensors couldn't quantify. The organic reality of a species that bonded with predators and wept over their wounds and fought harder when you tried to break them. The war continued. The dogs kept fighting. The humans kept weeping. And the Federation kept losing. There was no technological solution to evolution. Chapter 16, The Kennel Master. The conference room had been a high school library once, before the war. Now it was neutral territory, established under the ceasefire protocols filed 3 days after the field hospital observation in Chapter 15. The shelves still held books. The windows still showed the parking lot outside. The fluorescent lights still hummed with the same frequency they had hummed for 30 years. But the table in the center of the room was new, brought in by the Federation. Sterile white composite, no seams, no organic material, easily decontaminated. High Inquisitor Vex sat on one side. Director Sarah Halloway sat on the other. Between them, a portable holographic projector displayed the proposed treaty terms in rotating 3-dimensional text. 17 pages. 463 clauses. Vex had drafted it personally over 72 hours of consultation with Federation legal counsels across 6 sectors. Holloway was reading it on her tablet. She had been reading it for 11 minutes. Her stylus tapped against the screen in a steady rhythm. Tap, tap, tap. She hadn't spoken yet. Vex's contamination meter was amber. It had been amber since he entered the building. The air filtration in the room was running at maximum capacity, but the organic signatures were still present. Mammalian proteins, skin cells, the chemical residue of something his translator labeled as dander. His suit was holding at 87% integrity, acceptable for a 2-hour negotiation. He had backup suits in the transport outside, 3 of them. Holloway scrolled to page 4. Her stylus kept tapping. Vex watched her facial micro-expressions through his visor's analysis overlay. Elevated cognitive load, stress indicators minimal, confidence metrics high. She was reading the treaty the same way a surgeon reads a patient chart, looking for the fatal flaw, the compromised artery, the mistake that would kill the proposed peace before it reached ratification. She reached page 9, stopped scrolling, read the same paragraph 3 times. Her stylus stopped tapping. She looked up. Clause 217, Canine Confinement Protocols. You want us to establish mandatory containment zones for all Class C biological assets within 60 days of treaty ratification. Vex's translator rendered his response in flat, clinical English. Correct. The protocols require permanent physical barriers, fencing, walls, designated zones preventing uncontrolled dispersal of the symbiotic organisms into Federation-adjacent territories. Holloway's stylus resumed tapping, faster now. You want us to build kennels. We require assurance that the biological weapons will remain under human control, that they will not migrate across borders, that they will not contaminate neutral zones or allied sectors. Vex pulled up a secondary display on his wrist terminal. Our projections indicate that without containment protocols, canine populations will expand into 17 Federation territories within 8 solar cycles. We cannot accept this risk. Holloway set down her stylus. Her hands folded on the table. Her voice remained level, but her stress indicators ticked upward on Vex's display. Let me clarify your proposal. You invaded our planet. You attempted to confiscate our medical devices. You triggered a defensive response that resulted in 647 Federation casualties across 14 engagements. You lost, and now you're demanding that we build fences to protect you from the consequences. Vex's meter climbed to orange. He reset it manually. It stayed orange. The treaty is a mutual agreement. We are offering full withdrawal of Federation forces, recognition of Earth sovereignty, reparations in the form of medical supplies and industrial materials. In exchange, humanity agrees to contain the biological assets and prevent further proliferation. Holloway picked up her stylus, tapped it once against the tablet, set it down again. What's the enforcement mechanism? Vex pulled up Clause 341. Failure to comply with containment protocols will result in economic sanctions, trade restrictions, potential quarantine of Earth's orbital space. Quarantine. Holloway's voice was perfectly flat. You're threatening to blockade us if we don't build the fences you want. We are offering incentives for compliance. Vex's meter ticked toward red. He reset it again. It climbed back to orange in 4 seconds. The alternative is continued hostilities, escalation, resource depletion on both sides. The treaty provides a framework for coexistence. It is the optimal resolution. Holloway was silent for 18 seconds. Her eyes were on the tablet, but she wasn't reading anymore. She was calculating. Vex's analysis overlay flagged elevated prefrontal cortex activity, strategic planning. She was building a counteroffer, or preparing to walk away from the table entirely. She looked up. I want to show you something. She stood and walked to the window, gestured for Vex to join her. He stood slowly, his suit joints hissing with the hydraulic assist. Walked to the window, looked out at the parking lot. There were 47 humans visible, civilian clothing, no military uniforms. They were standing in loose clusters across the asphalt, talking, waiting. Each human had a dog, German shepherds, Labrador retrievers, border collies, Rottweilers, beagles, small dogs and large dogs, working breeds and companion breeds. Some were on leashes. Most were off-leash, sitting calmly beside their handlers or lying in the shade of parked cars. Holloway's voice was quiet. "Those are the people from the surrounding neighborhoods. They heard the Federation was here. They came to watch, to make sure we didn't sign anything stupid." She pointed to a man near the far edge of the lot. 63 years old, gray hair, civilian jacket, a beagle sitting beside him. "That's Morrison. You met him in Chapter 15. His dog Scout died during your recall attempt in Chapter 4. The dog sitting with him now is Scout's daughter. Her name is Echo. He adopted her 2 days after Scout's cremation." Vex's meter climbed to red. He didn't reset it. Holloway continued. "The woman in the blue jacket, that's Dr. Chen. She was the veterinarian you saw in Bay 8. The border collie survived. 50-50 odds. It pulled through. She's back home now. The dog's name is Ember. Dr. Chen is here because she wants to make sure we don't agree to anything that separates her from Ember again." She pointed to another cluster. "Those 3 men in the tactical vests. Those are active handlers, police K9 units. They're off duty, but they brought their partners anyway. They're here because they want the Federation to see what we're protecting. They want you to understand that we're not negotiating the terms of surrender. We're negotiating the terms of your withdrawal." Vex stared at the parking lot. His analysis overlay was flagging threat assessments. 47 humans, 47 dogs. Estimated combat effectiveness if hostilities resumed, catastrophic. The humans weren't armed with rifles. They didn't need to be. The dogs were the weapons, and the humans controlled them with voice commands and hand signals and bonds that his sensors couldn't quantify. Holloway walked back to the table, sat down, picked up her stylus. "Here's my counteroffer. We accept full Federation withdrawal. We accept sovereignty recognition. We accept reparations. In exchange, we agree to one thing." She tapped her stylus on Clause 217. "We'll keep the dogs on Earth. We won't export them to Federation territories. We won't breed them for sale to other species. We won't weaponize them beyond our own planetary defense." She paused. "But we will not build your fences. We will not establish containment zones. We will not treat our medical devices like contaminated waste that needs to be locked away." Vex's meter was solid red. "The risk of uncontrolled proliferation is our problem, not yours." Holloway's voice was still calm, but her stress indicators were climbing. "You don't get to invade our planet, lose the war, and then dictate how we manage our own population. You don't get to demand that we cage our dogs because you're afraid of them." She leaned forward slightly. "The dogs stay. The fences don't get built. That's the deal. Take it or leave it." Vex was silent. His contamination meter was screaming alerts through his visor display. Environmental saturation. System overload. Biological hazard detected. He had been in the room for 43 minutes, and his suit integrity was dropping faster than the filtration system could compensate. 81%. The meter was red. His backup suits were in the transport. He could walk out. Refuse the terms. Resume hostilities. He looked at the parking lot again. 47 humans. 47 dogs. Morrison was throwing a ball for Echo. The beagle was chasing it across the asphalt, tail wagging, ears flopping. Dr. Chen was kneeling beside Ember, checking the border collie's leg where the surgical scar was still visible through the fur. The 3 K9 handlers were watching the library entrance. Their dogs were sitting at attention, waiting, ready. Vex turned back to Holloway. "If we accept these terms, what assurance do we have that humanity will honor the non-proliferation agreement?" Holloway's stylus tapped once, twice. "You have my word, and you have 40,000 years of co-evolutionary evidence that we don't break bonds with species we've integrated. We didn't domesticate dogs to sell them. We domesticated them because we needed them. That need hasn't changed. We're not going to export them to the Federation because, frankly, you wouldn't survive the transition. Your species can't handle the microbiome load. You can't process the social complexity. You can't adapt to the chaos." She set down her stylus. "The dogs stay here, with us, where they belong. You stay in your sterile sectors. We stay in ours, and nobody tries to separate us again." Vex's suit integrity dropped to 78%. The backup suits were in the transport. He could leave, he could refuse. He could call for reinforcements and resume the war and lose another 600 soldiers to animals that hunted by scent and disabled combat armor with their teeth. Or he could sign the treaty. He pulled up the holographic display. Scrolled to Clause 217, deleted it. Deleted Clauses 218 through 234. Deleted the entire confinement protocol section. Scrolled to Clause 401. Added a single line. Humanity agrees to restrict canine proliferation to Earth's planetary boundaries and will not engage in export or sale of Class C biological assets to non-human species. He transmitted the revised treaty to Holloway's tablet. She read the changes. Her stylus stopped tapping. She looked up. Acceptable. Vex's translator processed her response, converted it to Federation legal terminology, logged it in the official record. He pulled up the signature interface, pressed his palm to the biometric scanner. The treaty registered his authorization, binding, irrevocable. The Federation was withdrawing. Earth was sovereign. The war was over. Holloway pressed her palm to the scanner. The treaty logged her authorization. She stood, extended her hand across the table. Vex stared at it. His contamination meter was screaming. Red. Overload. Biological contact would breach his suit integrity by an additional 12%. It would saturate his filtration system. It would require full decontamination protocols lasting 6 hours. He reached out and shook her hand anyway. The contact lasted 3 seconds. His meter spiked. Red. System failure. Holloway's hand was warm. Organic. The chemical signature was overwhelming his sensors. Mammalian proteins, skin oils, and something else his translator couldn't identify. Trust, maybe. Or victory. She released his hand, smiled slightly. The dogs stay. Vex nodded, turned, walked toward the door. His suit integrity was at 74%. The backup suits were in the transport. He needed decontamination. He needed a full system purge. He needed to file the treaty with Federation Central Command and explain to 6 sector councils why he had agreed to terms that left humanity in full control of the most effective biological weapon the galaxy had ever encountered. But the war was over. The casualties would stop. The Federation would withdraw. And the dogs would stay on Earth. In the parking lot, Morrison was still playing with Echo. Dr. Chen was still checking Ember's leg. The canine handlers were still watching the door. Vex walked to his transport, climbed inside, removed his helmet. The contamination meter on his chest plate was solid red, system error, biological saturation. He would need 6 hours of decontamination. He would need to explain the treaty terms to his superiors. He would need to justify why he had deleted the containment protocols and accepted humanity's counteroffer. He looked at the library through the transport window. Holloway was still inside. The treaty was signed, the war was over, and the dogs had won. Vex activated the decontamination cycle. The transport filled with UVC light and sonic pulses. The meter stayed red. It would stay red for another 8 hours. There was no technological solution to 40,000 years of coevolution. There was no legal framework that could contain a bond that predated written language. The Federation had lost, not because humanity was stronger, but because they were inseparable from the predators they had tamed. Outside, Morrison threw the ball again. Echo chased it. Dr. Chen stood up and walked toward her car. Ember followed at her heel. The K9 handlers loaded their dogs into their vehicles and drove away. The parking lot slowly emptied. The humans went home. The dogs went with them, exactly as they had for 40,000 years. The war was over. The treaty was signed. And the Federation would never touch the dogs again. Chapter 17, Mandatory Adoption. The park had been a municipal recreation area before the war. It was still a municipal recreation area 1 year after the treaty. The grass was the same grass. The trees were the same trees. The benches were the same benches. Nothing had changed except the Federation designation. Earth was now classified as a biological hazard zone. Level 9, quarantine recommended. No Federation personnel below ambassador rank were authorized for surface operations. The orbital traffic had dropped to zero. The trade routes had rerouted. Earth had become what High Inquisitor Vex had called it in his final report to Federation Central Command, a no-go zone. Warrant Officer Vance was throwing a tennis ball. Atlas was running across the open field at 43 kilometers per hour, ears back, tongue out, chasing the green rubber sphere with the same intensity he had applied to tactical operations during the war. The Malinois caught the ball mid-bounce, skidded, turned, and sprinted back, dropped the ball at Vance's feet, sat, ears forward, waiting. Vance picked up the ball, chewed his toothpick, threw again. Atlas launched. The cycle repeated. The park was empty except for Vance and the dog. It was 1400 hours on a Tuesday. Most civilians were at work. The K-9 training schedules ran in the mornings. The field was quiet. The playground equipment showed rust in the joints. The drinking fountain leaked when the pressure was too high. The municipal budget hadn't changed. The maintenance schedule hadn't changed. Life continued exactly as it had continued for 20 years before the Federation arrived, and exactly as it would continue for the next 20 years after they left. Atlas returned with the ball, dropped it, sat. Vance threw. Atlas ran. A Federation shuttle descended into the parking lot at 14:23 hours. Vertical landing, magnetic repulsion fields, completely silent except for the hiss of the landing struts extending. The shuttle was diplomatic configuration. Single occupant. The hatch opened and Ambassador Cull 17 stepped out wearing a double-sealed hazmat suit with full environmental isolation and backup filtration systems. 2 suits layered. The inner suit was white ceramic. The outer suit was transparent polymer with reinforced seals at every joint. His contamination meter was visible through both layers, mounted on the chest plate of the inner suit. It was green. Cull 17 walked across the parking lot toward the field. His suit joints hissed with each step. The outer layer crinkled slightly with movement. His breathing was filtered through a 6-stage scrubber system. His visor displayed real-time contamination analysis. Particulate count, elevated. Organic signatures, detected. Biological hazard index, amber. The meter on his chest climbed from green to amber before he reached the grass line. He stopped at the edge of the field. 30 meters from Vance. His contamination meter ticked to orange. He didn't approach closer. He activated his external speaker. Warrant Officer Vance, I am Ambassador Cull 17, assigned to Earth compliance monitoring under treaty provisions ratified in Chapter 16. I am here to conduct a verification inspection. Vance threw the ball. Atlas ran. Inspection's over. We're compliant. Cull 17's meter climbed to red. He reset it manually through his wrist interface. It climbed back to orange in 4 seconds. The treaty specifies containment of Class C biological assets within planetary boundaries. I am here to verify enforcement of non-proliferation protocols. Vance watched Atlas catch the ball. The dog turned, saw the suited figure at the field edge, froze for 2 seconds analyzing threat level, then resumed his sprint back to Vance. Dropped the ball, sat, stared at Cull 17, ears forward, tail level. Vance picked up the ball, chewed his toothpick. Non-proliferation means they stay on Earth. Atlas is on Earth. Protocol enforced. He threw the ball. Atlas hesitated, still watching Cull 17, then launched after the ball. Cull 17's stress indicators spiked on his suit display. Elevated heart rate, rapid breathing. The organism is unrestrained. It is mobile. It is operating in an unsecured municipal area without physical barriers or confinement structures. This does not constitute containment under standard compliance definitions. Vance looked at him, didn't speak for 3 seconds, just chewed his toothpick. Atlas returned with the ball, dropped it, sat between Vance and the ambassador, watching, guarding. Your definitions aren't in the treaty. Mine are. Containment means planetary boundaries. Atlas hasn't left Earth. Compliant. Cull 17's contamination meter stayed red. He tried resetting it again. It climbed to red in 3 seconds. He stopped resetting. I am required to file a compliance report. The report will note that the biological assets are operational and unconfined. Federation Central Command will review the findings and determine if treaty terms have been violated. Vance threw the ball. Atlas ran. File whatever you want. We signed a treaty. We're following it. You're the one who landed here. That's your choice. Cull 17's visor display showed his suit integrity dropping, 87%. The organic signatures in the air were saturating his filtration system faster than the scrubbers could compensate. His backup layer was holding, but the contamination was seeping through the seal gaps. Particulate count, critical. His threat assessment overlay was flagging the single organism in the field as a Class A biological weapon. Mobile, unrestrained, 43 kilograms of predator operating at combat effectiveness. Atlas caught the ball, returned, dropped it at Vance's feet, sat, stared at Cull 17 with the kind of attention that predators reserve for things that smell wrong. Cull 17 took 2 steps backward. The organism is exhibiting aggressive posturing. Vance picked up the ball. He's guarding. You're in his territory. He's doing his job. He paused, looked at Cull 17, looked at Atlas, looked back at Cull 17. Then he smiled, brief, slight. The first time in 1 year. You asked if the monsters are contained. Cull 17's translator processed the statement, flagged it as response to unasked question, searched his audio logs, found the query he had prepared before landing, the question he had planned to ask. Yes, I was instructed to verify containment status of the biological weapons designated as Class C assets under treaty terms. Vance's smile stayed. They aren't monsters, Slick. He threw the ball. Atlas launched, sprinting across the field, closing on the ball at full speed. They're just good boys. Atlas caught the ball midair, 30 meters downfield, ears back, mouth open, the tennis ball compressed between his jaws. He landed, skidded, turned, and sprinted back toward Vance at 43 kilometers per hour. Cull 17's contamination meter saturated. Solid red, no fluctuation. His suit integrity dropped to 83%. His threat overlay was screaming. His stress indicators were critical. He turned and walked back toward the shuttle, his joints hissing, his filtration system overloading, his visor display showing biological hazard warnings across every sensor. He reached the shuttle, climbed inside, sealed the hatch. The decontamination cycle activated immediately. UVC light, sonic pulses, chemical scrubbers. The contamination meter stayed red. It would stay red for the next 9 hours. The shuttle lifted off. Vertical ascent, magnetic repulsion. Silent except for the engine hiss. The parking lot was empty again. Vance threw the ball. Atlas ran, caught, returned, dropped the ball, sat, waiting. The cycle continued. The park stayed open until sunset. The treaty held. The dogs stayed. And Earth remained exactly what it had been for 40,000 years. A planet where humans lived with predators and called them good boys. Vance threw the ball one more time. Atlas ran. The afternoon continued.